power level a little too much.
Some of them end with brawn.
And child.
Yeah. Well, I don't believe that the Nazis lost. I think Operation Paperclip was clearly them winning. Like the best of their group just got witness relocation. They got new jobs.
Are we allowed to talk about that in this channel? I agree with you, but holy shit, you
Oh,
just went full
Paperclip
based.
goes to the flat Earth thing. That's connected with all this and the whole why would they lie? Why would they paperclip?
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, that's a good point.
And they did, and that's the thing is a lot of it is not that they lied. It's just open information that nobody knows.
So really, in order to unpack all this, you got to unpack World War II now. It's just like you got to
Yep.
unpack everything, dude. It's so much
Gotta
fucking
dig into
unpacking to
history.
do, and then everything's taboo to talk about with your friends and family. It's fucking bullshit, man. I
Yeah,
agree with you
and you
though.
could just ask a question and oh, you're a flat earther. They will declare it upon you that you are the flat earther because you asked the question.
Yeah, because we're talking to a bunch of idiots who don't fucking research World War II or flat Earth or anything for themselves. So what the fuck? We can't fucking convince these people.
They didn't call World War One World War until after. They didn't call World War Two a World War until after. And in the same way, I think that we're already going through World War III, and it won't be called that until long after.
Nah, you smart motherfucker. I fuck with you.
Yeah, it's a digital war this time.
And so who is funding World War II? That's the real question.
Well, at this point, the way fiat is, the currency is more like energy. Like it doesn't represent gold or anything. So they just print it and then send that energy out in different directions.
Wait, what?
Money's not backed by gold, so it's just backed by agenda and faith.
There's no gold in Fort Knox?
The U.S. dollar is considered fiat. They back it by debt, not gold. I would love them to do a audit of Fort Knox. There actually was an audit of Fort Knox like decades ago.
Well, whether it's backed by whatever, I mean, they control all the banks, right? So it doesn't matter really what it's backed by. It just matters that it's backed by whatever the fuck they say it is, and they control everything.
It reminds me of a quote too, where somebody basically said they don't care who runs the nation as long as they run the bank.
Yeah. It's like, sure, that if the dollar dies, doesn't really matter, right? Like they still. I see
Yeah,
what you're saying. It's just like some energy currency that they use to like justify
yeah.
everything
It's
or
just faith
whatever.
based. Like there's no, you can't take your dollar and go exchange it for a silver dollar.
So it's probably one of those guys funding World War II then, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
But then you got Jekyll Island and the Titanic and all the stuff related to that conspiracy. It's funny that one's not a conspiracy theory. That's just straight up a conspiracy.
Jekyll, Hyde, and what?
Jekyll Island. These rich dudes went there and had a meeting about how they were going to deal with the financial crisis, and they all came out on top. Anybody who was in opposition to what they were doing ended up dying on the Titanic.
Oh yeah, I've seen about that.
They literally squashed the competition.
So there was a bunch of like competitive bankers there who got squashed. How does that work?
That's what it seems like. They basically had a plan, and most of them were kind of in cahoots with one another. Anybody who didn't like it, they did what they had to get rid of them, get them out of the way.
Hmm. And what did they just was it really an iceberg that sailed like sunk it and like did the pilot just go into it like willy nilly or what do you think happened? What went down?
Well, they say that it actually grazed against it, and the crack itself that all that water leaked through was like as thin as a sheet of paper. But it was a very long, thin crack that went all the way across the ship. There's also people who claim that that wasn't the
Oh
real
wow.
Titanic. People switched them out, and it was a different ship that sunk.
What
It
the
had a
hell?
sister ship that supposed allegedly looked just like it or something. I don't subscribe to that, but I've heard that one before.
Apparently, there were three: the Olympic, the Titanic, and the Britannic.
Yep.
This
And what
just
a
gets more confusing.
brother.
So there were three big mega yachts or cruise ships or whatever you want to call them, and then
Yeah,
they all went down.
the Olympic, the Titanic, and the Britannic. They apparently were having a race around the harbor, one of the British harbor, whatever, wherever it was located. These ships were constructed, and unfortunately, one of these ships collided, and there was an issue. But I mean, that's all in the rumor mill, not to be confirmed or yet to be confirmed. But that is the idea on the table that there were three boats: Olympic, Titanic, Britannic.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
forgot about the third one.
And wasn't there a bunch of guys supposed to be on the Titanic that like skipped out that day or some shit?
Yep, J.P. Morgan, the main
Yeah,
guy that
that motherfucker.
sorted out, and he had a room booked and everything, and he conveniently didn't show up. Oh my!
It reminds me of like some
Reminds me of when
Silverstein shit.
that reminds me of when a lot of people, certain folks, didn't show up to work on 9/11, and I imagine a
Yeah,
similar
that's
pattern
what
follows every
Silverstein,
false
Larry
flag.
Silverstein, motherfucker. That.
I assume that that same pattern follows with many of such events.
Yeah, it's kind of weird
These big
how this.
generational wealth families aren't going to allow their own family member to get steamrolled by their missions. Like they'll at least give them a heads up.
But it's kind of impressive how like if Morgan did do all that and orchestrated all that shit, it's pretty impressive. Like that's a lot of that sounds like a logistic nightmare to like get away with, but seemingly just gets away scot free.
They got everybody on the same page back on Jekyll Island.
And Morgan's the one with this like $1 million astrological compass, right? That he like bases his investments off of. Isn't that the guy?
It ties to the old saying: millionaires don't believe in astrology; billionaires do.
Yeah, yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good one.
yeah, I've heard that one before. Or millionaires are interested in astronomy and billionaires focus on astrology.
That's a good one too. Well done.
I've heard that said many different ways as well.
It feels like Morgan is kind of ahead of his time as far as like knowing how to control everything.
They're all into that shady, superstitious, witchy stuff. No, Abraham Lincoln was a spiritualist. His wife had seances in the White House. All these people are into that oogie boogie shit.
That gay Harry Potter shit.
Yeah. And whether or not it has any actual power, the fact remains that they're all into the same type of stuff.
Yeah, that's something I always come back to. It's like, is it actually real or do they just make it real?
With enough money, you can make fantasy reality. So
Yeah, but I think like there is kind of some magic to the star patterns and shit, right? There's got to be.
and then they also believe that the reason why they have all of the wealth that they do is because God gave it to them. And so they have some kind of divine mission to use that to change the world.
I mean, that's not entirely wrong. Like they're just born into wealth. I can see where you get that inclining, kind of.
They wouldn't make it through the Sermon on the Mount.
Like they are kind of the chosen ones if you think about it. When you're born into fucking that kind of situation, like it's kind of insane.
It's always been Theos versus Momonas.
I'm not saying the chosen ones as like they're cool or anything. I'm just saying like if you were fucking born into a
I agree
power,
with you.
like it's some crazy shit. Like there's definitely some weird shit there. Like
I'd
they've
agree with
won,
you saying that yes,
they've
they're
got the
chosen
biggest
ones.
lottery ticket.
They're the other chosen ones, the other side.
But like Satan chose him. He said,
Pretty much.
no,
It's Theos versus
maybe.
Momonas. It's Yah versus materialism. It's our creator versus this material world. And they're, like people worship the materialism. I think it's always been that.
Well, we have a very satanically ran society. Where's the yin and yang? Where's the karmic balance here? We can't just give Satan all the props, right? There's got to be some sort of balance somewhere. If
And
uh,
even that word Satan means adversary. So adversary of what? The adversary of the truth. The author of confusion would be the adversary of the truth.
you don't think these people are just like deeply evil, uh, nepotistic rulers of the world? You don't think they sometimes have like moments of like coming to God, or moments of you know
Of course.
thinking they're
Well,
going
if
the
a
wrong path?
child can rebel against his Christian parents, right, who go to church all the time, and they can say, I'm going to go be a Satanist, they can rebel against that. Then why couldn't the antithesis to Christianity rebel against his dark family and step into the light? And children, you raise up a child in the way they should go, and when they're old, they won't depart from it. But also, people can rebel against the wickedness of their families and do what's right. They can cut that generational tie. They don't have to carry on that burden.
But it doesn't seem to be happening
Yeah,
ever
no,
in these like super
it's rare.
billionaire families. Like, yeah, so,
Yeah.
but you're like kind of giving them too much, or giving the devil too
I'm
much
saying
props, I'd say.
it's not like this. I'm saying that it's certainly possible for people to rebel against wicked parents and choose to do what's right. That it's not a guarantee that somebody's going to be evil just because their parents were. Just like it's not a guarantee that somebody will be good just because their parents were.
Yeah. And that's the balance of things, right? And that's the beauty of the
Yeah.
spirituality. But I think we haven't really seen that balance. So I don't know. There's just something else
One thing
going
a
on
lot of
there, maybe.
folks use, though, they need to accept that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and we're in the middle of a war. Like spiritual warfare is not a game. So we've got certain people who are also fighting against the same, but why fight against them then? We know our enemy. Let's fight against that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And men like to butt heads, though. So
Well, most of the people that we actually have to fight against, we're never even going to see them or talk to them or anything. We're fighting air at that point. So we just have to look amongst each other.
They're kind of in a separate echelon of society. Like there's no possible way for us to ever interact with them. I agree with you.
Yeah. I think in that sense, it's like, yeah, we're all going to fucking turn on each other because these people we can't even resolve who the problem is.
But that's what happens every time an empire falls. The people turn on one another. They might go after some of the higher ups, but it's most like, who do you have access to? Your neighbor, not the dude over there in a castle.
It's pretty gay.
Yeah. They keep us divided and fighting against each other so that we'll never realize who's actually pulling the strings. Like, no, just stay exhausted, and then when you get home, sit down in front of the TV and pass out. You'll be fine.
Yeah, smoke your little weed, get your little alcohol going, watch some sports. What else do you need?
And forget about the woes and all your worries of life.
It's actually insane, this World Cup fucking basketball bullshit going on. Like, everybody's just such a bot. It's wild. It's the Roman games all
Listen,
over
I
again.
can't worship.
And then now we got fucking dirt bikes in the White House and shit. Like, this shit's fucking retarded.
Brother
Like,
Fitz, you got me laughing over here because you said World Cup basketball bull crap. I thought that was absolutely hilarious. Talk about a cross up the sports.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I just hate fucking sports, man. Like, and everybody who talks about it and gets riled up. Dude, look at New York. Like, they're all riled up for what, dude? Like, can we rile up against something else that means anything? It's
And it
fucking
matches up,
insane.
as you said, with the the sports in the Coliseums, right? You have all the people, the patrons of the community that come to the stadium to watch the man fight against the tiger and wonder who's gonna win. Same deal, brother, just a
bread,
different time. Ain't nothing new under the sun.
bread and circuses.
Amen,
Yeah,
brother John. Well said.
it's just sad that, like, people can't see through this shit yet. Like, we have the great equalizer, which is the internet, to fucking get all this shit out, and yet everybody's still a fucking idiot. It's fucking insane.
Ignorance is bliss. Some people don't want to know, and they will literally argue and fight with you over it, not because of what you're telling them, but because they don't want to have the conversation to begin with. They don't want to know. They don't care. My brother's one of them. Doesn't matter what I say, or he doesn't care, and he doesn't want to know, and he doesn't care to learn anything new either.
Yeah, that's where it's like, what is it, like IQ or something? There's something else at play there, right? Like, I don't
I
know
think
what
that
it is.
smart people choose to play dumb unto the point of becoming dumb. Practice makes
That's
perfect. So if you
that's
practice
a
on a
very
long enough
good point,
timeline,
actually. Yeah,
yeah, well, that and if
I
somebody
see
does a
that a
job
lot, actually.
wrong, right? Say somebody does a job wrong, right? And they do it so wrong that nobody ever asks them to do it again. That's what they're doing. It's like teenager level thinking. They get caught up in that shit and try and get out of thinking. They try and get out of work or outsource it to somebody else.
Well, so what do you think guys like us are in here who've, like, come to our own conclusions and are
Everybody
against
in here,
90% of the population?
we're all just regular people who happen to figure a thing or two out. That's it. We're just normal guys. We may have learned something, but that doesn't make us any better than anybody else out there.
Well, like, you think we're not the highest IQ because you're saying the highest IQ will get subverted, but then the lowest IQ will also not figure it out. So we're like somewhere
I
in
don't.
between, right?
I think the IQ test is more of an arbitrary metric. Think about what they're actually testing for. They want a nation of workers who are obedient. They don't want a nation of
Yeah,
thinkers.
I get that part, but there's got to be some sort of maybe the metric is bad, but there's definitely intelligence discrepancies going on.
No, that exists. I agree that there's people who are more or less intelligent than
And
others. I'm just saying
it's
that the
like kind of
official test.
trivial to like figure it out though, because like what is
Yeah,
intelligence in the modern day? It's very much
if
like, is it academia?
if you judge
Definitely not. We've learned that.
if you judge a fish for its ability to climb a tree, you'll go on forever thinking it's stupid.
Nicely said.
This guy's a fucking philosopher.
And see, the whole thing with this specifically, like this channel, is you got a bunch of brothers and sisters who've gathered under this umbrella of truth, observing truth. And there's nothing worse than gathering together with a set of fellow brothers and sisters, and then there's those who want to even sow division within that movement of truth. Making stupid claim or stupid statements like, "Don't say that. You're going to make us look stupid." And that's the thing where you get the idea of division being sowed within people observing truth. It's not cool. It really isn't.
Einstein really messed people's minds up with that relativity crap. And I'm not talking about the official mainstream science folks. I'm talking about the hippies who clung on to that crap. And now everything's relative, man. Love is love, dude. All this kind of other stupid crap that directly spawned from that era.
What, Einstein ushered in fucking the hippies? Maybe I took that too
People
literal.
worship the words of folks they deem to be smart. That becomes their guru that they go to.
Are you saying Einstein was like a hippie in the sense of like his ideas were like free spirited or some shit, right?
I'm saying that people who have that hippie mentality would cling to that everything is relative mentality. So on some kind of cosmic level, everything's relative, then that makes their whole worldview correct.
Okay, okay. I kind of see what you're saying.
A lot of them are on some trippy drugs anyway, like acid and crap, LSD. They want everything to be relative.
But what does that mean
Then,
though? Like,
I would say that the real Einstein was not nearly as intelligent as the caricature of Einstein that's portrayed in media. Like all these cartoons and stuff, they present Einstein as being the smartest man on earth. The real guy was just a dude, a
well, a lot of
dude with a
people
patent
don't
for a
even
dress.
believe in a lot of these people anymore. They don't even think they
Yeah.
exist. What do you
They
think
make a
about
bunch
that?
of lore about folks that the person might have existed, but all the lore is just bullcrap, just tall tales from America. We've been good at doing that.
But why would
Tall
they throw
tales.
in that he fucked his cousin shit in there if they were like
Uh,
propagating all of it?
didn't he leave one cousin to marry another?
I don't know. He's just fucking all his whole family, I guess. I don't know what's going on.
I think it has to do with royal bloodlines or some crap like that, like the perception of bloodlines mattering.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah.
But given
It's a very good point.
his ethnicity,
So it's almost goes to like he's trying to preserve the intelligence and the bloodlines. It almost makes him look like 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 a smart eugenicist rather than like some random cousin fucker.
yeah. And I'm not sure. I don't think that he actually wanted anybody to die or anything. It's more like being separate, like keeping all these different groups as they are. Whatever. If he didn't want people to be hurt, then why did he help make something that can hurt a lot of people?
Yeah, fuck that
People
guy.
also glorify Tesla far beyond his actual intelligence, and they treat him
Oh,
like
you're
some kind
getting
of
him out of
demigod.
here too? He's the
I
last
have
one
no
we got
issue with it,
left.
but he's not a god. He does, he's not a superhero.
Yeah, the fact that did you hear he was getting all his ideas in his dreams? What's up with that?
Well, that makes it even weirder.
Yeah, I didn't like that part. Well, I don't know what to think
That's
about that even.
Steve. Yeah, you got some Stephen King vibes with that one.
But you explain why he's not why he's overrated then, because I want to hear it. Because I do like him, but
Has anyone heard of the Pythagorean theorem?
Yeah, that's old hat.
Yes, sir. Study of triangles.
Would anyone like to conduct an experiment right now?
Crit's on. Crit's deafened too bad. Draco's back.
what are you gonna do it like live and visually or what? That'd
Well,
be
it's
sick. You got some sticks and
mathematical.
shadows. You're gonna like triangulate to the moon or what? That'd be sick.
Yeah, yes, we can do shadows if you like. Actually, we could do an amazing experiment with shadows. We really could. So if
Well,
we
turn on your
all
webcam, get the sticks
okay,
out,
hey
start
man,
fucking with the shadows.
hey man.
No webcams,
Um,
thanks.
okay, so if we all took 1 meter stick, we plugged it into the ground, and then we recorded how far the shadow went. We could. It's hard to get a 1 meter stick for everyone. uh yeah. No penises are that big, so it's not a male ego issue.
You
But
sound a little intoxicated
I
while you're talking
reprobate.
about Pythagorean stakes and shit. Like, are you good?
oh, you
So the
want to get
reprobate
on my
side comment's kind of
Pythagorean?
unnecessary.
You want to get
No,
on
no
my
need for
Pythagorean? No, no. What I'm talking about is
the.
that we could just pop some sticks in the ground.
This is
They
already.
don't have to be gay sticks. They don't have to be gay sticks. They can be straight sticks.
You don't
They
have to think reprobate ways.
should
Like
all
you
be
don't have to think
straight
in
sticks.
reprobate ways.
And
This is
then
why he
we
got muted.
wait a minute. We can map the movement of the sun.
It's got real retarded real fast. I thought, dude, just turn your fucking video on, start playing with sticks. Let's see it. Oh shit, did he get muted? Unlucky.
Yeah, that was debunked by a Glober forever ago. Anyway, the sticks and shadows thing is actually like a mainstream channel, a MythBusters type thing where they debunked that claim. Rather, they said it works fine on both a sphere and a flat surface, that you could still do the same thing with the shadows. So it's nullified. It's a moot point.
Yeah, that is weird that they base everything off the sticks and shadows, but they can't replicate it. What's up with that?
Requires a baseless assertion to begin with. You have to assume curvature. You don't begin with the observation of it. Not with that.
Yeah, I was
It doesn't.
waiting because I mean his introduction was Pythagorean theorem, which is the study of triangles, all
Yeah.
straight line segments with three internal angles, which all add up to 180 degrees. And he's gonna talk about shadows, which again, shadows propagate in a linear fashion. So it's to say, what are we doing using linear things in order to prove a curvy ground? Is that the attempt? Because you're kind of off to a bad start using linear objects in order to propagate or to prove a curve.
Where are the magical stakes and the magical shadows at?
Like it kills me that all these things propagate and show themselves as linear fashions, whether it's a measurement, whether it's setting up an observation, everything is linear. You have to literally insert within your own presentation of those arguments the assumptions of a spinning earth, the assumptions of a curvy ground. You make all these assumptions taking for granted that you're using linear items to walk out a curve that you have poisoned your own well with. This this presupposition stance that in fact that the earth is curvy.
Did he mute himself or did he get muted? What happened?
No, I muted myself. I say my points and I withdraw. It's pretty closed
No,
ended
no,
as far
not
as I'm
you, not
concerned.
you. The
Oh,
the other
sorry about
guy.
that. Okay.
But yeah,
I don't
he's
know
not.
where he
No,
went.
he muted himself. He's got control over his mic. He can unmute when he wants.
Because he came in so strong. He's like, guys, we're gonna do an experiment right now. And I'm like, fucking yes, please.
All right, sorry, I'm back. My cat was clawing my leg and I'm bleeding.
Fair enough.
Attack of the Cats.
Priority.
Tired
The cat probably
now,
needs something. He
so
probably
she
needs something.
can't. I can no longer bleed more. She's outside.
Give her food or something. She probably needs something. Oh, she
Oh, she's
wanted to
got.
go out. There you
No,
go.
she already has wet food, greenies, and chicken bites.
Nice.
Desiccated chicken bites or whatever.
Anyway, where were we?
Yeah.
You were talking about Pythagoras.
Okay, so Pythagorean theorem. We need to coordinate a mission, the true position of the North Star or the South Star. Or the
Okay.
moon. You can actually aim at the moon too. Actually works better. But people could argue about the central position of the moon. Does
Definitely an argument.
everyone agree with the Pythagorean theorem?
Could you tell us what Pythagorean theorem is, please, before you
Is
get started?
basis of a triangle. A triangle has a summation of 180 degrees. It has three angles. It has three sides. So, the basis would be to use everyone's cell phone to aim at a simple celestial position of an object.
You cooking? Then what?
And then we make triangles. We can do with 3D geometry, anything you want. Hiccups. Fuck. I had bell peppers last night and they're killing me.
Wait, so when we make the Captain Planet triangle with our cell phones, then what? Like, what does that prove?
Well, it depends on how many triangles you have. The more triangles you have, the better. But the hard part is making people agree on angles and positioning. The first step would be having people state their GPS locations, which I disagree with because I don't want to give up my personal location for any reason. And then, that's the first hard step. And then
So
number two
you're
is the angle to the central body and degrees of radius from a agreed upon, I guess,
I mean, listen, I
compass
think
heading. Compass
I,
heading.
I think it's an interesting experiment. Like, I'm not gonna hate on you. I think it's actually, might have some interesting results or whatever. I don't know if it like proves or disproves anything really, sadly.
So, what if then we took the position of the sun and the moon at the same time? Or, and then also tertiary, what if we took the position of your sun and your moon 3 times over 3 hours, bing, 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 or 6 hours, bing, 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 and uh, 24
So
hours would be the best synopsis.
would we be doing this during the Selenian eclipse?
No, we would have to coordinate with the Andromedan calendar. Why is
Uh,
everyone muted? Why is everyone muted? Is that self mute?
they're letting you cook, brother.
Yeah, they're all.
They're
Yeah,
waiting
we
for
just
you to
take
get
turns.
your argument out.
We're not like other Discord channels, man. We all try and speak one at a time so that we don't cause confusion.
Was that the end of your experiment, Draco? I mean, yeah, that's the dumbest thing I've heard. And
Sorry, I was checking for my cat.
dude, your cat is really
I
fucking
can't
this
find the
debate
cat.
up.
I can't find the cat. He might be in the attic. He might
Just
be
fuck the
gone.
cat. Just get your shit out, man. There's a lot of
No,
people
so
listening.
cat is bad. We need to get back to science. Can we all agree on the Pythagorean theorem?
Get your argument out. We don't have to agree on anything.
So, okay, let's say it's a flat plane. Is anyone here from South America?
What are you doing, like crowd work, dude? Just get your fucking argument out, man.
I'm trying to get a triangulation. I need one from South America. I need one from North America. I need one from Europe. I need one from Africa. And that's a 4 pyramidal system.
Okay, yeah. This is brutal. I think, Draco, you might be a little intoxicated for this.
No,
Um,
no, I just have a runny nose.
and I'm gonna be charitable too, because I liked your like where your brain's going and shit. I just think like your cat is ruining things. You might be intoxicated.
Have you had coffee yet today?
Yeah, I have.
I'm working on my coffee, but my nose is runny. I smoke menthol cigarettes, and they make my nose runny.
Listen, we all got problems. I get it, man. And I'm not trying to hate on you. I'm just saying, like, I
Okay,
just want
okay,
you to be
okay.
more concise
All
with
right.
what you're saying.
Can you make my experiment better?
I just don't know what you're trying to prove with your experiment, really. And
Triangles, man. It's
well,
we can either prove or disprove the Pythagoras theorem, or we can prove or disprove the relation of us to the moon or a star or the sun. I don't know why, but I don't have permission to speak in the side chat. I'm not sure if anyone can undo that.
I don't know if you were muted or if
I really,
sometimes.
I can't give
Wait, you
you
can't
my
curse at all?
GPS. I can't give you my GPS positions and such. Not, sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Continue.
they don't know why you're muted. Probably because you were saying some shit, some weird shit.
Or
Oh,
post something. I don't even know if I post
I don't know.
anything.
I know
actually,
that To begin with, you can't post images or anything.
Why would
And
the
then
silencing of information help science? For the love of God.
over time, the ability to post images is automatically granted.
You're trying to prove things with silence?
But somebody may have muted you from a previous conversation. It was never undone. I'm not sure.
Oh,
But I
Or
do know
you
yeah.
that
like just
the
didn't
first,
unlock it or something with
yeah,
There
the
was an idiot
ranking.
earlier that didn't understand me. He just kept yelling over me. That might have been the guy.
I don't think you're banned. I just think you probably
Yeah,
don't
I
have the
can't
rank.
post.
So.
I'm gonna do a refresh.
But what are you trying to post? Just send
Do
it to me. I'll post it.
I'm gonna try. Okay, did a refresh. You still hear me?
Yeah.
I didn't even know if refresh would allow you to still hear me. Scrolling down. My knee hurts real bad. Who has bad knees? Anyone else?
Let's stick to the topic here, buddy.
My ankle too.
I just need to know if
I
you
still
can post
can't
or
post. I still can't post. So
not.
like,
Okay, you must be hushed. Hold on.
That is weird.
the cell phone's charging downstairs.
You probably fucking did some weird shit, to be honest.
Is everyone? Oh,
right.
Yeah, my knee's fucked up.
What were you posting? What were you posting in the chat, bro?
If you look at this whole entire chat, I don't think I made one post.
Listen, no, it automatically deletes your posts. I'm pretty sure. But I unhushed you. Please don't make me regret it. Okay.
From the post chat.
Yeah, no, I got you. I unhushed you. Please don't make me regret it.
Yeah. So what are you gonna post? Some Pythagorean theorem?
No,
GIF
I didn't need to post anything, but I do need to post coordinates. We all need to post coordinates.
Oh, you can post what you want. Just don't post anything TOS breaking or anything like that, and we won't have a problem. You're good.
Here's a problem.
So no, Draco. Let me say something. So the problem is you want but the problem is, and you said yourself that you don't want to post your own coordinates, right? And you're then saying that we all have to post our coordinates and triangulate and dox each other to issue this retarded experiment, Draco. Like, what the fuck, man?
It's
like,
not
there's
a
no way.
retarded experiment. It's called Pythagoras theorem. Are you going to test a theorem or not?
Okay. My bad for saying it's a retarded
triangles?
I'm just saying that, like, you're like, if you're trying to get all of us to post our GPS positions in chat, that's probably not going to happen, you know, like, based off your dumb experiment.
So you're afraid to know the truth.
If the truth comes with all of us doxing each other on some random Discord, we're afraid of it. Yes, we are very much so.
But is that your real GPS coordinates?
Jeez, dude. We're just letting you know nobody's going to dox themselves, and we don't expect you to either.
Well, I don't expect
I just want to
You said yourself that you weren't even you didn't even like that the experiment comes with doxing.
Okay.
You were like, I'm not even going to contribute to this experiment.
If one of you post your GPS, and I will post my GPS. I'll match 1 to 1.
Bro.
But Draco, what is the point of your experiment? Just seeking clarification on that. What are you trying to prove?
Triangulation to any celestial body. It's
proves what?
It's daytime now, so I
would
have to triangulate the sun.
Draco, breaking through. Knock, knock, Draco. Knock, Draco. What are you trying to prove through your experiment?
Triangles and the width of the Earth.
Okay, thank you.
Only that, really. Like, even
if we did dox all of ourselves, even if we had the GPS position of all the people on this channel, you don't have the fucking proper technology to fucking triangulate all of that anyways. So why the fuck are we posting our GPS positions when you don't have the app or any of the technology to build any of this? You're just talking out of your ass, just expecting people to post their GPS position. You're a fucking lunatic.
Are you too stupid for triangles?
Draco, you've lost your goddamn mind, buddy.
And
now I get why
Don't
Now I
cuss
get
at
why
me,
you're
you
fucking muted,
idiot.
because your fucking cooking is nothing. You're fucking deviating from everything.
Yeah,
I'm doing
earlier
an
Draco
experiment.
was
What are
here.
you doing? I'm doing an experiment.
Yeah,
Go,
Draco, are
Ken.
you're not sober enough yet. I
Go
requested
ahead.
that you
Go ahead.
came back.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Go
I
ahead.
asked
Go
you.
ahead.
I humbly asked you to come back when you were sober enough for a conversation. You came back 2.5 hours
Okay,
later.
I'll give
You're
you my
still
GPS right now. Hold on.
intoxicated.
I'll give my GPS
Dude, you're not sober enough
and
yet.
the angle of the
Give it
sun.
another give it another
Okay,
hour or
okay,
so.
no. Nodi, let me race you.
This guy was just
Yeah.
fucking wasted in here a couple
Everyone
hours
here.
ago.
Yeah.
Everyone here.
You're
Honestly,
I'll race
Draco,
you.
I
I'll
like
race
you, but you're looking at a mute, bro. You're just not cooking up anything.
Oh, you guys are little bitches. Come on,
I want
let's
you to
do the
Draco. I
experiment
welcome
or
you to
shut the
come
fuck
back.
up. Let's do the
Draco, I
experiment or
welcome you to
shut the
come
fuck
back.
up. Okay.
Draco,
Draco, when they
listen.
mute you, don't be a little bitch, because, like, yeah.
Come back, give it another hour, 60 minutes. Okay, because
Yeah,
you're
I
still
welcome you to
too
come back.
intoxicated. Oh, go ahead, Ether.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah. No, he's gone. He's already gone.
Oh, he left. Okay.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
got big
Crit,
mad.
he was going to use Pythagorean theorem to prove triangles. Crit.
Man, the last time he was here, we're live streaming on YouTube. Okay, when you're sober up, go listen to yourself. He said, no, we're not. We're not on YouTube. You're lying about that. I'm like, click on the bot. It's right. The link is right there. You know, it couldn't do that either. He clicked on it, couldn't see any links at all. Then someone links it to him. He says, well, you're just muting me because you're scared, not because I'm drunk. I'm like, okay, how about this? You just talk your ass off. I won't mute you. Just keep talking till you're out of breath, and we'll evaluate everything you said. And it was seriously like a 10-minute stream of incoherent babbling about like satellites on Venus, something about his pizza toppings. You know,
This
it was
fucking
just,
globe has lost their damn mind.
yeah, it was just one incoherent thought stream after another. And then he said, what was incoherent about it? And I went and told him exactly that. It was incoherent. The whole thing was incoherent. He goes, name one thing. I go, all of it. Okay, I couldn't pull one nugget out of there that was coherent. Yeah, at one point he's like, and we launch rockets, which are missiles, which have propellant, and there's mirrors.
So his main thing was like, we gotta get a bunch of people from all over the world to like hold our phone up to space and do some Captain Planet type of triangulation. And so it'll be like Earth, Wind, Sun, Fire, Moon, Power, Captain Planet. And
Yeah,
then the globe comes back to all of us.
Yeah, when he first came here too, that was his thing about Polaris. He goes, okay, I want everyone here to look up and point at Polaris. And then he's like, and Matrix was here. And Matrix is like, dude, I'm in Australia. He's like, I don't give a fuck. Point at Polaris right now. He's like, dude, do you know what Polaris is? Is it the North Star? And Draco's like, oh yeah, that's the North Star. He goes, where's Australia? Is that in the south or the north? And he's like, well, on a flat Earth. Okay, yeah, on a flat Earth, is it south or north? And he just like he couldn't. He couldn't figure it out until finally we're like, okay, dude, you don't see Polaris in the south. He said, yes, you do. You see Polaris everywhere. I go, are you talking about Orion? Like the belt of Orion? What do you mean Polaris when you say Polaris? He's like the North Star. And I'm like, okay, well, how many stars is that? He didn't know. He says 1 star. Then I'm like, okay, what if I told you it was 3 stars? He's like, you're a fucking liar. I'm like, okay, fire up your Google. Let's look it up. What is Polaris? He's like, damn. His whole worldview was because he kept saying Google it over and over again. Why don't you Google that? So hopefully he comes back in an hour or so. I mean, the dude was like, I told him too.
Dude,
I said,
Google AI is handing out psychosis like free candy.
yeah, I
I
told
don't
him too.
think
Like,
people talk
Funny is
about it.
these Google people who always say for you to go Google something, they will simultaneously use Google and Oracle no matter what. And it is also completely untrustworthy, and they can mock you for trusting it. What the hell?
yeah, I told him to, like, he says, you're just muting me because I'm destroying you. And I'm like, well, no. I'm muting you because you're drunk, and I told you from the beginning no one wants to hear a drunk dude. You can go to all the other channels and listen to drunk idiots. In this channel, people find it an insult to their sensibilities. It's annoying. You're not following the conversation. What you're saying is just drunk babble. It's boring. You're killing
It's
the
just
channel.
slurring everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, just like incoherent. And then he said back, "Oh, you're just scared of me." I'm like, "Fine. I'm scared of a drunk, belligerent idiot killing the conversation. Yes, I'm scared of that. So what should happen?" He's like, "Well, you're going to mute me then." I'm like, "Okay, let's do it."
I like that. Just take whatever they say as their punishment. Like they're getting official advice from them. Like, what? How should I punish you? Oh, just mute me. Got it. I got you. Got it.
Sadly, people like that will come back and play the victim 20 more times.
Yeah,
And
he
I'll
Yeah.
said
be
he has
like,
a
what the hell
doctorate.
have you
He has
guys
a
done to me?
doctorate in biology, which was math, which was science, which was geometry,
So
which was the
so
stars.
he has a doctorate in bullshittery.
Yeah, he's a memeologist, and he's got a doctorate in memology. Complete bullshit. He conducts experiments all the time. I'm like, well, sure. What do you do in the experiment? Nothing. You don't do anything at all. You just experiment. The experiment is the experiment. And I'm like, and this is doctorate level, like articulation?
He probably thinks watching TV an experiment.
He got that DEI doctorate.
He got a doctorate in. I told him this is a funny thing too. He says to me, I'm gonna try to like just shotgunning some stuff, but I said I think Discord should have a breathalyzer attached to it. And he's like, "Oh, fuck you! I can't drink in my own private home, and
That's
you
space.
you can control my shit." I go, "No." I said, "I think Discord should have a breathalyzer attached to it, so drunk people can't connect." "Oh, you want to control my life?" I go, "No, I think you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. You can, if you want to drink in a
That's
private."
the one government overreach that I would allow. Yeah, makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense.
So I go, so I said, "Sure, this is my house, and I don't want drunk people around here. What would I do?" "Oh, you're gonna mute me again." I go, I go, "No, I'm trying to get an answer from you. I don't, if I wanted to mute you, I would just do it." So in my house, freedom of association, I don't want drunk, belligerent goofballs just talking about biology is really geometry. So, what would I do with that? Would I tell you to go to, you can go, you have all the freedom you want. Drink yourself into a stupor over there. Okay, not here. You are now trespassed. Go over there. Leave me alone.
But
And
what
he's
about
like,
the weed smokers, Crit?
"Oh yeah, that was the other guy who was in here. Oh fuck, what was it? Knight?
You can't get us out of here, too.
Yeah, Knight was in here earlier, and he was just wasted, just absolutely wasted. He's like,
Was
"I'm
high
playing a
off
video
fucking
game." He goes, "Look at
off
me."
weed?
Oh yeah, he said he was vaping, and I'm like, "Okay, what's in that vape?" Wouldn't say, wouldn't tell. I go, "Dude, if you're taking the fifth on what's on your inside your vape."
Yeah, that could be heroin in there, for all we know. They vaping on the heroin.
Yeah, what was Knight's whole shtick was oh, the sun. I go, "Dude, is the sun moving?" He's like, "No." I go, "So when the sun moves across the sky, it's not moving." He said, "No, it's stationary." And then I'm like, "Okay, sure. Well, let's hear your proof." He's like, "Well, the sun moves across the sky." I'm like, holy shit, dude.
So you think all flat earthers got to go straight edge? What's your thoughts on that?
That's not his point.
No,
I know.
yeah,
I
no, I'm
know
saying,
it's not his point, but I'm just asking a question.
no, my personal sensibilities and a lot of other people too is that like when you're trying to have a serious conversation about the nature of creation, having the person intoxicated makes that conversation not only just insufferable, but impossible.
Hmm.
That's it. That's all I'm saying. If people have, if they want to be intoxicated, all the power to them. Probably trying to.
Wait, Crit, are you in America?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the pharmaceutical company runs America, right? Like,
totally.
we can argue that, like,
bread and circus.
Like everybody's on drugs, whether they're on alcohol or fucking weed or like big pharma, you know, like. But I would argue that like maybe weed is like a little better than big pharma, you know.
It's not about that. We treat it all the same. If somebody comes in here and they've lost control of themselves, we have to control them. We don't have any other option.
Authority is a hell of a drug. You've got people coming in here thinking they're speaking from a position of authority, and everyone's got to listen to them. It's any sort of mind-altering state, whether it be some sort of narcotic or alcohol, or it could be whatever. If they're coming in here with their mind is warped, it's probably, or they're a new, like their own reality that they can't explain or take questions on. That's a root problem.
I see what you're saying.
It doesn't. It's not so. I think harping on alcohol and marijuana is probably just a low hanging fruit, but the real issue, the real underlying issue, is these people like we came in like he said we put reflectors on the moon, and I'm like, who is we?
That's funny. That is a real issue.
Yo, shout out to Team We.
You said the real issues is they're putting scarcity put reflectors on the moon. No, that is a real issue.
He originally,
a lot of people believe that too. That's a real issue.
Well, he originally said lasers. They put a laser on the moon, and I'm like,
what the?
Yeah, I go. You do. He fucked up a lot of things. Like this Draco, like he said the he fucked up lunar and solar eclipse. He said there's lasers on the moon pointing down at the Earth.
I mean, I'm like, he's a noob, yeah. He's noob as fuck in this shit. You guys can't dunk on him too hard. I liked him as like a newbie. Like he had a good retarded stance to things.
Oh yeah,
like, it was interesting. Like not many noobs like take that stupid position of like, oh, if we all triangulated positions and do the Pythagorean theorem through our fucking iPhones, like it was just a funny concept. It's like he's definitely trying to think outside the box, but he's very much locked in still.
That's why I was asking him, and went in on the idea of him stating he's using Pythagorean theorem to prove what? He said he's using Pythagorean theorem to prove triangles. Well, that's fine. Do whatever you got to do, but just realize that the whole idea of a triangle is 3 internal angles all adding up to 180 degrees, and they're all connected by 3 straight line segments. Just so you're aware of that, brother. You go ahead with whatever experiment you need to do.
But you gotta admit, he's like a step above the average Globie that comes in here. Like he's trying to figure out a different argument that people aren't coming up with.
Yeah, as long as he knows if he's using linear observations to prove whatever it is he can do, but it's the good old proceeding a leap of logic, right, in the assumption that the Earth is curved or the Earth is spinning, in order to then take flat Earth proofs, so to speak, to prove that your Earth is curved. It's a mess.
Yeah, I mean, this shit is messy either way. It could get very repetitive too when people just come up with the same arguments and we come up with the same counteractions to it. But I just like people who are unique with this stuff. I think like, we can all like come up with the same arguments and defense against that and do.
I mean, brother, if I may jump in hot to say, right, the idea of applied thinking, the ability to deduce certain things with the observation of reality. You know, and a thing that we point at quite often is the Lake Pontchartrain observation. The Lake Pontchartrain Bridge itself is a pier bridge.
Mm.
And for those who know of this place, if we're actually intelligent enough, we should be able to sit down together and come up with how a pier bridge gets built. And just under the observation of how a pier bridge gets built, you're then able to deconstruct all kinds of things. But the first thing that actually has to happen if you're going to understand how a pier bridge gets built is, do you understand the basic principles of construction? And these are the things I talk about, the principles of construction, quite often, and I've been held to task, or not held to task. I've been asked, or no, not asked. Sorry, I've been told that talking about these types of things makes us sound stupid. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, how does coming up with how a bridge gets built, especially a pier bridge, make us seem or sound stupid? I don't understand that. But constructing upon this place apparently makes us sound stupid, so I should shut up and stop talking about how we construct upon this place, shouldn't I, Brother Crit?
I think just to what you're saying, I would say that the average man can understand probably your construction uh, breakdowns rather than like some random academia, theory of relativity or whatever nonsense that can, and I have done some construction. I have some measurements, and I get how like you do need to like consider the leveling of things and the positioning of things, and that is kind of important for like the regular man to think about. Yeah.
Exactly. Right. Speaking specifically to the example that I mentioned being a pier bridge, well, the foundations of that bridge are piers. Those piers hold up the roadway so that the bridge can take form and cars can travel from one side of the lake body to the other, or a sea body to the other, whatever. But again, those piers have to be installed to a principle of plumb. Guess what? Local plumb shows up. Guess what? Local level shows up. And with that comes the understanding of the installation of a pier. So you install the first pier plumb down into the body of the lake, if you will, to that floor bed. They install the pier. Then the next pier gets installed the same way. And to ask the question, even let me ask you guys this question: how do you guys think that the pier gets installed into the lake bed? What method would they have used to install the pier into the lake bed?
Good question.
Anybody? Because
I'm
again,
trying to
like
think.
here's the idea, right? How do I get into the floor of a lake bed to install a pier so that the roadway has something to sit upon? Two questions. If the earth is spinning, how does this happen? I know, number one, where do I need to be in order to install that pier bridge into the floor? And how would it actually happen if the floor was in fact moving?
How you cooking?
The, Well, no, it's not a matter of cooking, but like if we're really these, upstanding citizens making this claim of a flat Earth, a stationary flat Earth, then we should be able to answer these basic questions to help people figure things out. We should be able to apply our brains, applicable thinking, right, and logically deduce how these things happen. How can I install a pier into the floor bed, the lake bed, in order to have a bridge take form? I understand the cable bridge, like the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. That's a tension bridge using cables to help prop it up. I get that. But a pier bridge like the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, which we point at so often in this channel, even to the point where some people have actually emailed the people who built the bridge to ask them if they accounted for the curve of the Earth. I don't even know how that would happen if they actually could do that. But
Hmm.
how would you actually build a pier bridge? Let's not go to the contractors. Let's figure it out ourselves.
Now you're bringing up great questions. You're fucking my mind a little bit too. You know? I like it.
Oh, because I can understand from my standpoint. I know a helicopter's
Wait, so the
involved.
plumb bob is like the main magic weapon, you think?
Well, I know a plumb bob gives us the observation of up and down. We're able to use a plumb bob in order to confirm up and down. And I know with a level, a
So what's the
construction
main
level,
magic weapon to construction to you in the flat earth?
it's not even, I don't even have to insert the idea of what the earth is in using that. I can use the two principles of level and plumb in construction regardless of what the earth shape is. I go from place to place to place, observing local level, which I've again been chastised for using in this chat. And I refuse to give it up because it's the truth at the end of the day, regardless of how other moderators feel about it. Right?
You
I've been
think that
kicked off
lasers
one.
are
I've
your
been
best
kicked
weapon?
off. Well, lasers do propagate and transition in a straight linear format. So why wouldn't I use it?
But people still use strings, right, with powders and shit, even though we got
Pardon me?
lasers. Or did the strings with powders, like, people don't use that anymore? It's all like giving up the lasers? Or what's up with that?
I don't know anything about strings.
String with powder, yeah, if you're cutting drywall.
There you go.
Well, they used to use strings like lasers, basically, before lasers, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, snap a line. Yeah, you're right. I didn't realize, and thanks for the clarification, old us. Welcome, brother.
Yeah, I was translating. It took me 3 times to hear it too.
But I'm saying
yeah, they
maybe
have.
like there's still like ways where the strings are better than the lasers.
Well, hold on
I
a
don't
second.
know.
So let's use. You had the question. Let's use your applied, right? They have They have a thing in construction where they snap a line. So they'll hold a line, and that line is filled with chalk, and then they'll line it up, as Old House was saying, to something they're measuring, and they'll snap the line, i.e., they'll pull the line back so it has tension, they'll release it,
Yeah.
and then that line will snap a
Yeah,
line
I've
of
done this
chalk
before.
along.
That's what I was
Right,
talking about.
100%. But when it comes to the actual Earth, I mean, if you want to snap a line on the Earth, I'm not sure how long that line would need to be, et cetera, but again, we're using linear segments, line segments, in order to understand things, observe them.
I'm not saying we should snap a line on the earth, although that's fucking sick thinking, actually. We should
Well,
snap a line on it.
well, you see what they do at baseball games. The lines between the bases they do a good job of making them straight.
Honestly, yo, have you guys seen the invisible fuck, I forget what they're called. I can never bring it up, but there's invisible Jewish lines everywhere, fishing lines. Somebody maybe knows, or you could just Google invisible fishing Jewish lines everywhere. And so basically the Jewish people have like invisible fishing lines that like are tethered to their churches and shit. But a lot of people just think it's like it's just like them chalking boundaries for what they own. You know, that's like the bigger conspiracy to things. I think it's like Uvuri or something. I forget. I forget the names of things. You guys can figure this out yourself. I don't know why you guys even got me talking about this shit, but yeah.
What'd you say? You don't know why? What?
I'm not certain how you got on this subject
Both.
either, but nobody here brought it up except
Well,
you.
okay, so in context, so this is what I was talking
That's
about.
fair.
You can Google that. And also you got me on the subject because I was talking about something and you were talking about snapping the chalk line on the earth.
Well,
And
that's
that's what
because you
and
that's
then
because
I
you don't pronounce the
decided
words very well.
whoa. Can I get on my whole thought process? Because I'm getting a
Well, no,
little gaslighted here.
your thought process is off the rails. So why don't you stop the train and regroup? I thought you said something about
Dude,
chalk lines.
okay. So me randomly thinking about these Jewish chalk lines that are everywhere upon the earth. That has nothing to do with that, right? Clearly.
Good thing you brought them up.
Yeah, it's a good thing I brought up new information, right?
Nobody,
That is what this channel is for, isn't
Oh,
it?
it's not new information because you said you guys could go look it up. You don't even have any information about it.
I gave you the name of it. I gave you what it all
Invisible
is. I
fishing
gave you what
lines? That sounds like a South Park cartoon.
Welcome to real life. Where do you live, by the way? Are you in America? Yeah, because they're everywhere in America. So, I mean, I'm sorry to tell you real information that you're not privy to, but like, I'm pretty sure that's what this community is all about. Like, so Google eRuv, right? And the invisible Jewish fishing lines that are throughout the whole world, by the way. They're not just American. They're over here. I'm in Holland right now. They're in Amsterdam, right? They're everywhere. Okay.
supposed to
And
be a
so,
border where they do small amounts of work on the Sabbath. Like they have a border that allows them to do things like push a stroller or whatever on the Sabbath, and it's not considered work.
but yeah, my bad. I was just trying to give people who are informational more information. No, my bad, Ross, Haas, old Haas. My bad, Doc. I don't mean to come at you. I don't
No
know if
bad,
you're
guy.
Jewish or I don't know.
No bad, bro.
Are you Jewish? Yeah,
Am I
thought so.
Jewish? No. Sorry to disappoint you.
Why are you so disappointed in my like thoughts
I'm not
about
disappointed,
Jewish
dude.
people?
I was asking you what you were saying. I was trying to
All right,
decipher
and
your
so
word.
I was
And then
trying to get
in
it
my
out as you
deciphering of your
were like
words, you
fucking me.
told me I was completely
And
wrong.
and then as I have
Why?
it out, you're still trying to fuck me. So I don't understand.
I have a
You're
question.
clearly not like trying to get the information out. You're just like
I have a
you're
question
just
Dude,
a
for you.
stop starting
disinformation
every
agent.
sentence with trying, please.
Why is it that most of the questions you ask people have to do with where they're from or what they believe, like how their worldview is? You want to talk about flat earthers, but not flat Earth.
Who, me?
You, the
Or,
one taking a
Yeah,
poll.
you keep. Yeah, you're asking very personal questions from people after you
well,
said yourself that
I
you
was
wouldn't
trying to
know
understand.
God.
Because I was explaining the Jewish invisible lines and that thing. Like, I don't know how you guys are gonna fucking switch this upon me. I was explaining something that
No, I'm
nobody
trying to
knew about.
say that this is non secular.
So coming in with some random Jewish stuff that nobody knows about, that's like people have a problem with that now. That's interesting. Yeah, that is interesting to me because it's like
That's
why do you
not
guys
what
have
I
a
mean.
problem with that
Now you're
information?
imagining stuff.
What in the
Listen,
world?
it's non sequitur to the ground. It has nothing to do with the ground. Is my only point.
Okay. Well, so Jewish control of everything that has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Sounds like they've got you under control, bro.
That's that's ironic. By the way, and we were just talking about the World War II and the how all the Nazi scientists were adopted, right? Like it's all fucking in
That's old
conclusion to
news.
everything.
That's old news, dude.
Okay. So, but when I bring up these Jewish invisible lines, that's not old news, is what I'm trying to tell you. So I don't know
Yeah,
why
but
you're hating
you
on for
don't have
information.
any news on it though. You just say go look it up.
Doc, we figured it out. We looked it up. Everybody knows now. You're harboring
My
on
name's
it.
not Doug.
What?
This whole thing began because I thought you said something that you took offense to me interpreting it wrong. I thought you said chalk lines.
Yeah, I did say chocolate. Because and it all started in my brain because Killian was saying we should snap the chalk lines on the whole world, right? And I wasn't even saying anything about that, but when I heard
No,
that,
I
then I
did
was like,
not. Don't say my name and said what I said,
"Whoa,
brother.
bro!
Now you're gonna, yeah, you're
I'm
gonna
not
jack up. Go ahead.
what? I'm not
I'm just
even.
saying.
That's literally what started. I'm just explaining my thought process. Like
No,
what?
I
don't
got you.
start saying literally. Also,
I'm not.
don't. I can deal with trying or literally, but if
We
you
can
start
go back
using
to the
trying
tapes.
and
Okay,
literally,
and I understand. I remember
you're not gonna
everything,
like
and
it when we
I
go
was
through the
talking
tape.
about how the lasers compared to the chalk lines. Can I just talk for a second? Like, dude,
I don't
you
know,
guys are
Andy.
fucking strawmanning me like crazy. This is insane. Like, so I was talking
Projection.
to Killian about lasers and chalk lines and how, and I don't even know if you were there, but I'm just saying, like, I was saying, like, how is lasers better than like snapping ropes with chalk or whatever? And we were talking about that.
Yeah,
And then he went
because
to, but
I
whoa,
said
whoa, whoa,
yeah.
whoa,
Shut
whoa.
up.
Bro, can I
I said
explain my
yeah.
thoughts before you
No,
fucking,
dude, you
this is
failed
insane.
to explain your thoughts. No, I would say you cannot do that.
I
No, you
just
failed to
started
do it.
explaining things because you're
Well,
so lost in everything. So I was
hey,
trying to
dude,
get back to the roots of things.
projection. Do you not remember that I
Holy
said if you're
fuck.
going to snap, holy crap, dude, oy vey.
You clearly
Do
just want
you
to
not
talk. So,
realize
like,
that,
my bad, dog. I'm
dude?
going to mute
No,
and you can just, like, take over the channel, bro. I don't give a fuck.
yeah,
Enough.
you're an impatient knothead. I said if you're going to use chalk lines, that's good for cutting drywall.
I'm done talking to you, bro.
Good. I'm guessing there was a reason Knowledge got muted. I was going to unmute him since Fidget crashed out, lived up to his name.
Yep. Do it up. Hold them up, bro. Bring them through.
Knowledge? Okay. You might have luck actually speaking with this Knowledge fella, Killian. Welcome back, Knowledge.
But old,
Oh, I missed you
I
guys.
gotta be careful, old. I don't want to say anything that makes us sound stupid, right?
Yeah, I have to be careful in my interpretations too. Goodness gracious. I got excited there for a second. I thought this was like a morning fishing show.
Shit turned bleak real quick. Fucking clown.
All right, dude. Relax, Fidget. Hey, Knowledge, have you regrouped from last week? You better now?
I've always been better.
No, you were worse last week.
No, I wasn't.
So, any proof of spin? Knowledge?
How about this, Knowledge? What's brought you back to the conversation? Because last week it was upsetting you greatly. What are you back with this week?
Somebody mentioned like what was it? Were you guys talking about like the pier bridges just a few minutes ago?
Yep, I definitely brought that up. What do you
How
say
do you
about a
think?
pier bridge?
Yeah. How do you think that
Yep.
they're built?
That was my question. I'd like to
No,
start
I'm
talking
asking
about
you.
it if you want to talk.
In the water? I watched some guys build a couple piers last year.
What was their process? Old?
I don't know, they started from the land, and every day they were further out. I don't know. I didn't really ask them. They were welding some stuff.
Why do you
And
think
this,
that they're wider at the top than they are at the bottom? Why do you think that they're built that way? Just curious.
So now cantilevered bridges are proof of Earth curvature. Is that what you're trying to say? Because that's been attempted there before. Why don't you tell us why you think that is?
Well, it's because like a plumb bob line, like aligns with the local gravity vector, right? It's pointing towards like the Earth's like center of mass. Like two plumb lines separated by distance will naturally diverge at like as they go upward, right?
Okay, so you think if you're at the top of one of these cantilevered bridges, the plumb line's it's going to be straight along the slanted beam?
So if you build like tower that tilts even slightly to the left or to the right, right? Like gravity pulls like unevenly on like the structure, like causing like massive like bending that could like lead to like its collapse, right?
Dude. Enough with the
So
likes. I know you're trying to shoehorn space time in, but don't do
no,
like
this is
every other
time.
word.
Trying to teach you how the bridges are built and why they're built that way.
Dude, I hate to break it to you, but the guys I was watching building the piers, they weren't dealing with gravity.
Yes, they were.
Okay, go on.
Like so, like let's say like let's say the
Like.
center of the Earth is pointed like the tip of the pizza slice, right? Let's say the surface of the Earth is like the outer crust, right? If you stand on the crust and look
No,
down, like
dude.
straight
No,
down,
time
right?
out. Knowledge. What's work from knowledge, not from your hopes and dreams. The
I'm trying
pizza's
to give you an
crust is
analogy.
it's a bad analogy because you know a pizza's circular. You're trying to prove that the earth is circular.
Listen to me.
So
I'm just giving you an analogy.
the analogy you tried to give is not a good one. I'm trying to explain that to you. Is that the only thing you guys understand if you start a sentence with trying? Like you're trying to give a bad analogy. Like, do you get it? Because I'm trying for you to like get it.
Okay, but it's an analogy.
It's a bad analogy.
No, it isn't.
So how do you know the earth?
Can I
How do
re-give the
you know
analogy?
the crust of the earth is a circle like the crust of a pizza.
If you
Like
let
I'm
me,
trying to explain it
I'm not
to you.
telling you. The pizza is just trying to explain to you how the bridge is built. I'm not talking about if okay, let me redo it. Right. So if the center, like right, the center of the earth, right, is the pointed tip of a pizza slice, right? The surface of the earth is the outer crust, right? If you stand on the like crust looking straight down, means pointing directly at like the center tip, right? If you place two massive towers on the crust a few thousand feet apart, they're standing on two different parts of the curve, right? Like to make like if you
Dude,
have to make that
enough.
stable, they both point straight down towards like the center tip. Because like they're both pointing at the same like exact point in the middle of like the planet, right? They act like the
Yeah.
two side crust edges of
Do
your
you
on
hear
the pizza.
yourself? Do you hear yourself presupposing that the Earth is a planet?
No, I'm giving you an analogy to explain the curve so you can
Well,
understand it.
No,
it's a bad analogy.
Do me a
it really
favor.
is.
Can you
And
bring
hold
like an
on,
engineer in here and let him explain to you why it's like things are wider at the top
it's like,
Oh
and
yeah,
stop
like
saying
they
like.
are
Can
at the
you
top?
edit like from
You
your
can't.
vocabulary? Can you take like out of your vocabulary? Is that
You
possible?
simpleton.
Can you commit
This
yourself
is
to that
this
for the next
no
couple of minutes?
no. Remember, Killing. This is the guy last week who informed us that he had a superior education to everyone in here. Yet he
Yeah,
says
well,
like 3 times a sentence.
and
it
now he's
has
looking
a
for an
it has
engineer
a
to
Wait,
come
if you're
white
not
connotation.
knight and
if
help
listen,
him. So
how do you
let's
know
move
what
back.
straight up
Knowledge
is if you
question
don't
for you. Knowledge, which kind of bridge were you referring to when you were attempting to teach us? What type of bridge is it that you're
whoever
referring
it was
to?
the peer bridge the guy was talking about.
Right, a
Yeah,
peer bridge. That was me. That was me that was referring to a peer bridge. So my first
yeah, and
question to you
how
is,
do you
how do
determine what
you, well,
straight
hold
up
on.
means without gravity?
Whoa.
How would you do that?
Well, okay, so that's ultimately where I would like to begin this chat with you on, is figuring out how is a pier installed? How is
You
the
tell me.
orientation for a pier installed? No, I'm asking you because you're the one that wanted to teach us about it.
I
So
just
go ahead
told
and
you.
teach.
I already told you just a few minutes ago.
Oh, sorry, I'm stupid. Can you tell me again, please?
I want to move on because I've already said that.
Oh
Like,
no!
repeat it, dude.
Wiggle,
Like,
wiggle.
just repeat it.
You said something 2 minutes ago and you won't even repeat it.
Yeah,
That's
I don't want to.
disingenuous.
I want to move to gravity now.
Now, oh, oh boy. All right. Old house, you go ahead, brother. I'll just shut up.
If I'm an engineer, how would I know what straight up is if I'm not using gravity? How would you do that? That's kind of weird. What is straight up if there's no such thing as gravity? How do you determine what's straight up?
Perpendicular to horizontal.
Okay.
Why do you have to giggle through that? Are you that emotional that you have to giggle through the truth? Nobody's disagreeing that there's not a bias of up and down. But you can't take your up and down and then pervert it to then say that there's in and out, which would be akin to a spheroid claim. So again, up and down exists. No one's fighting you on that.
Do you understand that a plumb bob is what's used to find like a perfect vertical line? Do you
Very
understand that?
good. Well done. I 100%. I actually,
Do you understand that?
I agree with you. I understand it. And I applaud it because that is a principle of construction. Plumb.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So then prove to me how then you can take your plumb
So
and
if you
and
understand how
pervert.
engineering works, right? That straight up means exactly opposite to the direction gravity is pulling. You realize that, right?
Yes, up and down. You have successfully demonstrated that there's a bias of up and down, correct? Keep going.
Yeah, because like the Earth has curvature, right? Gravity does not pull
I'm
in the
asking
same
you to edit
direction
like.
everywhere.
Can
It
you edit
always
like from
pulls.
your
It always pull.
vocabulary for a quick second?
It always pulls to the center of like the ball, right?
Okay, so prove to me, and this is where I would like you to, let's park the car for a moment. Prove that there's a center. Prove that the Earth is in fact curving. This is what I would like.
Okay.
We have up and down. Prove that there's a center.
Okay. So if you drop like a plumb bob, right? Gravity pulls it towards the center of the Earth. right?
That's a
Like,
claim.
right?
I'm asking you to prove
That's
that.
perfectly straight
Knowledge,
along
I'm
like
keeping your
that,
feet to
right?
the fire. No, I'm going to talk right through you
If you drop a
until
plumb bob
you,
like 1 mile away,
no,
gravity pull towards the
you're
same
wrong.
center,
You're
right?
wrong. Prove that the center is prove that there's a center of the earth. Prove that, please.
I am. You won't shut up.
Well, yeah, that's the sick thing, Killian. He thinks he is.
Yeah. No, and that's fine, but we have an
That's
up
all.
and down, which you're using the plumb bob to confirm knowledge. I
Okay.
totally agree. I applaud you for that.
What it
Well
means is
done.
that what it means is that the two things are not like parallel to each other. Like, right, they're pointing at the exact same spot, like deep
No.
underground, which means they are slightly
You're
tilted away
saying
from each other
that.
at the surface, right?
You're saying that, but I can go to any tower that is built. I can go to any high-rise building that's constructed. I can observe plumb with that building. I can go to another
Why
building
don't you ask
located
the engineers
somewhere
what they're doing?
else. I don't
Why
have
don't you
to
just
because
why?
no, I don't need to. Want to know why? Because the engineers
You don't
are
need to ask the
proceeding.
engineers.
No, I
They're not
don't. Want to
because
know?
you know
Stop
they'll
being
tell you they're
emotional.
accounting for the
Stop
curvature of
being
the earth when they
emotional
build the structure.
knowledge. Stop being emotional knowledge. Here's the thing. The engineers will point to stop being emotional. Stop being emotional. You're going to laugh. Why are you being emotional? Why are you being emotional,
You
knowledge?
said you don't have to ask
yourself.
the engineers. You said
No,
you
I
didn't have
don't
to
need
ask the
to
engineers.
because here's the thing. Because when engineers go to school, they go to school to learn about a principle called plumb, Plumb, which you're attempting to talk to me about right now. And I'm telling you that the principle of plumb confirms the directions of up and down, but I want from you the proof that there's a center of Earth that you keep referring to. What is the center of the Earth?
Like
Prove
when
it.
you say like they go to school, like according to their own plumb bobs, right? The two towers will naturally like flare out outward to get further apart at the top, right?
That is a claim.
That's why
You're
it's
not
wider
going
at the
to
top
use
and
an
it's like
axial
smaller at the base.
claim to prove your claim, right? When your claim is fallacious.
I'm gonna post
Where's the
sources in the
center
side
of
chat
the Earth?
right
You
now.
don't need sources. Again, the idea, the principle of plumb is proved up and down. I'd like you to prove your center
I just did.
/ curve of the Earth, please.
I did. I said that
We
it's
can-
wider at the top and smaller at the base. I'm about
That's
to
a
post the thing
claim.
in the side
That's a
chat.
claim. That's a claim. Do you have proof of your claim of a center of the Earth? Do you have even a proof? Do you even have a drop over distance on the actual crust on the surface of the Earth that you can prove that plumb actually differs from place to place? Can you confirm converging plumb lines over distances of, let's say, let's ask this: if you have two towers located, say, 100 miles apart, can you prove that those lines converge? No proof of converging plumb lines? So no proof of converging plumb lines. Bet. Have a good day, y'all. Take care.
Have a good one, bro.
What happened, Knowledge? Did he dispatch of your claim, or I was gone? My phone died, and 2 minutes later, it was all over.
Nah, I'm just looking up like the blueprints for like this thing. right?
Thank you. How specific? You don't say, yeah, what thing? Of a bridge?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you need to get this out of your head. You're telling yourself when you see it, when you drop a plumb line, you've got this weird thing in your mind where then you talk about dropping a plumb line a mile away. And then in your head, you've presupposed that this is being done on the surface of a planet, you call it. You're never going to get out of this if this is the way you face it, knowledge. If you want knowledge, you sure as shit are sticking your head in the dirt.
You can always ask yourself this question too, like, can you build a curved or arced bridge on a flat surface? If yes, then an arcing bridge would not be proven. We're looking for something exclusive on a curving surface. So the whole arcing bridge thing really doesn't do much, does it?
Is this that 1.25 inches of curvature they accounted for with the bridge that he's trying to find?
Actually, I'm not sure what he's trying to sell.
Yeah, because those cables that attach the two big pillars or whatever they are to that bridge, they expand and contract like 10 to 15 foot as the temperatures change throughout the seasons. So all of these tolerances, and it far exceeds these tiny little inch or whatever it is of the supposed accounting for curvature in the bridge design. But yeah, people have tried to pull up those blueprints in the past. They never found anything. People have actually gone to that bridge and tried to measure it and failed. It's a weak argument.
Yeah, I would suggest instead of looking for bridge curve measurements, you should look for earth curve measurements. Has come to find out, we're going to be like, oh, awesome, the bridge is arcing. Now, how do you know it's arcing above a curved surface? So you're going to have to get that curved earth measurement anyway.
How accurate do they
the
build these things?
Yeah, here we go. So, like, if you look at the side chat, yeah,
The
because
only
like
relative point,
It is that
the
same
only
bridge.
relative point for measurement would be the water surface, but that would be flat. Then they're going to have to prove that the water surface curves.
Okay, yes, now we know that the bridge and the water are not parallel. So how do you know that the
it
water
says the two
is
massive
curving?
like steel towers do not stand perfectly parallel like the lines on like a notebook paper, because like the towers are built like pointing perfectly straight up relative to its own local gravity vector. They slightly tilt away from each other, right? Like, right.
Yeah,
So
cool
if you measure the
story.
distance like at their base, right, at water level, like if you measure the distance between them at their various heights, like the tops are like 1 and like 5 inches, like further apart than its bottom. Like,
Yeah,
right,
prove it.
that
Prove
pretty
it.
much tells you right there they're accounting for the
Just prove
curvature.
it. Yeah, cool story. Prove it. Prove that actually. You said it would happen naturally.
I
So
just
they didn't need
posted.
to
Hold on,
account
let me
for it.
post
It
the
would just
Wikipedia
happen
article.
naturally. Dude, you were meant to find blueprints. You posted Wikipedia screenshot.
Yeah.
Prove that they actually are doing that.
Yes, that's what they said.
Oh, it must be true if it says it on Wikipedia.
It is true.
Must be true. Wikipedia probably went and
You
fact
can
checked
ask
it and
any
measured it.
engineer right now if that's how it's done.
Oh, really? I could go ask any engineer right
Why
now
don't you
that
just
if
ask an
they
engineer? Why
checked
don't you
it.
just bring him in here?
Well, how did the engineer check it?
How did he check it? Because he
Yeah,
went to
well,
school
we've
for
got
it.
lots of engineers that are flat earthers, by the way. It's a whole series called Balls
You
Out
can't be a
Physics
flat
by a
earther and be an
high
engineer
level engineer.
because you wouldn't be able to
Yeah,
build anything.
there's plenty. Yeah, there's plenty of engineers that are flat earthers. There's a whole series by a high level engineer called Brian Mullins. If you
My
want to watch it.
claim was that these structures, it would be wider at the top, and like it's
Yeah,
just
cool. Can you
okay.
prove your claim to be correct?
Yes, I just proved it to you. The reason why that is
Really? So
because they're
just
accounting
by
for the
repeating.
curvature.
Oh,
Oh wow,
brother.
you think that's proving your claim just by saying the claim
Yes.
again?
Brother,
Yes.
have you ever seen chopsticks? I can
Such a
put
high
them
IQ
slightly
argument.
leaning away from each other, and they're slightly wider at the top, and I could set these two chopsticks on a flat surface. That doesn't prove that the ground
Yeah, there are
underneath the
plenty.
chopsticks is curving, dude.
There are plenty of much smaller bridges that don't have to account for curvature, right? And yet their two pillars are slightly at an angle. Usually, I think they do it. They do it to compensate for the weight of the how's it called? Like those big wires that the bridge hangs from. So there's big wires, and then the bridge hanging on them, like they weigh down the pillars. So they already put the pillars pointing like away from the center of the bridge. So when the mass of the bridge pulls down on the wires hanging from the pillars, it sorts of like negates the effect of them pointing outwards, and it has nothing to do with curvature. Just has to do with like what's the best to compensate for the weight
If
of
you
the bridge
understand that the
hanging
Earth's
from the
curvature,
pillars.
like if you understand that the plumb lines like pull towards like the center of the Earth, like you can't ignore the curvature. Like right, you can't do that on our model.
Brother,
Dude, plumb line would point downwards 90-degree perpendicular even on a flat
So
Earth. So it doesn't prove anything. You're just assuming there is
no, what I'm
curvature
telling
out
you
there.
is that
However,
like
hold on.
we don't build
However,
structures
what I'm saying,
parallel to one another.
hold on. However, what I'm saying is that first you're gonna have to show us that these two pillars are not 90-degree perpendicular to the water surface, right? For you to prove your claim. And even if you did that, that still wouldn't prove that there is a curve.
And look, you've literally got an architect in the chat right now. An
That's cool.
architect with a master's,
Yeah.
right, saying that they account
I
for
have a
thermal
master's in
changes in the
mathematics.
bridge.
Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, but
from
we're
Princeton.
talking about architecture right now, aren't we? We're talking about
Did he go to
engineering and
Princeton?
architecture.
Did he go to Princeton?
He's a.
Is he?
I'm
Is
not
he a
going to dox. I'm
multi-millionaire?
not. Huh? It doesn't matter. You've got. There's a bunch
I
of
make about
architects in
like
this
15
community.
million a
Actually.
year. You think
oh,
I get
goodness.
what some
Dude,
fucking
you
random ass guy?
look. Rich people don't brag about money, right? You don't come across
Yes, they
as a
do.
very. You're not very good at arguing this topic. So just
I'm actually
like
the largest whale in the world.
bragging
by the
like
way.
that, dude. You lied about being a pilot. That's
No, I didn't.
cringe. That's
No, I
super
didn't.
cringe.
Oh,
Yeah,
astronauts
what type
too.
of pilot license do you have then?
Commercial. It's
You have
how
a
I bought this
commercial
beautiful
pilot's license?
car
Great,
in
because
my.
I'm gonna add
Do
that.
you see? Do you see my
with our
beautiful car?
with our long
You said that I
conversation
wasn't
with
rich.
you the other day.
We're about to disprove that in the side chat. You know I can post screenshots, right?
You know, every second person on the road is driving a nice
Hey, what if
car,
I told
right?
you I'm the biggest whale in the world? Would you believe me?
It doesn't really matter because you sound like a kind of shitty person, so it doesn't really matter.
It's not a shitty person. I'm just a millionaire talking down to you.
Yeah, but you're acting like an arrogant, cocky, shitty
I live in a
person.
gated community.
Right.
Why not? Who the fuck are you? I'm a limousine liberal.
Bro. That's so cringe. What you're doing right now is next level cringe.
I don't give a shit what you say, bud. Okay? You understand?
Okay, all right. I can hear the.
Okay, I live in a gated. I don't give a fuck what like retard middle class people like you do with your life. I didn't
Really?
become a
So you
millionaire
don't-
by being a
you're just
nice
showing
guy.
You don't know what any of us do.
I don't care.
You're just stereotyping.
Yeah,
You're just acting ignorant and cocky, and you sound extremely soy, and you
Yeah,
sound
you're
extremely
upset.
vaccinated.
because you're lying to me. That's why.
You sound upset, Knowledge.
Dude, what happened? It spiraled so
DJ
quick.
DJ does that to
Sorry.
people.
Holy shit.
Oh god.
That was so
So you're
funny.
a commercial
Well,
pilot,
if you
are
stop
you?
lying to me about being an architecture and then telling me that like how they do plumb lines is like you're lying to me. That's how
No,
everybody
I
does. That's how all.
I didn't say that I'm an architect. I said that somebody in the channel right now
Oh,
is an
he didn't go.
architect that's in the
He
sled
doesn't have a
chat.
degree then, fucker. He's lying to you.
You're ridiculous.
Oh, really?
Okay.
He doesn't
They
have
do
a
not.
degree to
They
Ridiculous.
teach
So
do
that?
not
again,
teach
have
flat
you been
Earth
able to
in college, bud.
have
He
you been able
cannot.
to
He cannot
prove
get a degree
knowledge?
without like understanding.
Knowledge. Don't be disingenuous. Have you been able to prove
You
converging plumb
did
lines
not
over
go to
great
college. You are lying
distances?
to me.
You don't
Whoever the
have to.
He's
architect.
I
trying to
don't have to
avoid that,
declare
isn't he,
where I went
Killian?
to, what I did. The question is, have you been able to successfully prove converging plumb lines over distances? Yes or no?
Yes.
How?
I just
Share it
told
with
you.
us, please.
I just told you.
Share it.
Yeah, he shared an article from Wikipedia.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So
he posted
explain
a
to us
screenshot.
how it works within that article as to how you
I
have
explained to
converging
you
plumb lines over
why, like
great
it's wider at the
distances.
top than it is at the
It
bottom.
says so.
Okay.
It says
We
so.
said it multiple
It says it in
times.
the Wikipedia article, so it must be true. That's his logic.
It's not even like mentioning flat or round Earth. They're just accounting for the curvature. That's all they're doing.
Really? So
That's all it
proof
proves.
that they're actually that far
I'm
apart
gonna
at the top
believe
and the
the
bottom.
engineers over you,
Ah,
right?
so it's just faith.
I believe the engineers. You're not
All
an
right,
engineer.
knowledge.
Okay.
So again, coming back to what I was discussing with you prior, the idea of a pier bridge. So if I have, let's say, a lake. Let's say this lake is, I don't know, maybe 20 miles in length. How would I install each pier into that lake that's 20 miles in distance, in length?
How would you install it?
How would I install each pier into that lake bed that is measuring 20 miles in distance?
So if you're accounting for the curvature, it depends on whether you're talking about like the
No,
horizontal or vertical
see,
lines.
you have to literally piss in your own well, right? And state that there's, if you're accounting for it. No, I'm simply asking you,
How do you account for the horizontal and
asking
vertical
you.
lines? How do you do
Well,
that?
I use the principle that you were rendering earlier, the principle of the plumb bob. Stop being emotional. You're way too emotional in these conversations. I'm asking you to have a genuine conversation.
I'm talking to an
You
idiot.
walk out the idea of plumb. You said the plumb bob. So I'd like to know, how are these piers installed?
You don't understand what a plumb bob is.
You have a string with a weight on the end. It shows you up and it shows you down. The weight on the edge of the
How do you
string
know that?
points
How
down.
do you know what up and down
because
is
that's
without?
how.
You say gravity doesn't exist, so I wouldn't know what up or down
No,
would be.
I said the bias. I said, and I applauded you for identifying the plumb bob and how the plumb bob works, illustrating the bias of up and down.
Nonsense.
No, because I'm talking about the thing that you mentioned, which is the plumb bob. So I'm still stuck on a pier bridge.
How do I know what's
right?
up
The
or
idea
down
of a plumb bob
if I don't
and how
understand
a
it? That's
plumb
relative to
bob
gravity.
helps me construct a pier bridge. So can we talk about how a plumb bob helps me construct a pier bridge, please?
I just told you.
How?
Gravity pulls. Do you remember when I told you gravity pulls everything straight down towards the center of the Earth? Right, like straight
so
down. That's
we're
called
back
it's
to asking for the
perpendicular
proof
to
of
the
the
surface,
center of
and
the
it
Earth.
follows those V-shaped lines. Right. So, right. That's what it does. Right.
That's your claim. Again,
It's not what my claim is. It's what's
it
true.
is, because the plumb bob illustrates up and down. And over, say again, a 20-mile lake, we go 1 mile, 1 mile, 1 mile, 1 mile. We drop a plumb line every single mile, right? And that's illustrating up and down. But I still have yet to, even that distance over 20 miles, prove that that up and down at the 1 mile marker versus, let's say, the 19-mile marker actually converges over that distance. I've only observed on the surface up and down. You've had to come in and say, oh, by the way, there's a center of the earth that these things are pointing to. We'll prove it.
Yeah, that's like a pizza. Yeah, knowledge, you really need to realize what you're doing, dude. Listen to your own claim. Listen to the analogy you were attempting to make.
I was listening to an engineer explain how they do plumb lines.
Who's the engineer you were listening to?
All of them on
Okay.
every single one of them online.
So plumb lines, right? So plumb lines work on the principle again of plumb, right? And the
You
plumb
don't
bob
understand
helps us
this.
work it out. I understand it perfectly. I'm actually just asking you
You don't even
questions
believe in
about
the
the thing
concept
that
of
you're.
gravity, so why the fuck would I take you
No,
seriously?
I
Just,
perfectly
just,
walked out
just
my
measure this thing.
understanding of gravity by
We did?
stating what a plumb bob does. It has the up and
Mm.
down. It shows the up and down direction. It shows the bias. But again, over, let's say, a 20-mile lake, if I were to install a pier every mile in order to prop up a roadway that I would need to construct to go over that 20-mile lake, I've successfully observed the principle of plumb by installing those piers into the floor bed. So again, the question becomes, or question gets flipped back to you, where is the center of the earth? Do you have proof of it? And also these plumb lines converging over great distances.
Yeah, like let's say, did you say 20 miles? Okay, so let's say they're
Sure.
500 feet tall, right? One at
Sure.
each end of like the 20-mile lake, or they're both like they're perfectly straight up and down. Like let's just using like the plumb bob, right? So those towers would be like 30 inches like further apart at the top than they are at the bottom on my model, right?
How? Prove it.
Because the
Prove
surf
it.
because the
Prove that the
because
surface is
the earth
curving.
curves significantly pointing the two towers in slightly different locations, like into
Prove
space.
it. Because here's the thing, if we drop a plumb line at the surface, right? It shows us
Why
up
are
and
they 30
down,
inches
and
apart
then
though on my model?
we were to go to maybe we're gonna construct, say, a
I need you
tower
to
right
explain
beside.
why they're 30
We're gonna.
inches apart on my model.
That's
Hey,
your
knowledge,
claim,
why do
though. You're
you
the one
keep
that
over
built the
talking?
model, right?
Stop
No,
over
you're
That's
the
your
talking,
one who
claim.
did
Knowledge.
that. You said 20 miles apart.
Right? And I said that we're installing piers every mile in order to prop up the roadway. You're the one that said that these things are converging. You have to prove that. You understand this, right? You can't just say it and that becomes your proof. You have to demonstrate it. Direct evidence, not circumstantial. You saying so is circumstantial evidence, which we don't have enough evidence of this circumstance to prop
Okay,
up your claim,
this
which
is
is
the
the
part that you
problem.
don't like.
It's not a question of me not liking.
No,
We're
this is like
discussing the truth.
so the
Here's the
water in
thing,
the
right?
lake, right?
Here,
So
I
our
just
20
want
mile
to
lake,
set a
it's
stone
not
for
flat,
you.
right? It
I want to
follows
set a
the
stone
bulge
for
of
you.
the
I want to
earth,
set a
right?
stone for you. I want to set a stone for you so you understand. The truth is the truth, regardless of how you feel about it. Whether you choose to
Yes,
giggle and
you're
laugh through
correct.
it the whole
The
way,
truth is the truth.
right? And it
They're
fears no
30. It's 30
question.
inches further
Right.
apart at the top than they are at the bottom. Yeah, that's
That's a
the truth.
claim. So show us a measurement of it, right?
Okay, so
Show
here
us
we
your
go.
model.
So the
Build your
water,
model, right?
I
And
have to
show
do
us
this in
how
my
this
head,
works.
bro. I have to do it in
No,
my head. You
see,
said 20
well,
miles.
that's
You
a
gave me 20
problem.
miles, okay?
Yeah.
So this is the part that I said you wouldn't like, right? The water in the lake is not flat, right? It follows the bulge of the earth, right? So
Oh,
if you
wow. So you're
drew,
gonna come with, okay, hold on a second.
if
No,
you
we have a
drop,
problem. No, we have a problem. I'm
if you
sorry.
drew a
Nope,
perfectly
I'm
straight
not
laser
letting you.
line for the
Nope, you're not.
shoreline on one side of
Nope,
the lake to
sorry.
the other, the
Here's the
water in
thing.
the
I'm
middle of
not
the
gonna
lake
let
would
you
bulge
build. I'm
upwards
not
on
gonna
my
let you
model,
build upon a
right?
fallacious claim when you just flew in the face of a law of nature that water seeks its level continuously, always. So until you adhere to that principle within
Did
your
you hear the
model,
bulge of the
you
earth,
and I
buddy?
can't have a genuine conversation because you've just pissed in your own well. You've
If you
literally deconstructed your own
when I
model
say the
because,
bulge
again,
of the earth,
principle
like
of
I'm not saying that
nature,
water sits perfectly flat.
you
I'm
just
saying if you drew a
said that
perfectly straight like laser line from the shoreline on one side of the lake to the other, right? The water in the middle of the lake would bulge upward, right? So that would mean like
that
if you
flies in the
stand at like one
face
end
of
of
the
the
law of
bridge on this 20
nature.
miles or
Okay,
whatever, the far end of the bridge would
have you ever
drop
spilled
about
water? Have you
it would
had an
drop
issue where
about like
water?
we got to get to the horizon on your 20-mile lake, right? So you said 20 miles, right? So if you stand on one side end of the bridge, the far end of the bridge, it would drop about 266 feet below like the because of the horizon, right? If it's like about 20 miles, right? It would drop about 266 feet, right? Just going off of what you said.
But you
Because
said it
of,
wasn't.
I'm still
But
stuck
you
on
said it
you.
was.
because
ahead,
because
You said
like
it wasn't.
okay, because of that 266 right, a 20 mile, it
No,
cannot be built as a straight beam.
in Chinese.
If it drops about 266 feet, like a 20-mile bridge cannot be built like as one straight beam. It can't. It must curve downwards like a massive
I think has
gentle
somebody showed,
rainbow
just out of
to track
curiosity,
the
I don't know
surface
how
of the
long you,
water, right?
has somebody shown you the like laser tests at all, or have you seen those? Have you heard of those? Knowledge?
Just quickly before we get to laser tests, I just want to ask about a bridge really quickly. Sorry, no tanks. So knowledge, if let's say we have a long bridge like the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, it's 24 miles across. Do you think they would have had to have accounted for earth curvature to build that bridge?
If it's over 20 miles.
It's 24 miles, yeah. So they would have had to. What if they just build it in small sections? What if they just build it in small sections?
It couldn't be built as a straight beam.
Well, nobody builds has a 24-mile straight beam. Obviously, they build bridges like this in sections, right? Do you think that they would have to account for earth curvature or not? If there's 266
Yes.
or more, right?
Yes,
24
because
miles.
when you say it's 24 miles long, you cannot see the other side of the bridge because of the curvature. So if you stand like at one side, you're not going to be able to see the other side. I promise you.
I used to make this point a long time ago, DJ.
Hold on a second. Sorry. All right. So we contacted the engineering department for the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, which is 24 miles across. Here's the response. So we did ask them if they took earth curvature into account, and they absolutely did not take earth curvature into account. There's the email reply from them in the side chat there. We also have side views, right, showing an extremely large left to right distance of the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, showing zero curvature of the water or the bridge. Right, we have plenty of images of this. We also have many tests that have been done where we can actually zoom in all the way across the bridge using a super zoom camera and see the shoreline on the other side of the bridge with zero curvature.
And what kind of bridge is this, DJ?
They
Hold on,
take this into account.
please give me a quick second. I have to ask this question. DJ, what kind of bridge is this?
I don't know the specific name of different types.
No,
of
but DJ, come on. You've been in this long enough. I should be able to ask you this question. What type of bridge is the Pontchartrain Bridge, brother?
The car bridge?
I don't know the technical term for the bridge.
It's like a pier bridge. It has piers, right?
Yeah.
Those things that go underneath the roadway down into the lake bed, those are called piers, right? And this is where I say to you that we, as intelligent people within this community, should be able to present and know that this is a pier bridge, and a pier bridge gets installed to a principle of plumb. Every single way you go dropping these piers, they're all installed to the principle of plumb. Anyways, I'll leave it at that. Don't want to get muted.
DJ, with your site, the thing you're citing, are they responding in regards to how much? Because you said they built it in sections. Are they responding in?
It was just an email asking if they took the Earth's curvature into account when they built
had
the bridge.
This
and
is
they
a
said
fake email.
Okay, so that.
It's fake email.
All right, so the thing I wanted to, real quick, the thing I just wanted to ask, the length of material would change. Did they answer that at all or not? Like you would need a different amount of length for a chord line versus an arc in their material sections.
I'm not sure. They did explain in the email reply there how they wrote it, and you're welcome to contact them as well. You have all of their information there, Mr. Pilot, right? I mean, I'm not talking to No Tanks. I mean, I'm talking to this knowledge guy, right? If you want to claim that this is fake, then you can contact them as well. They explain in the email reply why they didn't take it into account.
Yes, they did. If you stand at 0 miles and drop a plumb line, it points towards the center of the earth, right? If you do 24 miles, it's also pointing to the center of the earth. Because the lines must meet exactly at the same point inside the earth, right, on our model, they cannot be parallel. This is not parallel, right? It looks like a giant V-shaped, right? Like every single one of those.
I posted the side view shot and the zoom zooming across the entire lake, showing you
Okay,
that there's no curvature.
okay,
There's no
but
drop
every
over
single one of
distance.
those columns under the lake, right? We're aligned using gravity. Okay, each column points directly at the center of the Earth. Okay, right? Do you understand this? On the globe model. Okay, that's how this would work
They
on the
just,
globe model.
yeah, look, they're just parallel to, look, they just use plumb lines. That's all
If
they do.
listen,
So
if
the Earth's
engineers
flat,
had forced all columns,
then
if they
yeah.
were
So look,
all
the
listen,
engineers
engineer,
said that they didn't account for Earth curvature when they built the bridge, and now your only
yes,
response
they
is
did.
to say that it's a fake email, which is just
Because
a code.
no, because if they didn't, right, then like if all of the columns would be perfectly parallel, the first column at like would be like it would be crooked. Like this bridge isn't crooked. You have to take that into account.
The bridge is flat. Look at the side view. See the side view? Can you see the side view?
Okay.
Knowledge, do you have working eyes? Look at the image underneath the letter. Right? It's a side view from a high altitude.
Listen
so
to
we can
me.
see a huge...
On the globe.
No. Don't interrupt me.
Listen.
Don't
No,
interrupt.
you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I said look at the side view. I literally said look at the side view. Can you see the picture with the red lines drawn? Or not?
It doesn't mean anything. You're not doing like proper math or like whatever.
Can you see it or not? Can you see it or not?
I don't care, dude. You're just yapping.
Okay, so if something's curving because of gravity, like the surface of the water, then it should be curving. It's not curving.
Listen to me. Okay.
No. And
on the globe model,
when
this is built according to the globe model,
it should be curving. On the globe model, it should be curving.
There is no such thing as up or down on the globe model without taking gravity into account. This was built according to the globe model, right?
Why? No, it's not. No, they didn't. They didn't do that. They didn't take any curvature into account.
How did they know which way is up or down without using gravity? Gravity gives us that. Okay.
Oh, really? You wouldn't have a downward direction on a flat Earth?
On our model, like it's relative to like we're following the gravity vector.
We agree with little g. 9.81 meters per second squared downward rate of acceleration. We agree with that, right? You guys are claiming a cause of the effect, and actually your cause and your Earth shape would mean that the water should be curving, and that this bridge here in the side shot that we can see that's not curving would have to be curving, but it's not curving. And then the engineers also didn't take Earth curvature into account. Your only response is to complete. Your only response. No, I'm talking and you're listening.
No, so you're not.
Your only response is to completely ignore the proof right in front of your eyes that the water's not curving, right? And to say that the email is fake from the engineering company that built the bridge. Right, so saying "nah, it's fake," and then ignoring the actual evidence, and then underneath that, 2 images down, we have a zoom the entire way across the lake, the entire way across, and you can see that the 200, or actually it's over 300 foot of curvature over 24 miles, isn't there. It's not there.
Well,
and all you can do is cope.
Listen to me. On the globe model.
Hold on. Just a second, Knowledge. Do we have to remind you that you just told us a moment ago that you can't see the other side of the lake because it's curved underneath the Earth?
Listen to me, right?
I was listening to you. I'm reminding you.
I'm going to explain gravity to him on the globe model. Okay.
Yeah, we already know how gravity works on the globe model. Everything would be being drawn towards the center of mass, and that would mean that the bridge should be curving, the water should be curving, right? But it's not doing that. So you need to acknowledge knowledge. You need to put an A, right? Acknowledge what we're saying and stop running away from the evidence that's being presented here, because we can clearly see that there's no curvature when we zoom the whole way across the lake. Yeah, we have cameras that can zoom in 24 miles now.
Listen to me. On the globe model, right? When you said down is towards the center of, like, you know, the
yeah, I just told you how it works on the globe model. We can move past that now. It's not doing that.
You said that they did not account for gravity, like, or curvature.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I said they just built.
Gravity pulls
I s-
inwards from all sides from the center, right, on the globe model. This
No,
means down always points
right.
towards
So
the
the water
center's
should be
core. Up
curving.
always
That's
points
not
directly
curving.
into space away from the core,
Right,
right?
but that's not a globe, though. It's not a
If
globe,
you are
so we don't have
standing
to.
at the
We
North
don't have
Pole,
that
down
problem.
is towards the center of the Earth and
No,
up towards
this is
like the North
fantasy.
Star, right?
Knowledge.
Without
Knowledge.
gravity, you would not know this. There would be no down towards the center that you have to.
We know how it works on the globe.
Okay.
Right, I
You
just
have to
explained
take the
it to you.
curvature into account when you do
Yeah.
that.
But there isn't any curvature to take into account.
You are an idiot. Okay.
Oh, really?
Knowledge.
Well, I'm
Knowledge. Your
presenting
argument
evidence
is
to you.
your
So go
argument
ahead.
is based on
There
an
is no
assumption.
up or down if there's no gravity, boy.
You're making an assumption.
You wouldn't know
Knowledge.
that.
In order for
them
you
to
make
do
Not
this
on a
plumb
globe,
line to
baby.
create this bridge, they have to know what
Hey.
up and down means.
It's
Okay,
their
they
emotional
can't do
meltdown.
that. You told me
It's their
that these
emotional
idiots
meltdown.
went to school. You don't even know the basics.
Yeah, I do know the basics, and I'm showing you evidence that directly refutes the
No,
so-called
you're not.
basics. Yeah, I am.
No, you're
Right?
not.
You're not. You're ignoring it. You're ignoring it. You're actually blatantly ignoring it, which is not a good look. You guys.
Yeah,
Do you want me to,
honestly,
I can show you. I can show you an observation right now as well, where we can see from 5-foot observer height. We can zoom in across a 21-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side. During the daytime, during the nighttime, we can blatantly see the shoreline completely unobstructed on the other side of the lake. 21 miles. Completely flat water, no horizon over the entire 21-mile distance. It's another observation that just completely destroys everything you
But
just
like,
claimed.
but the curvature would only be like 0.35 degrees of
no,
curvature.
dude. Now
right?
you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. Now
Like if
you're
you
just,
drive, like say, like
dude.
if
You
you
just
drive 24
200
miles the other side and point straight up, like if you stand at the
293
beginning,
foot.
like if we stand at like the starting place of the bridge, right? Like if
It's
you
not a
stand up
bridge.
and you point straight up to the sky, you are pointing at a specific spot in space. So let's drive
No.
24
If we're
miles to the
5
other side of the
foot,
bridge and we look straight up again. Your body has rotated along the
knowledge.
curved Earth. You are now like pointing like
Knowledge.
0.35
If we have a 21
degrees
mile
away
lake,
from like the original location.
focus. If we have a 21-mile lake, there should be 293 foot of curvature if the Earth's a globe. So if I set up a camera at 5 foot, the shoreline on
don't
the other
care.
side of the lake,
hold on.
the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be 223 foot obstructed. That should be the hidden height. Like you said, there's a big hump of water in between point A and point B, right? This was what you said. How come the hump of water's not there?
Listen to me, right?
I-
Because like the 24 miles, like those construction workers would have had to let the bridge pillars rotate along, like with that 40, like 3 point, like that 0.35 degree change. If they didn't, the pillars at the far end would not align with like local gravity, right? And the bridge would be like unstable. It's not unstable.
I'm having a flashback, dude. May I get in here for just 30 seconds, Knowledge? Because you started talking about when you're going, this guy gets further and further along the curve. I asked you 3 days. The first time you were here, I asked you about a plane taking off from New York, landing in China, if it would be inverted from how it originally took off. And you had a meltdown over that. And now that's the very thing you're describing here. People heading towards antipodal position. You're going to do it again. You're going to start laughing again.
I'm just laughing because it's funny.
Well, dude, why did you melt down about it when you're now making that argument?
Because it's a stupid argument.
It's your argument.
It's your argument.
No, you're the one that's convinced that there are people standing antipodal to you right now.
I understand what up and down means, okay, on the round Earth model.
Great non-answer, rich guy.
You don't have gravity on your fucking pizza world, so there is no such thing as up or down. Like,
Who said anything but a pizza world?
How ironic is it you were using a pizza to use as an analogy for the borer, and now you've flipped, you've spun, and now you're using a pizza to describe the flat Earth. You're actually not, dude. Rich guy, it doesn't seem like you're you're not actually participating in this conversation because you're too emotionally wrapped up in your ball fantasy.
You told
so if
me,
you're actually, go ahead.
these
You need
people
to
told me
start
they had an
demonstrating that
architect
you're
who went to school, and that they're lying to me about what a plumb bob does. All right.
Nobody lied
no,
to you
you're
about
lying to
anything.
yourself about
Yes,
what
you
a
did.
plumb bob does. Dude,
You sent
you're the
me
one.
like a fake ass email that said they didn't account for the Yes, they did. 100%.
No, they didn't. No, nobody said they didn't use little g, right? Or anything like that. Nobody said that they didn't use plumb. Nobody said that. They just said that they didn't need to account for the earth curvature because they built the bridge in sections.
Yes, they do.
Okay, cool story. How come when we zoom in across a 20-mile lake, there's no curvature at all?
Because it's only
You said that we wouldn't be able
0.35
to see.
degrees.
No.
And
It's
they have to account they have to account for that. They
So
have
you
to
said
account
you
for
said
that,
there should be a hump.
or else it's not going to
Did you not
be
say?
like relative to gravity, like
Did you
right?
not
Or
say
else
that there
the
should
thing
be a hump? If you said if there's a
you
20-mile
can't
lake
really see
between point
0.35 degrees,
don't
homie. It's very
right. This is
small.
right. So
It's
this
very small.
unfortunately it's going to have to be
It's
done
very small.
in a different way now.
0.35 degrees.
Focus. Right. So which is
Can you do math real quick?
266.67. Yeah, 266.67 feet is how much curvature there should be. Drop over distance over a 20-mile distance on the globe. Right. So we can
Show
calculate
it
the
to me.
distance to the
Show it
horizon.
to me in the side chat.
Well,
Right,
Dude,
I'd
21 mile lake.
actually like knowledge to find out why we'd have over 200 feet of physical obstruction. Do you know why? Knowledge?
well, he already made the claim that that's what would be occurring, and now he's
Okay,
gone to
so he's
180 from it.
backtracking, and he's
Yeah.
saying that it would be too little to see. Okay, knowledge. What's the Earth's radius? Alleged Earth's radius on the globe Earth model.
What's the Earth's radius?
Yeah, in miles, please.
It was like I need the Pythagorean
This was
theorem.
elite
An
stolen.
approximation. An
Elite
approximation
stolen
in
you were
miles.
dragging.
Is it near 5,000, 2,000? How many?
Can I do the Pythagorean theorem real quick? So on my calculator.
The what
Sure.
theorem? The Pythagorean.
Pythagorean. Yeah. Sorry.
The Pythagorean theorem.
I need to know that to know the radius.
Oh my god, bro. The Pythagorean. What's the Pythagorean theorem?
Sounds like a disease.
Yeah, it does. It sounds a lot like a disease. Is that your brainworms talking for you?
COVID part 2.
Pythagorean.
Have you heard of a guy called Pythagoras before?
I thought it was Pythagorean with the sticks, bro.
Yeah, the cult of
Pythagorean.
It's the Pythagorean.
Pythagorean, the Pythagorean cult.
So hold on a second. You're going to
Pythagorean.
use the study of triangles, the Pythagorean theorem, in order to prove a curvy ground?
No, I need to know that to know the radius.
Dude, it's
So
39.59
how does the
miles. We
study
can
of
work past this.
triangles bring you
Okay.
to the observation of a
Okay, but I
radius
didn't want
of
to cheat.
Earth?
I had to pull out a
You
calculator.
didn't even know the radius off the top of your head? Wow. You're the
No.
only person in the room that didn't know that.
So
Okay, let's get back. You wanted to see. Hold on a second. He wanted to see.
Hold on. I'm looking at your
Story time.
email real quick. We're about to
Oh, really?
study
Oh,
this.
God. You just
That's what we're about
study
to do.
the email?
you shouldn't be
Study the
looking at the
email?
email. You should address the claim at hand. Knowledge. If the Earth
You
is a
told me to
sphere
put-
with a radius of 3959 miles, then how much over 200 miles? How much physical obstruction should we see, based on the
20
calculation of the Earth's radius?
20 miles.
20 miles. Sorry, yeah, not 200. 20 miles.
21. Let's get specific because I'm about to show him a 21-mile observation.
At 5 feet observer height.
Yep.
Are we looking at Rampion?
No, we're looking at Great Salt Lake, Utah.
Ooh,
This one.
beauty.
Knowledge. Look in the side chat. You asked me to present the observation that I was talking about. But I can tell you that you're not listening right now.
We're listening. I'm doing what you told me to do.
Yeah, so what I want you to do is focus on the observation that you asked me to present. It's in the side
No,
chat.
we're gonna have
I
fun
can
with
just
this
tell you
email.
the answer. 21 miles is 294 foot of curvature on a globe. Right? Can we move past that now to the observation?
Knowledge, take a look at the side chat.
Just do whatever you can to avoid the evidence presented in the side chat.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that kind of intrigued me since I was talking with earliest on was somebody claiming that, like, we have to know gravity prior to knowing down. Like, they definitely, Newton definitely lived in a house where they built it prior to discovering quote unquote gravity. Then there was this vertical thing brought up, this plumb thing brought up, which somebody, Reddins, you got the feedback. But,
No, sorry about that.
then there was this plumb bob that was brought up as if we don't know what that is. We can measure that, right? Like I could give a situation where we drop a weight on a string, and we can make points, mark little points on that string, and we can measure the short, ABC, the shortest distance between those points, ABC will lie along a plumb line, which is vertical. And then how I'm bringing that together is that somebody had stated, I think it was Knowledge stated, that the bridge was diverging from plumb, diverging from itself. So that would entail that there was a shorter distance, right? Because we can prove that a plumb line will establish the shortest distance between those points. There's a shortest distance in that pillar, which is absurd.
Wow, this is some serious avoiding of the argument, isn't it? He's taking this long to work out how much curvature there should be over 21 miles when we already told him the answer is 294 feet. It's like
Oh,
he's
you don't realize,
scared to
DJ,
engage.
it can't be that because you have your observation and you can see that that's not it, and he knows the Earth's a globe, so that math can't be right. He's working it out.
Yeah, yeah. Must have to be a bigger globe or something. Well,
So,
thanks for
Knowledge, are you paying
confirming that.
attention?
I don't think he is. I think he's like weeping, like convulsing and like weeping, and he's got like snot and tears running down his chin.
This can't be right. These flat earthers are making too much sense.
It's that Pythagorean theorem. He needs to get some.
I think the pathogens got
Oh
to him.
no.
The pathogens.
Pathogens. You still with us, Knowledge? Whatever you do, don't leave, okay? It's my birthday. That's right.
I wrote it before you said it. I wrote it, I guess.
It's the big 20, DJ.
Happy birthday, bro.
Thank
20th.
you, bro. Thank
Wow,
you.
that's awesome.
Yeah, wow. I'm getting
Good
old,
job.
cuz I'm getting old.
Duh.
I remember when I was just a teen.
Starts to speed up from 20. You'll be 25 before you know it.
Yeah. Ugh. Getting married, getting kids, all of that stuff. Oh, one
Awesome,
day.
man. Happy birthday.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. We're going to be going out later on, me and the fam. We're going to go and eat some
Awesome.
fish. Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Maybe kick some ass and pool later, too. It'll be fun. Knowledge, buddy. Where you at?
Hey, Knowledge, do you want to start over, like a get out of free jail card and just begin again? Say, hi, I'm Knowledge. I'm interested in the subject, not fly in here and say, I'm like a pilot.
No, I'm just running this guy's
He's
email
here.
through an AI image detector, and all of them tell me
Oh,
this
good
image is created
gracious.
by AI. Holy shit,
Are you
man!
serious?
Yeah.
That's what
The
you've been doing
email
this whole time?
Oh, gosh.
and an AI detector saying the email's AI. But if you have a look at when we contacted them, it was before anyone had any AI, right? So this email is actually from a long time ago. And I can pull it up, old posts of this email on our home server from like 2021,
You didn't
for
talk to any
example.
engineer. You're lying.
Yeah, we
My
contacted them.
dad's an engineer, ding dong.
So when was AI available? When did AI become something that we could use?
The math in here is completely wrong too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's wrong about it? That's their math.
What do you think it's wrong about it? Tell me why a real engineer would say, like, no real engineer would ever say this shit.
Okay, what? Name something they said that was incorrect.
No, you do that. I want to see if you can spot it.
So if the engineers that responded to this made a mistake, then that's somehow our fault.
Huh? It says like the drop off is like 522 over 24 miles, and you said that like it was built like how did you say it was built? Like 56 and 84 feet long?
No, I said that. All I know is what they said in the email. They said they built it in sections, so taking Earth curvature into account wasn't something that they needed to do. That's all it says.
Okay, but like if an engineer like laid flat like a connected end to end, like you say, like tangent lines like on a circle, right? They would follow like the curvature. There is no commutative drop off point or
is no
slope because the water
curvature.
below it is curving at the exact same
No, it's
rate.
not. It's if it was curving, then there should be obstruction of things on the other side of the lake.
If the
but it's not
bridge
there, you
actually,
idiot.
if the bridge actually had a 522 drop off relative to its starting like altitude, one end of the bridge would be deep underwater, or like there would be like yes, that's exactly what would happen.
Yeah. So it shouldn't be completely flat when we take a side view of the
Yes,
bridge.
you didn't talk to an engineer, bud. Is the bridge
we did.
underwater? Is the bridge underwater?
Why would the bridge be underwater?
I just told you.
That's the plot.
You did not talk to an engineer. This image is fake. Your email is fake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I was also doing math.
Hey, knowledge. Since you've derailed yourself, may I ask you a question?
And listen. Yeah,
That's
like
a yes or no.
engineers do not use like out when this like a bridge deck like over a lake. What the fuck are you talking about? Altitude just refers to the height like above sea level or distance in like the atmosphere. Okay. Because lake, it's tidal next to the Gulf of Mexico. It's water level, right? So why is an engineer in here talking bullshit and nonsense in your email?
Hey, dude. I'm going to ask the question.
Why would an engineer use the word altitude when the lake is connects to the Gulf of Mexico? It's at water level. Yeah, you should have like
You
if you're
have
gonna
someone
create
you
a
asked
have
me
fake
to
all
be
of
in
their
the
contact
if you're gonna create
details.
a fake email, at least get the
Nobody's
jargon right.
creating anything fake. So that's your guys' only rebuttal to these flat Earth
Your engineer.
observations and things like this, right? So your only rebuttal
This
is to
bridge
say
is
it's
not
fake. This
underwater,
isn't next
buddy.
level. Why would the bridge be underwater?
I just told you earlier,
Knowledge.
right?
What does the what's the elevation the bridge starts at?
It says, does this cause hold at a uniform altitude above water throughout the entirely? Like,
Okay,
why
does
are
the
you
bridge
talking about
begin? Does the
altitude?
bridge begin above the
Why
water?
are we talking?
The
Why
bridge is
would an
above the
engineer
water.
use the word altitude? Why would he do that?
Because the bridge, because there's a height that the bridge is above the water. That is called the altitude above the water.
What's
Yeah.
wrong with you, Knowledge?
Are you
You need to
Altitude
calm
is like when the
down,
bridge
dude.
decks.
are
Dude,
No,
above
it's
water?
calm
no.
down.
Engineer use clearance or like freeboard or like elevation, like relative to a geodesic detrum. Okay, what are you talking about? Altitude refers to the height above sea level or distance in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
This is a
That's what they're
lake,
talking
you
about.
stupid motherfucker.
Yeah,
This
so
is
it's
this
the
connects to the Gulf
altitude.
of Mexico and it sits
So the
at
bridge
water.
is
It's out.
the bridge is above water level.
We're
just
not
like
talking
you
about the
just described.
atmosphere, dumb motherfucker. We're not. We're
Yeah,
talking about a lake.
Altitude doesn't mean atmosphere.
We're talking
Yes,
about
it
a
does.
bridge.
Doesn't. No.
We're talking
Altitude
about-
doesn't have anything
We're
to do with
talking about height
atmosphere.
over distance in the atmosphere, right? The lake
Right.
sits
So it's
at water level.
a height
Why would
above
an
the water.
engineer
No, the lake
use these
isn't
specific
at
terms?
the lake isn't at water level. The lake is above
Yes, it
the water
is.
level. It's a certain altitude above the water. They didn't build the lake on the water. They built it above the water at altitude above the water.
No,
What the hell?
that refers to distance above sea level or distance in the atmosphere.
Yeah, or
What are you
altitude
talking about?
above the
Yeah.
altitude above the water.
You used
That
this
would be
lake, right? That
elevation.
connects.
What's the definition of elevation? Like when something says
You're stupid. This is a
dude,
lie.
can you
Goodbye.
hear me? Can you hear me, Knowledge?
You're lying to me.
Does anyone hear me?
Liar.
Yeah, I can hear you. Knowledge doesn't
Ask
hear
him
you,
if
though. He
ask
only
him if
hears
he's got me
himself.
muted. Can
I
you
don't
ask
have
him
it
if he
muted.
has me muted?
Knowledge, do you have anyone in the call muted?
No.
Check me.
Do you have
Can
old
you check,
hoss?
check. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so you've just been ignoring me this entire time.
Yes, because this guy
Okay, so let me
posted a
ask you a
fake
question.
email.
Hey,
I
hey,
don't care
pilot.
anymore.
Hey,
Like the lies
rich
are
guy
over.
pilot. Rich guy pilot.
I'm done.
Like when they describe the
I'm going on mute.
dude, you're an idiot.
Run away. Wow. What a moron.
Well, there's a Toys R Us kid here, so maybe they
All right, here we go. What
was
is altitude above sea level? Altitude above sea level is the vertical distance of an object or location measured upward from the average sea level of the ocean's surface. So when the engineers talk about the bridge being at altitude of a certain height above the sea level, that's all they mean. This guy is just next level, special. And this is why I'm scared to fly. This guy claims to be a commercial pilot.
Listen to me. Altitude is what like we use in elevation in like meteorology. It does.
Oh my god, moron. I'm reading it out again. Get on mute. Right? So altitude above sea level is the vertical distance of an object or location measured upward from the average level of the ocean's surface. That's what it means. That's what they're talking about. The bridge is built at a certain level above the surface, a certain height above the surface, a certain altitude, a certain distance, spaced a certain distance from the water. Right? That's altitude above the water. You're an idiot. So if you want to continue the conversation, we're going to go over the 21-mile observation that shows zero curvature. Do you want to do that or not? Or do you want to stay on mute? Because you're kind of getting annoying now. Because you did ask me to post it, right? So I'm going to show you 21 miles where there's no curvature because you yourself said that over 20 miles there's
Can I ask you a question?
266 foot of curvature. No, you're gonna go on mute or you're gonna go along with this observation that I presented. You only have two options.
Oh,
So what do you want
because
to do? Do you want to go on
you,
mute? Do you want to go on mute, or do you want to
I want to go
have the
on
globe
mute.
destroyed?
Yeah, dude,
You
your
want to go on
best
mute? Well, just put
option.
yourself on mute.
Yeah, your
Put
best
yourself on
option
mute
is
then.
doing a reset knowledge and starting over because this game that you played, you tangled yourself into a knot.
Hey, J Dog, are you here? Can you
This
Yeah,
guy.
I'm here.
do me a favor, homie? Ask Google right now, do engineers use the word elevation when they talk about a
Thank you.
bridge? Right? They don't. They use the word clearance. Or
What's that?
I
And
don't know
this
what
is
this has to do with the conversation topic. Like, we're
it's a
talking about
cult,
something and
dude.
he's asking for somebody
Say again,
else's.
babe. It's really good.
Clearance
Yeah.
of what? Clearance above the water, above sea level? You dipshit.
No, it's good. I can type just fine.
I didn't get all of that, but
It's comfortable.
I'm not a fan of the amount of muting that goes on in here.
Dude.
But
You're gonna get yourself put on mute with that bullshit, bro. We're not a fan of the amount of coping that goes on here. Right? This guy has just been talking absolute bullshit for like an hour and just completely avoiding any evidence that we're trying to show to him and just continuously telling us we're stupid when we're teaching him these things. You don't want to associate yourself with this clown, J-Dog.
I mean, I know I'm not
If
as aggressive as him, but even I get muted for less stuff than this. It does
Yeah.
get a bit ridiculous.
Hey,
I'm
J-Dog,
just
I've
pointing out that
been
it is
muted as
ridiculous.
well. Dude,
I get it.
there's a
it.
reason. There's a reason why people get muted. People aren't muted randomly. This
I mean,
guy,
I bet
J Dog. I hate to break
I
it
don't.
to you, but this guy, I don't care what you wanna. This guy has been like making one argument and 1 hour later arguing against the initial argument that he himself was making and blaming, telling us how rich he was in response.
I don't want to derail this and
Okay,
get into a meta
you
conversation
start
about
over then.
muting.
Okay,
But
dude, you
literally
started.
yesterday, I was muted
yeah, you
because
did
I was
start it,
explaining to
bro.
someone why.
All right, so you're going on mute.
I got him first. J Dog,
Yeah, you did.
J Dog, do you want to start over? Because this is your chance to start over. Just begin.
I'm just saying,
26 past the hour. We have a new conversation beginning.
if you're
Welcome,
not
J
going to
Dog.
let people from the other side freely speak, you're not going to have a productive
Oh,
conversation.
dude, he
All
freely
right?
he like freely spoke himself into a circle and a knot.
Got it. If you guys control people's speech in here when they're not being that aggressive, you're not going to have
Oh
a
my
good
God,
It's
conversation.
bro.
not about their aggression. It's about them. They're not making a response based on what's being. They're not having an actual back and forth.
Yeah,
An actual
you weren't
conversation is
here.
not taking place.
You weren't here, J-Dog.
Yeah,
Right, so
yeah, you
don't
definitely
whine.
shouldn't be defending this guy's actions over the last hour.
You guys can go make your 24/7 Globa Discord and see how well that does. Right? You guys want to come into our channel? Right? Your guests in our channel. We run this channel. If you don't like it, fuck off. Very simple. Fuck off.
Yeah, acknowledge the thing you sent to me about clearance. Clearance is the same thing of height above sea level. So I don't even think you listen to yourself, knowledge. Newt's here. Does anyone want to make some sort of globe argument? We've wasted the last 2 minutes. J Dog, I know. I'm just gonna. Someone has to be unmuted to see if they can actually restart.
Wine, J-Dog.
Can I ask a favor first? Can I get through a minute of speaking without getting muted, just to get out what I have to
Oh,
say?
dude, just make
If
a
it's
clean
whining,
take
I'm going to
away.
ban you for 2 days. If you
Great.
whine, I'm banning you for
I'm
2
good
days.
discussing things. You can talk to someone else then, if it's going to be like that.
See, it was going to be whining, wasn't it? Yep. There we go. Put yourself on mute if you're just going to whine. If you have a topic to bring up about the actual room topic, then go ahead, unmute, talk for a minute, talk for 2 minutes, that's fine. But if it's just going to be complaining, don't do it.
Yeah, J Dog, because if you're going to complain for a minute, I'm going to ask for 2 minutes unfettered complaining time after that. And who knows
You
what's
guys
going
still
to be
talking
asked
about
for.
this? I thought. Come on.
All right, J Dog, how do you know you're on a spinning ball flying through the outer space nothingness? How do you know today?
Why should I entertain this conversation if
Why
you know I'm
not?
just gonna get muted once I
Yeah,
piss you guys
Oh,
off?
that's
So
it. That's it. I warned you,
Good.
bro. You're gone.
Good.
go for it, buddy.
I know most of the people around the world have not much use for American sports, but DJ, you'd be a great baseball umpire. Hey, knowledge, may I ask you a question? Earth to knowledge. It's a pilot question, too. All right, who else is in here? Zygomatic, Toys R Us Kid, Sebastianus.
You can ask me
And
a pilot
actually,
for you.
right
I'll
quick,
tell you.
yo,
Sorry, go
Dave,
ahead.
good to see you, brother. No, you're good. I want you to talk. I just have one thing, though, something I just realized that I find it interesting that a pilot would not just refer to the altitude. Because a pilot will always say that a plane is flying at a certain altitude, which makes a reference to the plane within the airspace it's traveling within. Elevation is akin to roadways,
Well,
things that
that's
are
what I was
actually
going to
attached
ask
to
him.
the earth.
That's exactly what I was going to ask him. I was going to ask him about these Red Bull pilots when they fly underneath a bridge. Are they using altitude?
Sorry, old, I took the question right out of your head. I have a habit. I'm
No, it's
so
fine.
sorry about that,
He's
brother.
no. I'm glad I realized why now. I had the question, but it's pointless. But yeah, at least when Dead Air Dave spoke up, it crushed the dead air as usual.
Yeah,
What's up,
and
Dave?
sorry for crushing Hinkle. Hinkle, come in,
No,
please, brother.
that's what Dave does. That's why I've studied the history of why he's called Dead Air Dave, because anytime that there's dead air, he will announce the dead air and then the dead air ceases to exist. I don't know why it happens, but it does.
Well, hello, guys. Not much to contribute here. It's just interesting how the globe probers spend a lot of time bitching about getting muted and talking about why they're muted, but they never actually probe the globe. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather bitch about the Cincinnati Reds elevation below the 500 mark, but I guess that's for another day, another year. I had high hopes at the beginning of the year too, Dave.
How does Reds baseball happen on a globe, old hoss? How's that happen? It can't.
No, right by the river, I guess. How did the big red machine exist on a globe? How's that possible?
It'll never be a better classic baseball team for anybody that remembers the Big Red Machine, Johnny Bench and company.
No, that many Hall of Famers will never be on the field. Maybe during an All-Star game, but
So
I
back
have a
to Earth.
feeling.
Does anybody in here think they live on a spinning ball, or is there nobody talking right now about it? Knowledge don't want to
No,
talk.
the last hour, the globe took a hard L.
It's unfortunate. It's like been said many times, like a poker game. When it comes to cards on the table, they never build. They're never able to flip over that winning hand. You know, where's the curvature? Where's the motion? Back to you, old house.
Well, yeah, that's was what the last hour was. It was knowledge having his bluff called. And he didn't like it. He's still here. He's just silent. He's meandering around the casino trying to get himself back together. I've offered him a get out of jail free card to just start over. Yeah, knowledge. You don't. We're pretty forgiving in here. I mean, if you just act right, shape up or ship out.
I mean, he was the one that was talking to Killian and telling Killian that over 20 miles there should be a giant hump of water between point A and point B. And so I offered to show him a 21-mile observation. We're checking for the hump of water that he claimed exists. And the shoreline on the distant side should be 223 foot hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And it's not. But he's scared of the observation.
Yeah, we were observing local level and local plumb, but, you know, I don't want to talk about anything that makes us sound stupid, right, DJ?
Yeah, that would be completely retarded to say that locally level proves that the Earth is flat. You would have to be completely retarded to have that argument.
Yeah, it's funny how you guys just point out reality to people and they just reject reality. It's hilarious, isn't it?
because locally level and locally plumb would just be the same on a globe, right? Gravity
Yeah,
would
it's
be pulling
absolutely
everything
crazy because
towards the
again,
center.
we keep observing, we drop these plumb lines like again to build a pier bridge, which piers are installed to the principle of plumb. And holy smokes, we go to each place observing plumb and level, and the spheroid still doesn't show up. Oh my.
Right. So testing it over a long distance would be right something that would determine it. But just because you go to one place and you've got locally level, and then you go to another place and you've got locally level, right? Just saying that everywhere we go we've got locally level, that's not going to prove that the Earth's flat or a globe, right? It would be the same on both, right? You would have to actually compare over a long distance,
Okay,
right?
wait, DJ, hold on a minute. Just give me a quick second here. You talk about your 20-mile lake observation very often, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I was to build a bridge, oh my, the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, let's say, over that 20-mile bridge, and I wanted to install piers every mile because the structural integrity of the roadway needed me to install a pier every mile. Would you say that each of those
Mm-hmm.
piers have to be installed to the principle of plumb?
Yes. Same
Right.
if it
So
was on a
we
globe.
have the observation of plumb occurring at each pier that I've installed. So then the burden
Mm-hmm.
would be then on the spheroid claim to say, how do you have converging plumb lines over a distance of 20 miles, correct?
Yeah, you would have to validate that
Right,
the plumb
right,
line
exactly. Yeah,
that the plumb lines aren't
exactly.
parallel to each other.
That's
But
the
just to say
point.
that,
So local level and plumb proves that we have local and level and plumb everywhere we go, regardless of a spheroid claim. Lose my
no,
mod status for that point, please.
yeah, it's the dumbest argument,
Ridiculous.
Killian. I don't know why you wanted to bring it up like on air right now,
No, it's
but
actually not the
it's not a
dumbest
good
argument. I
argument,
want to
dude.
bring it out because the thing about it is I want to walk out these ideas to say that if we are so intelligent, right, in this realm, then we should be able to look at a bridge, understand how that bridge came to be, and able to extract and say, oh my, this bridge was built to a principle of plumb, therefore a claim of sphericity is completely false. You
Right.
understand
So
this,
if
right?
you lived on a globe, right? Let's say hypothetically the Earth was a globe, and you've got
That's your
gravity
claim.
pulling everything towards the center
You
of
gotta
mass.
you gotta prove that. Your claim.
See, this is where you're starting to crumble because I just said hypothetically, right? So
Yeah.
people believe that the
I'm not
Earth's a
starting to
globe.
crumble. This is
You are
us
because
walking out the
you're over talking
conversation.
me. Now you're over talking me. Don't over talk me. Just listen. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles and they had gravity pulling everything towards the center of mass, anywhere that you went on the Earth, everything would be locally level. It would still be plumb, right? So if you could go to a hotel in California, you could go to a lake in Thailand, it's going to be the same thing, and the Earth could still be a globe. So saying everywhere I go is locally level, therefore the Earth is flat, is an argument that the globe Earthers will laugh at you if you make. It's deeper than that. You have to expand on that. You can't just say locally level, therefore Earth is flat, because it would be exactly the same on a globe. The difference
So
is if you're checking it over a long distance and there's no curvature in between, right? And there's no deviation of the plumb lines over distance, not just locally level.
What defines locally level? Like, what is the distance at which you go from locally level to beyond?
We're just talking about a plumb line, right? Like
Yeah,
could use a
plumb
water
line.
level, we could use a plumb line,
Yeah, but I'm
whatever.
asking locally level would just be testing what, like 5
Oh,
feet,
I'm talking
10
to someone else
miles,
now.
50
Of
miles,
course.
200 miles.
Sorry,
What's
you sound a
locally
bit like
level?
Killian. So,
It does sound like
yeah,
him.
No,
look,
I'm
Yeah.
asking Killian. This question is for Killian.
yeah, you're right. Sorry, I thought that was Killian talking. Go ahead.
No, I'm asking what is the point at which something that's locally level goes beyond local? At what distance?
I have no idea.
Never. Never.
That's the point, right?
Yeah.
We can examine these principles over a cityscape. We can even go to a grand place like New York City, right, which has a much larger mile spread than 20 miles. I can tell you that much. And I know for a fact that all these buildings are all built to that same principle. So it's to say that we take each of these points, right, and each of these points all put their hand up and say they're observing local and level. And when you keep like continually go to each of these points, you keep saying the same, or keep seeing the same thing. That's all.
So what about when we're talking about? I mean, yeah, I don't think that's a good argument to go against a glober.
Only
Okay,
Killian
but at
seems
the end of
to.
the day, the thing about it is that's the truth, right? The fact of the matter is that the thing that we're investigating is the Earth itself. So then if we go to the buildings that are attached to the Earth and we investigate these buildings and we identify the principles that these buildings are built to, we can then start to literally open our minds, our thinking hats, if you will, and start to walk it out better. It's not an issue on my part to say that we observe this on the surface, but then we also have to double back and take away more cards from the globe. It's not necessary.
It's just that it
Again,
would
that's
be
just
the
from my
same on a
standpoint.
globe, Killian. It would just be the same on a globe. The globers would just say, what else would you expect if the Earth was a globe? And then you would have to go over how we could do a long distance test or something like that, and then work out that it's not curving. But just to say that
Right.
everywhere we go is going to be locally level, right? And we all experience locally level, therefore the Earth can't be a globe. It's not gonna cut it.
Right. So the question to you,
I don't know
DJ,
why you wanted
becomes
to bring
when
it
does
up to me
locally
on a
stop?
stream like this and make yourself look even further stupid.
I don't think I'm making myself look stupid by talking about the truth that I observe,
Well, you
DJ.
only gave the example of New York City, which
That's just
how
one example.
yeah, exactly. So, but you just said it's over 20 miles. What's the distance from from the edge of the city to the other edge of the city in the longest line of sight?
Well, the distance from one edge of the city to the other is greater than 100 miles. And that's where we would be looking for a 1.26 mile drop over that 100 miles in order to prop up the globe claim. But
Hmm.
from the original zero marker out to the 100-mile marker, we observe local level and plumb. So the question of what is local, to me, that becomes, well, where does the line of local stop?
I just think that local entails within close proximity, and I don't think you should use locally level. It is just simply level.
Yeah, well, that's the issue. The globe. Well, that's part of the globe guy won't be able to differentiate between local and global. He's always going to reference local, which will just mean flat. So they wouldn't be able to distinguish between the two. Everybody observes, everybody experiences local.
Even when looking at distances of over 200 miles away, it's still level. Even when looking at 1,000 miles away, it's still level.
Yeah. So now if you connect those two, right? Like your local reality looking towards me, and my local reality looking towards you, right? They're both level and horizontal. What do we conclude once we extend that straight line?
That it's flat.
Did we prove it though?
If you want to, we can definitely go through and do some tests. If you'd like to come to Alaska with me to the Kenai Peninsula in a month, we can go and do a over 200-mile test in multiple directions.
Yeah, Doss has got a sweet observation. 228 miles.
29.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there's an observation in side chat. First photo is 229 miles away. Second photo is less than 70 miles away from the same angle. And the third
Yeah,
photo
but
shows the line of sight.
that's local though. That's what I would expect on the globe.
You would experience that on a globe.
No, I don't know. I mean, if we define local as anything that's the observable reality, and we'd expect that on a globe,
Okay, so look at the math. You would expect to see that
No, I'm
mountain
making
on the
I'm
globe.
making fun of the earlier statement that they would be the same.
If it were hypothetically a globe, you would not see that. And if you want, right below, I also posted the Earth curvature chart and the math done at the. Actually, I skipped out 3 miles on the distance. I accidentally put 226 miles, 12-foot observer height, and I took the maximum refractive index of that day, which personally I don't believe actually takes that much effect into bringing the non-visible scenery up. I don't really believe it takes that much effect. Excuse me, but even with the maximum refractive index on that day, at the highest point within that line of sight, you still wouldn't see it.
I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm gonna have to check it out now when I'm not
And
driving.
if you look between the two photos, the one that's less than 70 miles away and the one that's over 220 miles away, there's no base of the mountain hidden by any form of curvature. They look the same. You can see the same points. You can still see the isthmus between the two peaks, which is much, much less in elevation than the peak that you still should not be able to see. You can see the shoreline. The shoreline across the bay is 88 miles away. That's just strictly on water. The rest is on land.
Yeah, that's awesome. For 12 feet still?
You said what?
From 12 feet still?
Yes, 12-foot observer height. Technically, if you want to go by elevation, I was at negative 30-foot sea level because sea level is just the average level of the sea, and this was at low tide. But measured from the edge of the water in vertical, it was a 12-foot viewpoint.
Miles. That's awesome.
I also have the date and time if you wanted to go ahead and research what the refractive index should have been in that area. You can use the screenshot off of Apple Maps that I took to draw that straight line of sight. Date was June 2nd, 2026. Time was 2 p.m. AKDT. I gotta go to work. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
May returns, be well.
Oh, you too, man. Catch up.
Did you catch any of that knowledge?
He's still here? Oh, yeah, there he is.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to ask him because he was making claims earlier about
You mean how you're using? You mean because we care about we care about using language like altitude, right?
Let me ask you a
We're talking about
question.
language.
May I ask you a question? Hey, Giggles. Dude, I hate to break it to you. We already have a Giggles here. So knowledge.
I'm giggling.
Excuse me?
I'm fucking giggling.
Cackling, kiggling. I don't know. Something in between, I guess. Yeah, dude, all I was going to ask is, did you see the mountain photographs or digital images? Because earlier you were saying that on the other side of a 26-mile lake, you wouldn't be able to see the other side of, you wouldn't be able to see whoever was standing there because they would be under the curve. The earth would have been curved away. And then
We're talking about we're
that
talking
got
about 24
addressed with the,
miles.
yeah, and then you made that claim, and then that got addressed with the zoom in, where on the Lake Pontchartrain zoom ins where you can see the other shore, and then there we had mountains. Those were from at least 80 miles away. I think some of them he said 120 miles away. I think he said some of them like 200 miles away. So this Earth isn't curving away. I mean, when you've lived your whole life, don't tell me you've seen the Earth curving away from you. You think that's what should be happening if we were on a ball, but in reality, this is not occurring, dude. You need to snap out of it. Otherwise, it's pointless for you to. I don't know, man. You're just sort of you've put up a weird force field after your initial LARP failed. So just
It did
maybe
not
you're
fail.
just working through the stages of grief. You were telling us you were a pilot.
Yep. I'm not like a physicist, if that's what you want to know.
Okay. Well, I hope you keep your mic closed and no one. I hope you keep it together when you address your passengers on the plane.
Mm.
Anyways,
I know that the autopilot uses the GPS system in order to coordinate. The GPS system is kind of like what follows the geodesic, which is a straight line on a curved surface.
So I'll ask again. So when a plane takes off from New York, from
Who
JFK, and
cares?
lands in China, you'll have no problem telling me that the plane's inverted. Then
It's going to be upside down.
yeah, it would have to be to land. It would be upside down from where it initially
Is
took
that
off.
what we see? Is that what we see
That's
when
what
we
I'm
see
asking
planes
you.
land?
I'm asking you.
Does
No,
the
what I
plane land
see.
upside down? Yes or no? When it lands on a two-dimensional manifold, which is the analogy used to describe what the runway is. Does it land upside down? Is that what you see? So if I watch a video right now,
No, that's
right,
not what
I'll
you
watch
see.
a
That's not what
plane
you experience.
land
That's
upside
not
down.
what's occurring. Yeah, no, it lands, it lifts off from one airport, reaches elevation, and then lands above
Gravity.
above a planar
Do you know
surface.
that
Not a
gravity,
ball.
that gravity that says doesn't exist, it's always pulling you down. Okay, so it's always keeping you level. Okay, you don't have to constantly like pull
Welcome
the
to Flat
yoke
Earth.
or anything like that. I don't know. You don't know what the fuck a yoke is, do you?
Yeah, the joystick.
So
Dude,
gravity pulls downwards. Is that
welcome
correct?
to Flat Earth.
Does it pull
You're
it downwards?
you're making a Flat Earth argument now. You said the plane defies gravity and flies level, and then
I'm saying
lands.
that
Yes.
gravity is
Not
pulling
upside
down towards the center of the Earth, like right.
So the
Also, up
the
in the
plane
air,
does. So
like
why
right.
can't you say
We
it? The
use the
pilot,
word. Let's go
Sky
back to the land
pilot.
bridge, right?
Why can't
And
you say that the plane is landing
up in the
inverted
air,
from where
right?
you
We use the
originally
words things like
took off?
altitude and stuff like that, like when we measure height over
Above
distance.
what?
We don't do that on the ground,
Height,
though, when we're
height
talking about a
above
land
what?
bridge, like your friend DJ said in his fucking email.
Well, dude, you're still trying to split that hair?
Yeah.
May I?
Yeah, what did I say?
He's taking issue with the height of a bridge being at elevation.
I didn't say that. Yeah, I didn't say that. If the engineers misspoke in some way, then you could contact the engineers. Okay, if it's not uncommon for globe earthers
Did
to
you
bridge a
ask the
globe map
engineer,
either.
does the causeway hold a uniform altitude above water level throughout the entire?
You can see what was asked. You can see what was asked in the email.
Why did you use
now? If the engineers made a terminology, if they used a word that isn't regularly used when it comes to bridges, then you can contact them yourself. Right? That's fine. We have observations
wait.
over
What
the
do you
bridge.
think's more likely? What do you think's more likely? That like you faked this, or that the engineer got the terminology wrong? What do you think's more likely? Do the
Oh no,
math,
he
buddy.
didn't. Just say you faked
Yeah,
it.
it's impossible that I faked
No,
it.
you didn't
Sure.
understand the terminology. So when you faked this
No,
email,
I understand the
allegedly, right,
terminology,
you
and they
didn't
essentially
understand the
mean the same
terminology,
thing.
right? That's why
They
you used
essentially mean the
elevation
same
instead
thing.
of clearance or
Elevation and altitude mean the same thing. They're both above mean sea level, above the surface of it.
altitude
Now,
is in the atmosphere, bud. Like when we're talking about when I'm up.
generally, engineers would use the term elevation or something like that, not altitude, but they could use the term altitude if they're just replying to some flat earther in an email or something like that. Right? That could happen.
Yeah,
But you can take that up with them.
How he thinks this is some sort of when the words do. I was trying to ask him the question: if a plane flies under the bridge, what does it matter what the heights? You know what I'm saying? What the hell does it matter? Knowledge. What they're
Can I
referring
ask
to
you
the
something?
height.
Is a land bridge on the ground? Like is it up in the
It's
atmosphere?
above the ground. Yeah, it's elevated
Can I ask you that
above the
question?
surface.
Above
It's
sea
at
level.
altitude. Yeah.
Is the land bridge what we were talking about, like on
No,
the
it's
ground?
above
Yes or
the
no?
water.
Above sea level, yes.
We would never
Above the
use
water.
the
It's not
word, the
touching the ground.
terminology altitude to describe it over
We?
distance
Who's
on the
we?
ground.
Who's
The
we?
engineers.
You? Oh,
Yeah.
we. They're not you. So
Why would they use the word altitude? That's something that's reserved for
I don't know.
like people like me.
Ask them.
Are they
All of the
drones?
details.
Is a land bridge
all
a
of the
drone? Are we
all
up
of
in
the
the
contact
atmosphere?
all of the contact details are there. So you could say my drone is at a certain elevation above the surface, or it's
The
at a
land
certain altitude.
bridge
You could use
is on
either
the
of those
ground,
terms, and they
buddy.
would both
It's
be correct.
anchored to the surface of the
No,
earth. It is
yeah,
not.
it's
You do not
anchored to
use
the
terminology
surface,
like
but
altitude
the
to describe
actual bridge
something
is
on the ground. You
elevated.
use the word clearance or like elevation to describe the height over
Clearance
distance.
just clear. It's the same thing though. The clearance is just how much space there is to get underneath it.
No, I've addressed this in the chat to him 3 times.
You keep using this word altitude when it's height over distance in
No,
the
I didn't
atmosphere.
use
We
the
are not
word
up.
altitude.
You are not a.
I
Are
didn't
you
use
up
the
in?
word
Are you?
altitude. Yes, you're up
It's
in
in
the
the
air.
fucking email, you retard.
Yeah,
It
that's
says
the
it right here.
engineers.
Does the casual hull
That's
rate
not my
a universal
terminology.
altitude above water level? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
I'm not a Lake Pontchartrain engineer, and I didn't write altitude.
Okay.
So you have all of their
No.
contact
What's more
details
likely,
there.
that this email is fake, or that you created because you didn't understand the terminology
No, it's
the
not
engineers
fake.
use?
It's not fake,
Allegedly,
and you can
it is.
contact them yourself. You can. No, it's not. It's allegedly. That's just you making a
Engineers
baseless
don't
claim.
use altitude for land bridges, buddy. That's in the atmosphere. That's
They
when we're up
can.
in the, when I say I'm
Can they not?
10,000
Would it
feet
be
up in the
incorrect?
air, I would talk about that's my altitude, right? I'm up in the air. I'm not
Oh
on
yeah.
the ground.
At what height does altitude start to become a valid term to use?
Yeah, I got to
What's
ask
the
you a
maximum?
question. Hey,
When you're in 3,
now,
like, oh my
you
god,
little punk. Your
you're
prayers are
using
heard.
out.
Dude, okay, say someone climbs up at the top of the bridge to do one of these Red Bull stunt guys does a base dive. So when he leaps off the top of the bridge, the elevation of the bridge now becomes this guy's altitude that he falls from. Correct? Knowledge? Was that too complicated of a sentence for you to process? Do you hear what I'm asking?
I'm asking
No.
about the email that he posted.
Dude. Yeah, you're splitting a hair that isn't there.
So it says, "Good afternoon, sir. I spoke with one of our lead engineers in reference to the question you had pertaining to like the Causeway Bridge. Please see our engineering response in the red text below." Okay, it says, "Does the casual way hold a uniform altitude right above water level throughout the entire?" It says, "No, there are 5 locations, 3 humps, and 2 channels that allow passage of boats in various sizes. The north center, okay, uses 25 feet of clearance. Okay, that's correct, right?"
He shot himself in the foot.
Okay.
So you didn't read it properly. So this is what's going to happen right now.
So
you're going to have to
here's the
apologize.
problem when you know. Here's the
Hold on.
problem when you
Where
know
did
it's
the
fake.
engineer use the word altitude? Where did the engineer use the word altitude?
You used it.
Yeah, so if
I said
I
you
didn't
did.
write the email, So
I
the
said
flat earther
you
used the
did.
word altitude. No, you said when does an engineer? You said when does an engineer use the word altitude? They didn't. They didn't
I
use it. They
know.
said
You did.
clearance.
I said you did.
That was your
Yeah.
argument.
Okay, so
So
here's
now
how
you
you
know
know
I
it's
didn't
fake,
write
right?
the
Here's
email.
here's the second part of it, right? It says
Hey,
over a 24 miles of distance, how much curvature is the causeway accounting for? Seems to
this
be
is
a rare occurrence. This is the part where the engineer completely fucked up. He says there is a drop
Globals
off of
fuck up all the time.
522 feet, but if there are 84 feet along the northbound bridge, so the drop off per span is negligible. The difference between a chord and an arc of 24 miles is less than 3 inches. That's bullshit.
So the
right there.
so the engineer didn't use the word altitude, right?
You did.
Right. So the
I
engineer
accused you
didn't use
multiple
the word
times.
altitude. I didn't write the email, so I didn't use it.
It's a
Whoever
fake
wrote
email,
the-
buddy. It's not real.
Why is it fake? So you said
because
hold on, bro. This is what's gonna happen here. Hold on a second. Whoever's jumping in, 1 second, bro. Okay, so your argument was that an engineer would not use the term altitude. But
can
the
you read the
engineer
side
didn't
chat? It
use-
says this
the
image
engineer
is
didn't
likely
use-
created by.
Get on mute, clown. Right, so you shot yourself in the foot once again. So your whole argument was that an engineer wouldn't use the term altitude, but the engineer didn't use the word altitude. You were just reading it emotionally and didn't notice that that was the part that the flat earther, which wasn't me, had sent them, right? So that's the flat earther asking them the question, maybe incorrectly using the word altitude, even though it's still the height above the mean sea level. You can still use that word. It's not the technical correct word in engineering terminology. But your argument was that we know it's fake because the engineer would not use the word altitude, but the engineer didn't use the word altitude. Right? Once again, you bricked. Dishonest and coping.
So now you know
Your
it's real.
image is fake. I just ran it through an AI detector. It says this image is likely created by AI. There you go. Right there. Why did you do AI for?
This is from
Do you want me
before
to run
AI
it through
was
multiple
around.
AI detectors? I guarantee you every single one of them will say that this is AI.
Well, now
This
you
is
know
from
AI
before
detectors are
AI
broken.
existed. Yeah, so this is we've had this. This has been floating around from before we had any AI.
No.
Right, so,
Like, you know, it's not made by an engineer because he said in the second, like he said there's a drop off of 522 feet. Okay, no, there isn't. Why don't you do the math,
right.
buddy?
So globe earthers get. So you guys don't know the globe math very well. So it's
You
not
don't know the
uncommon
globe
for
math.
globe earthers.
That the engineer wouldn't have
Oh yeah,
gotten
I
that
can
wrong.
tell you. I can tell you exactly how much drop over
It gets
distance and what
it's
distance
wrong
of the
because
horizon
it's a
is, and
fucking
the
fake.
formulas.
It's an allegedly a fake email.
So because a
created by
globe
you.
earther got the drop over distance wrong, which you guys do every single day, I witness it.
He
Therefore,
did
the
not get
email's
it wrong. You're the one who made this.
Huh?
Okay.
Oh, really? Wow. Look,
Allegedly.
like a
Allegedly.
conspiracy theorist, maybe you should stop smoking so much weed. It's making you paranoid.
Engineers would not have gotten it wrong, buddy. You got it wrong when you created
Really?
it.
Yeah,
What do you think's more
look,
likely, that the engineer got the math
you
wrong,
didn't even know the
or the fake,
radius.
or the flat earther
Dude,
who
you claim to
created
be a
it got the
pilot.
math wrong?
You claim to be a commercial
what do you
pilot, and
think
you
is
didn't
more
even know the
likely?
radius before.
What do you
didn't
think's
know
more
the drop over
likely?
distance or the radius.
What do you think's more likely?
It's more likely because I see globe earthers butchering the curvature
An
math, and AI
an
butchering
engineer is not a fucking glober, buddy.
AI doesn't even get the curvature math right 90% of the time anyway.
The engineer is not a glober, like right? He's just a guy who's responding, like he got the math wrong.
Yeah, he said the Earth's a globe in this.
Okay, but listen to me. The engineer got the math wrong. Okay, he did not get it wrong. Okay, this is allegedly a fake email created by a flat earther who got the math wrong. I know the engineer would get the math right, because if he actually if he worked on this bridge, that man is incredibly educated. He knows what he's talking about.
The way that you know that your wife didn't cheat on you? Is it because your wife would never cheat on you, so that couldn't have been your wife cheating on you? Is that like how you know? Is that how you know your wife
it's
didn't
highly
cheat on you?
unlikely that the engineer got the math
you?
wrong. The engineer did not get the math wrong.
It seems that he did.
Allegedly, the flat earther that created this email got the math wrong, right? He's just pretending that it's an engineer.
How sexist.
You even said that the math's wrong.
You even said that the math's wrong. Your main
you even said that the math is wrong. Wait, you agreed that the math is wrong.
It's actually somewhere. It's like 300 and something feet over 24 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so it wasn't an actual engineer.
They didn't account for any. They didn't have to account for any curvature. They said they didn't account for any curvature. You can contact them. And
Yes,
your
they
whole
did.
argument, right? So do you admit that you were wrong,
You
at
don't
least about
know
the
what up or
altitude
down
thing?
is on the round Earth without gravity. Like gravity pulls things towards the
No,
center.
yeah, on the
That means
globe Earth. Yeah, because
that's
you think
down
you live in
according
a
to us.
yeah, because
You
you
said
think you live in a
you said
space
that the
vacuum.
engineer got it wrong. No, you got it wrong, buddy. You're the one
No, I
who's
didn't get
wrong.
anything wrong. No, I can
Allegedly,
show you
you're the one
Zoom.
who created this. Okay,
All right, so have a look in
I'm
the
saying
side
that
chat. Have a look in the side chat, and
you
we
got
can
the
see
math
that
wrong.
we can zoom in.
You're a
No, I
flat
didn't get any
earther.
math wrong.
Yes, you
What
did.
math did I get wrong?
Because
What was it?
because you're the one writing it. You're pretending to be the engineer.
Oh,
Okay,
conspiracy theorist.
that
Oh,
is
so
allegedly. No.
I did this, did I? With AI?
Yes.
I thought it was AI though.
Why?
If I wrote it, you said it was AI.
It's
But
either
now you're
it is
saying I
AI.
wrote
I
it.
just proved it in the side chat.
Oh, it
Got
is
him again.
AI, but AI got the math wrong now.
You said that
Or
the
was it
engineer
me?
that worked on this bridge got the math wrong. How did he get it wrong?
Okay, the math's wrong in the drop over distance is wrong. You guys get it wrong every single day. You guys don't know the globe model very well.
What's more likely, that you allegedly
He
created this
doesn't
fake
account for
email
Earth
pretending to be
curvature.
an engineer?
So he doesn't
Yes, he
know
does.
much about the globe because he doesn't account for the globe when he builds.
Why isn't this
Clearly.
bridge underwater? Like, right, according to you, if he's not accounting for like the curvature, that 0.35 degrees
Didn't
that he
account
has.
for any curvature.
Yes, he
They
did.
just built it in sections. They just built it in
We
sections.
both know that you
There's
created
actually
this.
many
We both
construction
know.
projects, including large railway productions, that
I'm pretty
they've
sure the
clearly
engineer
stated
that
that
worked
they
on that
don't
project,
account for
right?
any curvature. Yeah, they don't, and they actually made it illegal to account for curvature. There's actually old articles about that.
No, they didn't.
I don't know if anyone has the old articles saying how they actually made it against the rules to account for any type of curvature when doing large scale train track building.
Can I ask you
Yeah,
a question? Why are you such a pathological liar? Why do you do that for?
Projection.
Yeah, so this is the problem. So these observations, these things are damning
It's not
for the globe.
observations. It's
So
a
your
flat
only
earther who
cope,
created a fake
your only
email
cope is
pretending to be an
your only
engineer who got
cope.
the math wrong. They
Your
didn't
only
get. You
cope
didn't
is
talk to an engineer.
this is a cope. This is you coping. This
You
is
did
because
not
you
talk to
understand that
anybody.
these are damning for the
The
globe.
engineer did
And now
not.
you're just in you're in
What's
cope
more
mode.
likely
So
is that you
all the flat
created
earthers
this
are
fake email.
lying and faking everything because these are so
Yes.
damning for the globe that the flat
No, it
earthers
isn't.
had to have been lying.
No, this is fake, and we both know it. And it's funny that you're passing it off as
Oh yeah,
as real.
everything's fake now. Yeah, it has to be fake. Can't be real.
Hey,
But
Nate,
your main
I noticed,
argument.
yeah, I noticed Nate.
Your main argument. Hey,
This guy's
Hoss.
a joke. He's a joke.
Hoss, wasn't his argument before that the engineer would never use a term such as altitude? And then when you actually look at the email, it's not even the engineer using the term altitude. It's whichever flat earther had written to them. So does the causeway hold a uniform altitude? That's the question. That's not the engineer.
That's
so you
funny.
didn't even read it properly.
Yeah, that is funny though, because it's sort of the engineer correcting the question by not using the same terminology. Yeah, that he was sending me things about clearance, and clearance was above this, basically above the obstruction, the water. But yeah, the guy's a joke. I noticed someone Nate knew was here. I'll let him get back to it. But Nate Steak just wanted to see if you wanted to join in, because knowledge is flamed out.
Filthy rich people like knowledge. They typically have people read for them, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, audiobook by the pool or something. This guy.
What's up, Nate Steak? What's up, Steak?
I just thought we
Hello.
would get a break from that.
I
Hello.
didn't expect to be invited to chat like a
No,
million people in here.
well, expect the unexpected.
All right. Well, I'm a flat earther.
That's no fun.
What's your
What are
evidence
we gonna
that
do? Just agree on everything now?
disagree with him?
So I started
We'll
off
let him
Flat
talk.
Earth
We'll
100
let
years
him
ago.
talk to knowledge. How about we let him talk to knowledge for a moment?
Oh gosh.
Thing is,
Well, just
I don't
quickly,
know what
last
was previously debated, so if any of this is going to be a
This won't be a
recycle
good
of what's already been discussed, let me know.
Well,
yeah.
who
So this
knows?
is what all that happened. I'll fill him in really quickly. Okay, so this knowledge guy, he he said that bridges always have to account for the curvature of the Earth. But we'd actually, so I asked him about the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, which is about 24 miles across. And I said, would they have had to account for the curvature of the Earth? And he said, yes, absolutely. And I said, what if they just built the bridge in small sections? And he said, yes, absolutely. And I said that knowing that we'd already contacted the engineering department at Lake Pontchartrain and asked them a bunch of questions about whether they accounted for the curvature. And they responded with an email. So I posted the email in the chat. And then this knowledge guy basically said that an engineer would never use the term altitude. They would use the term elevation. So therefore, the email is fake. But after further inspection, the engineer doesn't use the term altitude ever once in the email. He actually uses the term clearance. And knowledge is unable to admit that he was wrong. So now he's coping in, he's snotting and tearing and weeping. So
Yeah, that's a great way to lose an argument.
Yeah.
Tell him about the second win that you did, though. Tell him about how he knows that you wrote it because AI said that a computer wrote it. So he knows that a human named DJ wrote it.
Yeah. Yeah. He put it through an AI, and AI said that it's written by AI. But then he accused me of writing it, and I got the math wrong. Somehow. It doesn't make sense. It's nonsensical. Knowledge. You're bricked. Completely bricked. And you look, I've got long distance observations that you're scared of seeing.
I think the Suez Canal is one of the best sources for evidence of flat Earth, right?
I like it.
Given that it's a long straight surface of water.
Yeah, no locks.
I guess a globe earther would say, oh, it is curving. You just can't see it because we're so small and the globe's so big.
Yeah, so then if they think they can tell that there's curvature, then how are they measuring it? That's the question, because that is sketchy.
When we go out and measure for the curvature that the globe earthers claim, it's not there, ever. And they don't have any measurements of it.
They don't feel like a need for burden of proof because they feel like their argument is proven because it's the consensus right now.
Yep.
The length of the Suez Canal is 120 miles, so that would necessitate a 1.26 mile drop at least over that first 100 miles in order for the globe claim to be true.
I know, why isn't the water flowing? If there's a globe, why is the Suez Canal flowing? Or if the Earth's flat, why isn't it flowing?
But there's the flight routes. Did anyone bring up the flight routes in this debate?
Yeah, they bring it up daily.
Wasn't there a flight that stopped in Alaska or something? Or there was an Alaska flight, right? And someone was giving birth. Pregnant women shouldn't be on planes. I don't know. But there was an emergency stop. And you question why it was there at that part of the route. And then on a flat Earth map, it makes sense with a straight line.
Yeah, I've heard about the emergency landings that apparently, don't work on a globe. It's interesting. But I think the flat earthers claiming that the AE map, like the Gleason map, that's really the flat Earth. But the Gleason maps, technically, it's like a globe map. It's a spherical coordinate system projection. And if you plot the same path down on a Mercator map or then on a AE map, it's the same path, but the maps are projected differently. So, for example, in the side chat, here's a military map, and this actually shows, I think it shows like the flight corridors. So this is kind of like the flight paths that planes take, and you'll see that, yeah, generally they are kind of like straight lines. And a flat Earth, certain flat earthers would say, oh, this proves that the Earth's flat because look, they're all straight lines. And if you plot these paths out on a Mercator projection or something like that, it looks like they're taking very different paths. But I don't think it's a great argument personally because they're both latitude, longitude coordinate systems. That's the basis of them. So even the AE map or the Gleason map is based off the spherical coordinate system, and everything's just stretched out as you get out towards the south, and it has a non-uniform scale. Anyway,
Yeah, I'm just gonna look up the Gleason map.
Well, that map, that's the UN map turned 90 degrees from the, yeah, because the UN, what I was going to ask is the AE map has the Antarctica going around the whole circumference of it, correct?
mm-hmm.
That's the AE map. Is there a map like the one you just showed, like the UN flag, that has the continents positioned like that without Antarctica in it?
Well, just no. I mean, if it's a polar projection, azimuth or equidistant projection, it's always going to have Antarctica stretched around the outside, unless someone's removed it. Like in this screenshot that I posted, if you look at the full map of that, it does have the ring around the outside.
So how come no one ever says? Because the Mercator map, from what I can remember, has Antarctica at the bottom and not as an island, just sort of a stretched out line. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why don't we ever hear anyone say, why doesn't anyone ever bring up the Mercator and says, oh, you guys think Antarctica is a stretched out line?
Dude, sometimes they do bring up the Mercator map, and they think that on a flat Earth you'd teleport. So once you get to the edge of the Mercator map,
Yeah,
you'd
I've heard
have to
they're in
teleport to
disbelief.
get to the.
Yeah, I've reminded them that people vacationing in Hawaii, half of them left out of Tokyo and the other half out of LAX. That wouldn't be possible in the yeah. So yeah, I don't understand. I'd have to look at that one meme that has 200 maps, but
Yeah.
some of them don't feature Antarctica. I feel like I've seen maps that feature Antarctica, like Hawaii and Alaska are featured on a U.S. map, like in a little box off to the side. Maybe I'm dreaming. But why doesn't the UN flag have Antarctica?
It kind of has that. It kind of
It has
does
that
have
wreath.
that.
Has a wreath.
Yeah, I think
But
that's kind of meant to represent
that's
that.
open.
I think.
But it's
I don't know, man. Yeah, good point. It doesn't.
These,
It doesn't have
these
it.
are all the people in the UN who are in on this Antarctica treaty. It's funny that they don't have. So maybe it's more of maybe Antarctica is more of a symbolic wreath around, crowning themselves of lords. But it is strange because I've seen movies. I remember when Gospel Butter was here, we were watching some movie in the movie chat, like Gog Magog or something, some weird 30s sci-fi, and there'd be all kinds of maps on the world. Somewhere in one of the channels, there are maps that maybe it's like just but yeah, I've clipped maps on the walls of certain movies. But it's interesting to see, like Doctor Strangelove. I feel like that's a UN map they're using. But I don't know. It's just.
I don't know what it was, but I remember bringing it up and pointing it out. They had a map of Tartaria on the wall in a movie from like the 90s.
Yeah, just because I get to thinking when people bring, I heard, I remember seeing maps like weird. I don't know. Steven Spielberg leave it to them, but when they talk about the flights that land and they're supposed to be here and they actually land there, I've seen flights. I've been on the most eastern board of the United States, and these flights that are going transatlantic, They're just going straight up the coast. But I don't know.
So Nate, there's a map in the side chat there. So it's basically showing the same flight, just different map projections. And you can see on the AE map it looks like a straight line, and then on the Makeda map it's like a great circle route.
All right, I'm looking. It's rather confusing at first sight. There's one map laid over another.
Oh yeah, they're not laid over another. Oh yeah, it kind of is, but it's not meant to be like that.
Yeah, that's for the flight patterns, right?
Mm-hmm. So that's just two different globe projections showing the same flight route, and it looks like it takes a different path, but in reality it's the same path, just plotted onto a different projection.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't really make sense on the globe.
It makes sense on the globe.
It is the globe. That's
Yeah,
the globe.
these are globe maps. And I'm not saying that it couldn't be laid out something like the Gleason map either. Could be something like that, but
Well, if
can't be
the
exactly
flight path is the one with the white discs on it, right? The top one is a globe map, and the lower one is a flat map. Then
No,
the
see,
lower
that's
one,
the lower one is also a globe map, except for some flat earthers like to claim it as a flat earth map because they saw it in some old books written in the 1800s, and they decided that that's the flat earth map. And
well, I
then
can't
Eric
see the
Base,
whole map. I can only see a screen, like a snip of it.
it's the regular map, what people say is the flat earth map. That's what map
Maps
it
just
is.
get tough. They're just a map by definition is like reification of what of the what is into the map, like the territory. I mean, so maps get tough because they are a reification, which is okay, but it's not the actual thing. And then you got to find out in every map something, every projection, every map, something is left out. Like the most ancient like argument would be that if every you can't make a one-to-one map of reality, because if you made a one-to-one map of reality, then the guy making the map would be in the map. So you're going to lose something.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to compare it to.
Why can't I put myself on the map? I want to put myself, tiny me, on the map. Why can't I?
Yeah, you can go for it.
I'm curious, when you guys think of like the whole Earth, like when I do that, I can come up with a shape in my mind. Like whether or not I can put it on a map is neither here nor there. Like when you guys think of that, what is in your mind?
Well, it would just be imagination. Yeah, we don't know because we're not claiming to know
Yeah,
the
I know.
shape of the Earth. Yeah.
I'm curious so like when I think of like, what would the Earth look like if I could see it all at once? It looks like a ball. I'm curious, when you have that thought, what does it look like?
Kind of maybe
I
like
have
a
no
disc,
idea.
maybe like a disc floating in space. Maybe. Anybody else?
Like waterfalls and
It's like a
yeah.
snow globe floating in space. Just joking.
Well, that's good, Cooper. It sounds like you're beginning to see the light.
Well, no, you guys didn't. You joked around, but you didn't answer the question, right?
Yeah, we don't know the shape of the Earth. We're not making a claim to the size or shape. If I asked
I'm
you
not
what shape is a
asking you
lake, what
to
shape is a
I'm
lake?
not asking you to make a claim. I'm saying
No, he's
you
demanding
like lake
I know.
shapes, but I can
Dude,
hold that. But I could hold that lake shape in my brain, and I could like draw like a general shape of it on a piece of paper for you.
a lot of
Like it
water,
isn't. I could
Cooper.
give you an idea of that, right? Well, no,
Right.
I could draw the edges of it would have a shape, right? And I could move that from my brain to a piece of paper. It wouldn't be exact, but it would give you an approximation of what the lake looked like.
Well, yeah, but every lake would be a different shape. In reality, every lake's a different shape. So your lake wouldn't match any other lake in the whole world's shape. It would just be
It
some
would match
random
the
shape
lake
that
that
you
we were
draw. It
talking
would
about,
just be
though, right?
Well, if you somehow got it perfectly right, so that would match a lake,
We're
and
not
then
talking
every
about
single other
perfect.
lake
We're
would be
talking
a
about
different
like
shape.
we're talking about map. We're not talking about perfect. We're
Right,
talking about
but it's
making
not
it
a
work,
shape.
right?
So I would say, what shape is that lake that you drew?
It's like it's a combination of shapes. Like any lake would be like a combination of like different like ovals, I guess, overlapping ovals.
Well, I mean, it's just not a typical shape. I mean, every lake's a different shape. Every tree's a different shape. And yeah, the Earth is probably some random shape as well. Who knows? We don't know that.
The
No one's
most
ever
What I'm
been to
common,
the
saying
like
is,
South, bro.
with both the lake and the earth, I can take that mental, ill-defined shape and put it on a piece of paper to give you a rough idea
yeah,
of what I think
Cooper.
it looks like.
The most common middle ground is whatever you imagine, like whatever you imagine when you imagine the shape of the universe. It would be like similar to that, like whatever you imagine there. You just have to imagine it, and you say, yeah, maybe it's like that.
Yeah, dude, you can draw a picture of a
An
lake.
answer, yeah.
Yeah, dude, you can draw a picture of a lake because you've been to the lake, you've experienced the lake, you've
Well, Haas, don't
boated
talk to me
around the
like
lake.
you've answered the
Now
question.
you're gonna talk over
No
me.
Tanks answered the
You're just
question.
going
You
to,
haven't.
yeah, you're asking for a question of what the entirety of Earth looks like from what some bird's eye, God's eye point of view, and
Yep.
when we acknowledge that that's not something that we'll be able to deliver to you, you accuse us of joking around.
That's fine. I mean,
Are you
you
the
want
one
to?
that's
Yeah. I just
joking?
think it's
Are you
weird
the
that
one
you
that's
can't.
joking?
There's like
Dude, you're the one
there's
that
no
must be
concept.
joking if you're going to throw a fit over me not claiming omniscience.
Well, no Tanks gave like a real answer to the question.
So
You
did
are
I.
just
I said a
blathering.
lot of water. I said a lot of water.
That's not. You understand that's like not a real question, right? It's not a real answer. The
You
question
already
I was
know,
asking, right?
It's
Cooper,
not a
though.
real question.
You
It is a real answer. I hate to
You
break
guys
it
are
to you.
saying like this
You're
is some
asking me,
unanswerable
you're
question. No
asking me
Tanks
how I
answered it. It's
envision.
answerable. Stop pretending like it's some unfathomable thing.
Dude, you're
well,
asking
we
me
gave
how
you
I
an answer.
envision the Earth to look, and I said, well, it'll look like there's a lot of water. Water as far as the eye can see.
Do you think that answers the question I asked?
We said we don't know right off the
Yes.
bat, dude.
Okay, you're wrong, but okay.
We said we don't know right off the bat. We said we
Okay,
don't know
that's
what
fine.
the shape and size of the Earth is, and you think that you know, and that's cool.
I just
That should have
I just
been.
think it's weird to like that you
You
have
already
no
knew that,
mental
though.
model of it. It just like doesn't exist. That's weird.
Right, because we don't know the shape of. If you didn't know the shape of it, how could you come up with a mental model? Like, what shape is the lake that I have outside my window right now? You
I
would
don't
have
know,
no
but I can
idea.
fill it in with like a random lake shape, right? Like I can fill it in, right? I can still hold a mental model. It might not be correct or accurate, but like I can do it. Like
Yeah,
it
well, I can
works.
imagine
It's still
some
a lake
random
shape.
Earth shape in
It's
my
a
head too.
functioning lake,
I can
right?
imagine some random shape in my head, but it might not be accurate at all. So yeah, I can imagine something, and it probably has no bearing on reality, but it's still I can imagine it. It's just an
Well,
imagination.
I can check my imagination of the lake and like see that like yeah, it's like a flat body of water that like
Flat,
maybe has a river flowing into it, right?
flat. You
Like
say?
I can have a mental model of the lake in my head
Yeah,
regardless.
cool.
Like I still get it. I still pretty accurate no matter how far off I am on the edges. I've still got the general idea and shape
Yeah,
of the
so do
lake
we.
down, right?
Yeah, so we go up, and there's flat water
You just you
everywhere,
have
and then there's
you no
mountains
no
and hills and valleys, and then there's you get to other places, and
if I
we can have this
stare
mental
down at the
model of
surface, if I stare down at one square surface of the lake's surface, is that getting a good idea of what the lake looks like, or do we want to view the entirety of
no.
it? I'm talking about the entirety of it. So
Right.
thinking of
So we can't get a view
isn't
of the
really what I'm
entirety of the
asking.
Earth. Yeah, so you've never seen the entirety of the Earth. You just believe
Yeah, but
cartoons.
I've never seen the lake outside your house, yet I can still have a
Yeah, so you
mental
have no idea
model of
what
both of
shape it
those
is.
things, right? Well, I
Yeah,
know
so
it
you can
looks like
just
a lake,
imagine
kind
what
of.
shape it is, even even though your imagination's completely inaccurate and bears nothing to do with reality whatsoever, right?
It's gonna be
Who
some type of
cares?
oval with water, right? Right?
No,
Like,
no,
no,
it's
it's
not an
not. It's
oval.
not a
It's
body.
not an
It's not a
oval
flat
shape.
body of water with like a
The
weird,
lakes,
like a
yeah,
shape, right? With like a
yeah,
lake shape.
all lakes.
It's not lake
No,
shaped.
it's not. It's not an oval shaped lake. It's not an oval shape at all.
Oh, okay.
It's nothing like an oval.
Okay, it's nothing like an oval.
Not
Got
all
it.
lakes are oval shaped.
Yeah, I know. You could reduce it down to an oval though, like a swollen river, a C shape, all of these things you could reduce down to ovals.
Really? Or you think
Yeah,
rivers are
pretty much.
ovals?
A
Is it
swollen
square?
section of a river, yes. You could conceptualize that as an oval, yes.
A river's an oval.
A swollen
Okay.
section of a river. I thought you said you had lots of lakes near you. You know what? You know how
Yeah, I
some
do.
lakes are like there's a
They're all different
tributary of
shapes.
a river at the start, and then the same river is at the other end
No,
of the
no,
lake.
no.
You've never seen
No, no,
that
no. None of
before?
these.
You're unfamiliar?
Yeah, I've
Okay,
seen
well
it
maybe you're.
before.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
No,
In
no, no. I'm
America,
not
we have lots of
unfamiliar with
rivers
that.
and
But
lakes and widespread out
most
places.
lakes
So
don't have a river. Most lakes don't have rivers attached to the lakes.
of course they lots of yeah. Okay, I'm not going to argue that
Most
point.
of
It's
them
not worth
don't.
arguing.
Most of
Okay,
them
that's
don't.
cool. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Sounds
most
good.
lakes don't.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they're just standing bodies of water.
Yep, I'm sure. Yep.
Yeah. So cool. Thanks for sharing your imagination with us.
Thank you for sharing your
Man,
lack
that's
of
just
imagination or mental like ability to like put what you think out into like a digestible way for other people.
in the world is this like bug got on? Dude, you're the second guy to just do this. Split hairs and why is it even so important to you to say that a lake is in general an oval shape? What where does that even get you,
Cool
Cooper?
task. I don't understand why.
How did you even go there?
I don't know,
How
man.
is that
It's a
even
mystery.
important to you? I
Could
guess
be. I
so.
don't know. It's weird.
Okay, well, if it
It's a
happens
very
again,
loose definition of an
we'll
oval, I
identify it
guess.
in the moment.
Well, it's important to us because we want the structure to be stable and we don't want people to die. Okay, that's the reason why it's
What?
important to us.
We're talking about
What
lakes,
in the
moron.
world are you talking about?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
life
came in.
preservers have already been invented. Yeah, if you don't know how to
It's
swim,
more
public service
bullshit.
announcement. If you don't know how to swim, people, stay out of the water unless you're learning to swim and stay in the shallow end with an instructor. But
Yeah. Why did you post a picture of the Great Lakes? You understand that the Great Lakes are fed by multiple rivers and the ocean, right?
I would say of
And
those
no
five
one said all
great,
lakes aren't attached to rivers and streams, right? I
but I would
said
like,
not
Every
all
I would
lakes
single
like,
are.
one of the Great Lakes is attached to a river. You understand that, right? That was a bad example for your lakes don't have rivers, but I do accept that not all lakes have rivers.
yeah, St. Lawrence
No,
Seaway. But dude, I would only
yes,
say
some do.
only two of those Great Lakes would I even say would even qualify halfway as be called ovals.
A collection of
If
ovals.
we want to play that game.
Nah, they're all pretty much like two or three ovals.
Erie, Ontario, in part in the majority of Michigan, maybe.
Look, I'm not saying they're a perfect oval, but like
You're the one,
it's
yeah.
fucking
So
it's like a fucking loose oval shape. Like, do you understand that?
what
Like,
the hell?
I could
What the
draw,
hell does dude?
like, I could
What the
draw that,
hell?
right? Like, I might not be
Yeah.
accurate, but you'll get the general idea of the shape of the lake, right? That's all I'm asking for the Earth. You are unable to even engage with it because you know there's nothing there. It's weird. It's weird that there's
What does
nothing
that
there.
even
It's
mean?
weird.
What does that even mean?
I think you can parse it out.
Well, are you asking what the entirety of the Earth looks like? Or are you asking for a map, a bird's eye view
Remember
map?
earlier when the original
I'm trying
question
to figure
before
out
all this?
how, because
Sure,
the
because
discussion,
what you're
yeah,
asking is you're asking me to restate the question. It's just, hey, when I think of the Earth, like the whole Earth, like I come up with a picture. It's a ball in my head. I can see it. I see it. When you guys are asked that question, what appears? What do you guys think it looks like? What appears in your mind? What is your mental model? That's the question.
a lot of water, land, and but only, I don't even know why you can't even use your imagination, because within your globe, the Earth is a lot of water. I'm saying there's land within a lot of water. The outstretches of where this water and specks of land go, I don't know. But the Earth, I don't imagine it being floating in outer space. I imagine it being a place where I am, which is land with a lot of water underneath whatever is occurring in the sky.
Okay, so I
Did I
understand.
parse it
So
out
you
enough
do
for
you
you?
under do
Oh,
you
now
understand
you
how that
understand.
do
Okay,
you
so now
understand how
you
that is
understand.
not do you understand how that's not a satisfying answer to what I asked? Because I
Well,
asked you
dude,
like,
you're
hey,
insatiable.
when you back up real far and look at it, what does it look like? And you answered with, well, when I press my face against the fucking ground, this is what I see.
Nowhere in that did I talk about pressing my face to the ground. In fact, I was pointing up
I see
at the end of it.
water and dirt. I see water and dirt. That's what you
Is that
said. Okay,
not what
I'm
you
fucking
see?
staring straight fucking down. Yep, that
Is that
doesn't.
not what you see in the world? See, the problem is I'm talking about things that I've seen, experienced in reality. You're talking about something that you've dreamed up in your mind because it was embedded in your psyche at the same time that you were writing letters to Santa Claus. You've never
That's fine.
seen
You
the
can just.
Earth as a
That's fine.
ball.
That's
You
fine.
imagine
That's fine.
it to
That's
be
fine. That's
that.
cool. You don't want to. You're unable to engage to
No,
the
I
question.
have
I understand.
engaged. You see the same dirt and water that I do.
Cool.
You see the same stars. I don't imagine that the stars are also beneath me.
Ask him what shape does he envision the universe? When you imagine the universe, Cooper,
Well,
what shape is it?
the last time that got brought up to someone,
Like a
the
balloon.
guy completely tripped out, like a
Oh,
balloon.
well,
Big
like a
oval.
balloon,
So
big oval. But NASA says it's flat
Yep.
like a sheet of paper, and so does Harvard,
That
and so
may
does
be. You know
Cambridge.
what? That's fine. My mental model may not be accurate, but at least I
like a
have
lake.
one. Like when I think of the universe, it's not just a fucking blank, empty void where I don't know. I have no imagination.
Okay,
When I think of this thing,
so
there is no
where
image.
is
It's
the?
just
Hold
like
on,
I'm not going to be so dishonest because when I think, there are
Cooper,
images and
nope,
words
Cooper.
associated with those things.
Where does this? Okay, where does this oval universe exist? What does that exist within?
I'm not decrying the accuracy of this.
Whoa,
This is
whoa,
just
whoa,
me.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Hey,
whoa, whoa,
think
whoa,
of the
whoa.
shape of the
Hold on
universe. That's
now.
what I think of. It's like a big fucking expanding
Well, that's a
oval,
little weird,
balloon full of
don't you think?
stars. Yeah, that would be if I could see the whole universe from an outside view. Yeah, that's kind of what I
Okay,
think would look like.
and now you know the position that I am with it, with the Earth. I could blow
Nope, I
smoke
don't.
up your
No, I
ass
don't.
because yep.
See how easily I was able to do that without fucking 20 minutes of dancing around it like a coward.
Well, dude, you called our initial responses to it a joke session.
Yeah, you guys just laughed it off and
We were
like you
finished.
made jokes
We
about
were
it. It's fine.
finished
You didn't
within
want to answer
45
it.
seconds.
I
Well,
bet
here
you
you're
know.
joking.
No.
You're
The
joking
issue I
also,
took
dude.
no. The part I took issue with is that you tried to say you answered the question. You didn't. You just laughed it off.
Well,
No
sorry you
Jinx
feel that way,
answered. I didn't
Cooper.
give him a bunch of shit. You guys pretended like it was some unanswerable question when obviously it is.
So what else you got, Cooper?
Ooh, that sounded like a concession. Oh, jeez.
Well, dude, I answered you thrice, and you say I haven't answered. So what else can I do? The weird thing is about speaking of lakes, it's strange that you guys have imagined especially the Great Lakes, which are massive bodies of water. It's strange, you guys, that you are continuing to imagine the surface of these lakes as one big convex bulge. I don't get that, dude. That's madness. So why did the lakes even get brought up in the first place?
He brought it up as a point to say, well, all lakes are different, so I can't say that.
But I can give you an idea what a lake looks like. Why can't you give me an idea? What? I mean, goodness gracious.
Well, exactly. I can give you an idea of
He
what a
just
lake looks like without knowing
he
anything
just
about
he
the lake.
just wanted us to imagine some random thing in our head, and that would make us honest if we just made up something, even if it's not bearing on reality at all. As long as we made up some
Okay,
random
so
shape
I
in
could
our
give
head.
Well, no,
Other,
the dishonest part
otherwise
is
we would
trying
be
to say that.
dishonest. Saying that we don't know, which is the honest answer, is dishonest, right? So as
so I
soon as you
cook
ask the
you and you
question,
run away. That's funny.
so
No, we'll stay here.
as soon as you asked the question, we replied, we don't know what the shape of the earth is. We don't claim to know what the shape of the earth is. That's 100% the honest answer, right? But you wanted us to just imagine some random silly shape in our head, even if it has no bearing on reality at all, right? And that would have been suitable for you. Dude, you're just a dishonest anti-flat earth scum clown. You guys shouldn't even be allowed in here. You guys are freaking bricked. Tracksuit Timmy, Cooper, you guys suck at this, right? You guys just come in with just blatant dishonesty. You guys can unmute these clowns whenever you want. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, Cooper's been here for years at this point, but it's crazy how it works because Cooper makes knowledge seem reasonable to speak with. It's funny how that continues to. The one guy reaches points of absurdity, and then the other guy he starts off beyond that absurdity. So then knowledge doesn't seem that bad. It's crazy. And
Do you think that the ocean tides are they greater than the lake tides? What do you
I
think?
know Cooper made that
what?
argument like a week or two ago.
Do you think the
The
tides, the
tide's
Great
greater
Lakes
than what?
tides, experience do they get the same gravitational pull as the ocean tides due to the moon and sun? What do you think?
No, I've never lived year round by any of the Great Lakes, but I think they're seasonally different. Sometimes they don't have tides, sometimes they do. I don't know. They're not like the ocean tides where they're clockwork.
Correct.
And even with the clockwork of the ocean tides, that shifts over the day. I mean, the high tide from one day, it's a progression of that time. It's not noon every day all year long. So why? Yeah. So what is? That's not a great argument for globe. If we have these massive bodies of water, not doing the whole tide dance, tide shuffle. What was that's weird that you introduced that as a gotcha, but it's a gotcha against the globe, and you don't even realize it. Knowledge.
Why are the tide? Why are the?
You're so desperate, dude. You're so
And you
desperate for
did you
points.
just
You
listen to
scored in the.
yourself? You said
Dude. You're
when you
so
say
desperate for points. You scored in the wrong basket.
no on my globe model. There's a such thing called gravity that causes that. You just confirmed it.
Okay, but no, you brought up that
Why are they?
some of the Great Lakes don't even experience tides during parts of the year, significant
Yeah,
ones at all.
that's true.
Okay, so you scored in the wrong bucket.
No, I just proved that gravity exists. Your
No,
people in here don't.
you've made
Your
a
people in here
claim.
don't like.
No,
How do you
you've made a
explain those
claim.
differences?
Time out. You've made a claim that gravity causes tides. Did you miss the day of school when they addressed tides as being long period waves?
Gravity pulls matter equally
Are
from all
tides
directions
not?
towards a center point, like of the
Are
of the mass,
tides
right?
not? Dude, are tides not long period waves? Is a
Okay,
tide a
like
long period wave? Yes or no? It's your pop quiz now.
well, I'm just saying because like the body of water, like is so
The
vast, is
teacher,
like vast in like
check out
the
my
ocean, right? The
textbook.
moon's
It's really
gravitational pull,
helpful.
like
Girl
that
knowledge.
it causes that volume to like shift, like creating
Well,
like
just
the bulge, which is the
explain,
high
girl.
tide as the Earth rotates, right? The fact that you say that there are tides, right? Like
Yeah,
what's
but
causing
tides are
what's causing it?
drastically different. Tides are drastically different seasonally when the waters are different temperatures too.
Flat Earth models don't claim that gravity exists, bud. So like on that only exists
Good
like
buddy.
so if
I'm
the
not your
Earth were
pal.
flat, gravity would not pull towards like the center of a like sphere, right? Like the flat like gravity doesn't
If
exist,
the
right?
Earth
Or that
is
like
Dude,
flat, then it wouldn't be a
put it
sphere.
together. What's the point of this?
what is causing the tides if there's no gravity on your model? Do that right now.
Dude, I just explained to you that it
Does
could be
gravity
water
exist in the
temperature.
flat Earth model? Yes or no?
Define gravity.
Yeah, space time.
Yeah.
How
pretty
about you
much.
ask?
It's
How about you ask?
distortion.
Is gravity? Just ask. Does gravity exist in reality?
Not on the flat Earth model, it doesn't.
Oh my goodness
Things
gracious!
fall. We
Like if
agree
the Earth
things
were
fall.
flat, gravity would not pull towards like the center like of a sphere,
No.
right?
Yeah,
It's true.
obviously. Duh.
Exactly. So explain that on your model. Gravity doesn't exist on the flat Earth
Explain
model. So
what? Explain why it's not as.
what is causing the tides? What is causing like why is
I don't
the
know.
ocean tides affected more by like the moon than the Great Lakes, right?
The
On your
moon has
model.
no
Explain it.
correlation.
That doesn't.
The location
Now
of the
that
moon
wasn't
has
even a
no
question.
correlation.
This guy just sat here
The
and told me that there were differences between the Great Lakes and the ocean.
Okay, but you just said that it has to do with the moons, right? So even
That has to deal with
NOAA.gov,
yes, it's their
so
gravitational pull.
NOAA.gov.
So why aren't they the
What do you
same?
think? What do you think causes a high tide? Do you think it's just because the moon goes over you?
What causes a great gravity?
Okay, so how many times does the moon go over you in one day? One time?
On your
Yes?
model, what is
In-
it?
No.
Never
How many
seen it.
times does the moon go over you in one day?
I know how it works on mine. How's it work on yours?
One? No, I don't think you know how it works on yours. That's why I'm trying to ask you some basic questions that you're avoiding.
No.
How many high
I'll go back
tides
to
are there
him.
in one day? How many high
How many
tides are
high
there in one
tides?
day
How
in
many high
this
tides?
location? Yeah. Yep.
So the lunar like is like the
Just
highest
answer.
tide,
Just
right?
say
Where
a
the
number. Just say a number.
no.
Oh, you can't say a number? How many times is it high tide in the period of 24 hours in a single location in most locations?
Who knows?
Two? So you don't even know how many high tides there are in a single
You
day?
know that gravity exists.
This guy is
Wow. This guy doesn't even know the basics of tides.
I thought this guy was the valedictorian of his Fancy Lads Academy.
How come there are some places that don't have any tides in the
I just
ocean?
realized who I was talking to, and I just decided to not stop talking.
Good.
Oh, you
You're the
couldn't
guy.
answer
You're
a
the guy with
single
you're the guy
question?
with the email, right? The fake email. Yeah.
The one that you said was fake because the engineer used the word altitude, and engineers would never use the word altitude, but you didn't read it properly, and the engineer never used the word
It's
altitude.
fake because the engineer
That
got
one.
it wrong, and you agreed that he
The
got
one
it
that you
wrong.
put through AI, the one that you put through AI and said that
Yes.
it was written by AI,
Yes.
but then you said that I wrote it myself.
Yeah, you're the one who put in the prompt, allegedly.
So I put in the prompt and told it to put the wrong math in.
Yes. Because you want to make it look like this engineer's like
and you're the
involved in some type
guy.
of conspiracy. It's like, oh, we're not accounting for curvature or gravity or any of these things. Like, right? So you just demonstrably got to like this was a massive project that this person worked on. Why would they get the basics wrong? Explain that to me. What's more likely, that the person who worked on the project, like who knows the ins and outs of the project, got the wrong, or you allegedly created like a fake email to show that they got the math
longer
wrong?
than 20. You do realize the lake's longer
It's
than
24
miles,
miles.
right?
It's 24
No,
miles.
the lake's not. The lake's not 24 miles.
What?
This
The
guy's
lake's not.
pointless to speak
The
with.
lake's not 24 miles. The lake has much longer sections.
Okay, but you said like it said like the engineer said that there was a drop off of 522 feet. There is no fucking drop off.
What, over the
Like
lake? Yeah, it's a drop off. It's a drop
there
off.
is no
If you're on
cliff
a
or
globe,
drop off. No, there isn't.
yeah, on a globe, you always picture yourself from your perspective as standing on top
No,
of the globe, and
no,
then there's a drop off over distance. Yeah,
no. Like right.
yeah, it drops away
A,
from you.
a bridge does not have a drop off. It's built to remain at a constant height above the water, right? So since the water itself curves around
Welcome
the
to
earth,
Flat Earth.
a bridge
The Earth
stays
itself has a
above
drop
15
off.
feet above the water. Like that'll naturally curve right along with it on our model, right? There is no 520-foot hill or whatever
On
you're
our
taught. That engineer
model.
was taught drop off,
You sound
right?
like you're praying. We're talking
The
about in
reason
reality.
this is
Yeah,
reality.
it's a drop
Engineers
off.
would know this, that it's built 15 feet above to remain constant over the 24 miles.
It's called drop over
Where
distance.
where are you getting the where did
No,
he get
you're mixing reality and the globe, dude. It's obvious.
He's crazy.
Yes. No, but you
Yeah.
said the engineer said that there was a drop. There is no drop off. It's
Yeah, on a
impossible.
globe
He got
you
it
have
wrong.
a drop off. Yeah, you have a drop
No,
off on a globe. It's called
no,
drop over distance.
no. The reason why
It
you
drops
think that
off
because
over
you're fucking
distance.
no, it doesn't.
It drops off. Yes, it does. You think the globe doesn't drop off over distance? It curves
Over
away from
20,
you, and
we're talking about over 24 hours, right? Like the engineer said an
24
arc, right?
hours. 24 hours
24
of
miles.
what?
24 miles. Sorry, we're talking about the bridge, right? The
Yeah,
bridge.
they said.
So
Yeah, they built
right.
it in small
So a
sections.
chord is a like a chord like what he explained is
It's
like kind of
called
like
a
a perfect.
chord, you
It's
idiot.
through space
It's not
like an
called a
arc.
chord.
He's reading all this shit for the
How do you
first
get
time.
so many words wrong? Right?
Hmm.
It's
He's
called
reading
a
them all for the
chord.
first time. The
Okay, but you got
whatever.
it all
calling it a
wrong.
chord? A chord?
Okay. Yes, I'm reading your email.
You said that you had a math degree and you don't know what a chord is or how to say chord? Wow.
Okay, who cares?
You really are.
Teach it to
Following
them.
a
Who cares?
pathogen theorem. Let's be patient.
Yeah.
He said that he had a math
said-
degree
no.
and then he doesn't know how to pronounce the word chord in mathematics.
Okay, but that's a speech problem.
No, did I miss him saying chord? Please tell me I didn't miss that. He said
He
chord.
said chord.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, flip it.
It's just an accent.
You're not a musician
Not an
either.
accent. It's not an accent.
The reason why you know it's fake is because you keep saying that there's a drop off when there is
You
not.
don't have an accent. Idiot isn't an accent.
You keep
Yeah,
saying that there's a drop off because when
is
you
not
created the
an
email, you
accent.
think this when it's not true, right? There
How
is no
so?
fucking drop off. Okay, 500 and like what
The
did
way
you
we
say?
know, the way that we
Yeah,
know
there's a
DJ
drop-off
fake
on it.
wrote it is because he wrote chord with a ch. That's how we know DJ messed it up.
Okay.
Yeah. So did I make it in AI or
I
did I
don't
write it?
care. Shut your mouth, dude. Be quiet.
You're not doing very well today.
Like we know
You
it's a
might
fake
need some
email,
extra,
okay?
Some extra bong hits.
Hey,
know it's
retard, do you
the
want me to
fake
invite
email.
an engineer right here, right now? I can invite them
Yeah,
in,
bring
and they'll tell
one,
you
bring
that it's
one.
wrong.
We already had.
Okay. You
Okay, go,
created
go.
a
Do
fake
it,
email.
do
I
it.
proved it in the
Where's
side
the
chat.
engineer?
Oh my
Where's
god.
the engineer? Where's the engineer?
You said that there was a 500 like
You're not
that
going to bring an
engineer. No,
engineer
there
here
isn't.
right now, are you?
Hmm?
You're not going to bring an engineer here. Don't lie. You're full of lies.
You're not what?
I said you're full of lies. You're a lying man.
Well, we have to go on like. I'd have to go to another like Discord to get them.
Do
Okay,
it.
off you go. Yeah, do it. Do it. Do it, bro. You want to do it.
Bring a PhD, professor in engineering. Do that.
I don't know like what they're educated, but they are an engineer. But I don't know what like degree
All
they
right.
have.
We'll settle for a regular engineer. How about that? Not going to make it hard for you.
So here's someone in the home server posting the Lake Pontchartrain letter in 2023. Here's a screenshot of it.
Yeah, ChatGPT came out in 2022. It immediately flagged your thing for AI. Yeah.
Yeah, but what's more like
Well, didn't look like Freddy Boy's on. It's like 9 a.m. on the West Coast, so they're probably asleep.
Dude, you're just so pathetic. It's cringe.
I'm not going anywhere.
You're scared to look at the actual observations, right? You asked me to show you the 21-mile Great Salt Lake observation, but you keep running away from it for some reason. It's like you're dishonest or something.
I did ask earlier, and it was we don't have to. Did you ever see knowledge? Have you ever seen laser tests over water? Just not that I'm going to send it to you, but have you ever seen it?
Not the laser stuff, no. You would have to post it in the side chat. You can do
Are you
that.
gonna look
I'll
at
take
it
a look
though?
at it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So why do you not want to? Okay, all right. Well, let's go over the
Well,
21.
I can't speak of something. I don't know about the laser test.
All right. Well, if you were to, let's say you were to set up let's say you went to a lake and it was 21 miles across the lake. Beautiful, calm, clear day. No waves, no wind. Now we set up a laser beam, really, really high powered laser beam, 5 foot above the surface of the water. And then 21 miles away, we have a target, which is also 5 foot above the surface of the water. Do you think the laser beam will hit the target on a globe?
I wouldn't know because I haven't done any testing, right? You couldn't expect me to know that.
Okay, so in between point A and point B, there should be a hump of water, right? Hello?
That's what he said earlier.
Yeah, he said the hump of water thing earlier. Wow, you don't know if there should be a hump of water between 2 points over a 21-mile distance? You called it a chord, remember? Right?
I'm just running your image. I'm just running your email through AI detectors. Yeah, 59%.
Anything to distract himself. I'm just watering my azaleas. So I just found a turtle. He flipped himself over. I'm just riding him, dude.
59% fake. So it's not sure. It's pretty funny.
You said this was posted in 2023. ChatGPT came
No, I
out in
didn't.
2022.
No, I didn't say it was. I said I found a
Why
post
is it?
where someone
So
on
if
the
I run
home
this through
server
every
had
AI
posted. Don't
detector,
talk over me.
why it's
Oh my
telling me
goodness.
it's all fake?
First of all, your first analysis from the AI run through, you said likely AI generated. Dude, and you're taking issue with the term altitude when altitude was in the question, not the
Everything
answer
was
by the
wrong.
engineer. It is
Everything was
pointless
wrong
to speak
in
to
this
you because you're a na-na. You won't
because
listen. You're just
because
na na na
he's
na
the one
na.
who created it. Like that's the reason why the math is wrong
Well,
because
I
he
didn't
thinks
create it.
It's
somebody
AI
did.
Knowledge.
Allegedly, they did.
So
They had to
knowledge.
create it.
Are you
I
putting
believe
it?
the AI
Are you
detector.
copying
I
the
don't believe
text?
you.
Are you putting it through an image detector? Because this is text that you're meant to be. So the AI hasn't produced an image, right? It would have produced text if it was through AI. So you would need to run the actual text through an AI text detector and see if the text detects that it's written through by AI. Not an image. It's not an image. It's not a picture. It's not made in Midjourney, right? You're asking it if some written text is an image made in AI, and it's not even sure. It's giving you 59%, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I didn't
I
say that
believe
this
it.
was first posted in 2023. I just said I just found a post where someone had posted it in 2023. I didn't write the letter. I didn't
Somebody.
contact the engineers. It was somebody else that did that. So are you running it through an AI image detector, or are you running it
So
through the text to see if the text was generated by AI?
no, you can run it through both.
No, this is pointless. Hey, dude, can we get back to when you actually had a moment of clarity, honesty about 3 minutes ago when DJ was
No.
asking you about the laser and you said, I don't know. I haven't conducted the experiment. So how about we get back to that point?
Well, post it in the
Because
side chat so I can do it. I can run it against like the globe model, right? How it's
What?
supposed to work. You have to post it in the side chat what you're
Well,
talking about.
what is it supposed to look like when you're shooting a laser out over water? What it's supposed to look like on the globe is that the laser and the Earth, they're no longer parallel. The Earth curves beneath the laser.
If
That's
I
what you would
haven't done the
expect.
experiment, how would I know any of this?
Dude,
Right?
you're
With
the
the
one that
laser.
was chastising. Dude, you were chastising people for not having an imagination, and now you can't even
But I'm honest though when I
envision
say I don't
this.
know something. I
Well,
didn't post
make
a
a
fake
drawing.
ass
Make a
AI
drawing
image.
for yourselves. Make a
How?
drawing. Get your crayons out.
I
Pull
don't
out a
know the
piece of
experiment.
paper. I'm telling you the experiment. Draw a circle to represent the Earth,
That's
and then
your
draw a laser above it.
but you're telling me something that I have no way of seeing if it's true or not, right? That's
Well,
why I'm
you're the
asking
one.
you to post it in the side chat. That way I can actually go through it, right?
Okay, so what is the claim you can make today, right here
I
and now?
didn't make any claim. You did.
I'm asking you to make one now about how you know you live on a ball. Let's fresh start.
Oh, how we live on a ball?
How do you know that's a certainty?
Because I know that so time is time is fourth dimensional, meaning that like on the metric tensor, like which is imposed is on the differential manifold, which is what gives rise to the geodesic, right? So the geodesic is it spawns out of like curved space-time, like that distortion. The geodesic is a straight line on a curved surface, right? You wouldn't be able to fly planes if you didn't follow that geodesic. Do you remember when I said that to you?
Well, I remember when you were asking me if I knew what a ball
Also
was.
the GPS, also what comes out of that is that time slows down when it has like a strong gravitational pull, right? So that's what we call time dilation. So GPS systems, if they didn't take time dilation into account, our cell phones would not work, and like our GPS systems would not work. Okay.
Oh my
GPS is like it takes time dilation into account. That's how the timing on your cell phone like is correct. Okay, at all times. Like right, it has to correct for that. But post the
all
laser
times.
experiment though. Post the laser experiment so we can see it. Right? Maybe you're right. Maybe who knows? You could be right.
No, the question was what you would expect on a ball.
I expect that we follow the curvature of the Earth when we fly planes, right? If there's no curvature, there would be no
Okay, how
geodesic.
about when you shoot a laser? Do you expect the laser to do as the plane does in your mind?
I don't know anything about lasers, bro.
You
Oh
know
my
who
goodness!
knows a lot
I just
about
told you I
lasers?
don't know anything about lasers.
If
Right.
I
So there's
end up
a
on a plane flown by you, I'm running down the runway away from the plane.
From the
terrifying thought, isn't it?
So from the two-dimensional manifold, right, which is like we can use the analogy for the flat plane. That's the runway, right? It's going. The runway goes up three-dimensional space. Well, theoretically into the air, and then it's like following the geodesic, which is the shortest path between 2 points, because that's how you get the shortest possible difference on the ground. You go from point A to point B, but when you're flying a plane, right, the shortest possible distance between 2 points is a geodesic, which is a straight line on a curved surface.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Like if
He's
you
just
notice
busted
how we
himself
map
his
our
whole
airline
lying
routes,
about being a
like
pilot.
so the reason why we want to travel the shortest possible distance, because it saves on fuel. It gets the customers happy, right? They want to get to their location like the shortest possible distance. That's how
So you're not a
how
pilot.
all airlines. So
I hear you, man. I'm just saying that's crazy. Like you imagine that the pilot looks out the window. Like I'm not a pilot. You imagine the pilot looks out the window. He can see, let's say, a cloud right in front of him, and then the shortest distance between him and the cloud is an arc. So he can see the shortest distance, and he avoids it and goes a different one, which is the real shortest distance, shorter than the shortest distance. That sounds crazy.
yeah. Well, I mean, it may sound crazy, but that's just because you evolved on the plains of Africa in order
I'm
to
just saying that
avoid
there's
predators. Your brain didn't evolve to understand physics, homie. Okay, that's the reason why you
What I'm
think it's
saying
crazy.
is the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. It's in the air. There's nothing stopping you. There's no, it's just air. It's nothing. Yeah, you can walk right through air, fly right
Can
through
you
air.
do me a favor? Can
And
you tell me what
we
a
know that
geodesic?
now we know that on the shortest point straight line on a curved surface. You're saying that in the air we're on a curved surface, which sounds crazy to me because I know that in the air the shortest distance is a straight line. So the pilot looks
So
out the window and he's straight, and you're saying he doesn't do that. He says, "Oh, I can't do that. That's
do you
too
know
short. I got to the shortest distance."
do you know what the Great Circle route is on how
I don't know.
these
Dude, are you
airliners
gonna justify your crazy statement or not?
we can. I have to post it in the side chat.
No, your statement is that he looks out the window, he sees a cloud, he can go right at it. That's the shortest distance, straight line. But he doesn't do that, or he does do that. He does go straight, or he does not go straight.
So I just
All
googled what
right.
he claimed. So I think he's not a pilot because I just did a basic.
See, I don't think it has
Google
anything to
search,
do
right?
with like somebody being born in Africa, like you stated. I think it's just you just sound crazy to people in Africa, Europe, wherever. That statement sounds crazy.
It's
So
Pangea Airlines.
I just typed in, do commercial planes take the shortest distance or use flight corridors? It says commercial planes use predetermined flight corridors rather than taking straight shortest line distances. While airlines prefer the shortest path to save fuel, they must navigate a complex grid of invisible highways in the sky. Why planes use flight corridors, air traffic control. Corridors organize traffic to prevent mid-air collisions. So, once again, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about and just showed us that he's not a pilot and he's lying about something else as well.
I don't even think he can have what he described to me. When knowledge described to me, I don't think that mid-air collisions are possible. I don't think they're impossible with what he described to me. They would have to go straight. They would have to go straight at that other, airplane or that other craft. But what he described to me is that they would never go straight. They would go in an arc. So it's impossible. Any collision in the air, knowledge has debunked his globe.
So yeah, it's even they don't take the shortest paths, and it's even due to safety regulations. And it's due to things like having to fly at a specific distance from emergency airports. Flights must avoid restricted airspace, active conflict zones, and countries without overflight permits, jet streams, routine planes into tailwinds or around severe storms saves more time and fuel than going in a straight line. Flights over high mountain ranges like the Himalayas are restricted due to limitations, dangers. So yeah, like it says, commercial planes use highways in the sky.
Nothing you said discredits what I said.
Yeah, it literally does, right? So
The
literally,
fact that
right? So
the
you
fact
said
that
that
the
they take the
geodesic
shortest
exists
path.
proves that the Earth is curved, because that's what we're doing.
No, it's just a coordinate system, dude.
What you said is that like they avoid like the shortest possible routes due to safety reasons. Well, no shit, Sherlock. If there's a fucking like if you're on the geodesic following the straight line on a curved surface and there's a fucking thunderstorm up ahead, of course you're going to avoid it. Why wouldn't you? It's
No.
fucking.
They used predetermined, right? So they used predetermined flight corridors.
You are always, when you travel, no matter on the Earth, you're going you want to travel the shortest possible distance between 2 points. Okay, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, that would be ideal, but in
You do
reality,
that on the ground.
while airlines prefer the shortest path to save fuel, they must navigate a complex grid of invisible highways in the sky.
Okay, but your problem
Commercial
is
planes use predetermined flight corridors rather than taking the shortest distance.
the fact
Hey,
that the
knowledge, let me ask you a
geodesic
question, knowledge.
exists, the fact that we all of our airline routes like navigate around the geodesic proves that we're following a straight line on a curved surface, right? The fact that it exists is a problem for you. Okay? These airline companies are not wrong. You are. Okay? They're not stupid.
Knowledge, you never turn the plane on your flight when you're flying?
Most of the time, the autopilot is doing everything for you.
No, you could. Okay, then what is the autopilot? The autopilot never turns the plane because every time I've been in a plane, the plane turns. I've never been in a plane that doesn't turn.
Well, do you turn? Yes, you turn, don't you, on the ground?
What in the world is wrong with you, knowledge?
No, because you keep asking dumb questions.
You need to roll down the windows in your limousine. I think you need some fresh air. You sound like Mickey Hart during his laughing gas.
These are dumb questions. These are dumb questions. That's why.
Did you turn to who turns? So your questions. You're telling me that the plane.
It's like, hey, bud, do you turn?
You're
Do you
telling
turn your
me.
plane?
What
What kind of question is that?
Well, because you say every time a plane flies, it just goes in a straight line.
The straight line, like on a curved surface, is the geodesic. That's what it is. The surface has to be curved in order for you to follow the geodesic. And all airplane pilots do this when they can, right? Like when they're not avoiding safety or they're not like accounting for safety reasons or whatever.
What in the world are you talking about when they're not avoiding safety? Oh, I need to hold on. Just pause for a minute. I don't even know why that sentence is in your brain. That's sort of like when Ilhan Omar said World War 11. So when they're not, I got to let it go. What in the world is up with you, pilot? It's madness, dude. No, I pity the fool.
You're gonna ask dumb questions. I'm gonna act dumb too.
Oh, you're not acting, pal. I think that somehow this is it for you.
If you're gonna lie to me about a fake email or talk about do you turn your fucking plane, there's no like it's not a serious like discussion at that point, right?
May I ask you then, what is, if you're insisting, I'm not even going to use the word fake because you use different sources of the creation of this email, AI, the DJ wrote it. It's a screenshot of some email where you first took issue because of the word altitude, correct? My question is, what the hell is so damning in this email that you've resorted to all of this?
Because
I
there-
know. I know.
because
I know. I finally tapped into your the part of
because
your
there is
soul
no
that
there
gets
is
close to
there
this
is no there is
conversation
no
when you go,
there is no so there is no drop or cliff like as the as the engineer said in the email. Like he got it completely wrong. The engineer is wrong. But
Yeah,
my
correct. So from airport to airport, there is no drop or cliff. It's a plane flying over as
I'm
the
talking
crow
about
flies.
I'm talking about with a bridge. We were talking
Yeah,
about like a 24-mile-hour bridge, right? So it's
yeah.
not. It's what's more
But
likely.
the
Do you
term
think that this is
altitude,
a this? What do you think
the
that's more
term
likely that
altitude,
a flat earther created this email? Like he
no,
fucking prompted the AI to say this, right? To
no,
have the engineer get the math wrong. That way you could say, oh look, the engineer. No, the engineer, like right, did not get like there is no engineer. This is an AI prompt from like right. That's what it is. That's why the AI image detector detects it as being AI because that's what it is. He just found it on a website and then he copied and pasted it into this side chat.
Did you
Okay.
ever think that maybe it
Do you believe
considers it
do you
like
believe
being
everything
AI
you
because it's a screenshot? Do you think that could not contribute to it?
he said that he found it on a website. Of course it's AI. What do you think it is?
Oh my goodness gracious. So, okay.
I did not say, hold on a second. I did not say that. I never said that once.
Where did you
You're a
find it?
lying piece of you're a
Where
lying
did you
piece
find
of
it?
shit, right? This
I
has
just
been
think he has the memory
circulating.
of a man.
Yeah, so this is such an old thing. I don't remember exactly where we got it, but this has been something that's been shared on the home server for years, a long
Yeah.
time. I'm not sure when it was first shared or who did it, but a bunch of flat earthers contacted them, right? This was what they asked them, and this was the reply they got.
I don't believe they
Now I'm going to run the
contacted them.
text. I don't care what you believe, right? All you've done is
We
just
both know
butcher
the
everything
engineer
and
is
be a
not wrong. You guys created a fake. No, they whoever did it right created a fake AI prompt have the engineer say something so fucking crazy that it's literally ludicrous that even I saw that it was wrong, right?
wow. You
The
are a
purpose of that,
crazy nutcase,
the
conspiracy
purpose of you
theorist.
trying like you having the AI prompt to make the engineer's
Just
math
run
wrong
the
is so that you
text.
could say
Just
that there's
run the
some type of
text.
conspiracy that these engineers aren't even accounting for the curvature or the gravity when they are, right? That's what's happening here.
All right, so
You even
I
agreed
just
that the math
extracted
was
the
wrong.
text from I just extracted the yeah, Globus get math wrong every single day, right? You don't even know the math.
No, the flat earthers who made the AI prompt like had him like get it wrong, right? That way you can create the conspiracy like around it to say, oh look, the engineers, they're not even accounting for the curvature, right? Exactly. I know exactly what's happening here, bud. I'm not stupid. You guys said that these flat earthers, when you say it's been
That's what's
circulating,
so damning about it. That in reality, when a bridge is built, it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. I got it now. Thank you. Took a while to get that out of you.
we talked about that all the way at the beginning.
Yeah, you were the one that made the empty claim that bridges are built to account for the curvature. So this is a full circle moment.
We said that like when you account for the curvature,
Well, you,
the top
not
portion of the
we, not
structure
me,
is always going to
you.
be wider than like the base. This is true, right? We posted like that earlier when we first started. When we were being like good faith, right? When this guy didn't started to lie to me about an email. That's kind of like when I started like, doing my little fucking oh, I don't know this or that shit.
Yeah, that's so when I asked, we could have cut this whole thing off at the head at the very beginning when I asked you, so existence of cantilevered bridge equals earth ball. X-Ray's here. Hello, X-Ray.
Still haven't posted the laser test in the side chat. I want to look at it. You could be right.
So anyway, when is that engineer gonna arrive? Still waiting here.
Name is Fred. He should well, I think he lives on the East Coast, so he's 3 hours ahead. So
Maybe later then. How about those tides? How many times do we have
Right, here we
tides
go.
for 24 hours?
no, I don't want to talk about
Hey,
tides.
hey, plain and truth. Can I just do this real
My
quickly
mind
for 1
just
second?
kills me.
Yeah, go.
Hold on.
I'm just gonna act dumb again.
Knowledge. All right, so I just took the text off the screenshot. Okay, so this is the text in the email, and I've run it through AI text detection. Right, so it says 0% AI, 0% mixed, human 100%. I'm going to take a screenshot of it now. I'm sick and tired of you calling me a liar. Right, so you can run the text. I'm going to post the text as well. You can run it through as many AI text detectors as you want, right? And you can apologize and say you were wrong. Otherwise, it's not going to work out well for you, right? So here it is, the screenshot in the side chat. Okay, you can see the text, exact text from the email. 0% AI, 100% human. Because I don't appreciate being called a liar. It's one thing that really pisses me off.
Hold on. Let me see your original email.
Oh, hold on a second. I made a mistake.
Of course you did.
All right, so this is sorry. I put in yeah.
No. You're trying to change it around.
This is
You're trying to change it around. Uh-oh, you got caught.
No, I didn't try
you
to.
got caught.
No, I didn't.
You got
I
caught.
didn't try to change anything around. I put in our letter to the sniper that didn't account for Coriolis, the world record sniper. Let me do the same with the Pontchartrain email. I'll do the same thing. It's gonna say the same thing. Wait and see, and then you can apologize, or it's not gonna work out well for you. Or if it does say that it's AI generated, then I will apologize and say that I was wrong.
This doesn't look like your original message to me.
Did you hear what I just said? Right. This is.
No,
did we
this
take
sounds
into account
like
Coriolis as much as that got lost? This is not to do with the bridge. This is to do with when we contacted the world record sniper shot holder, 4.4 mile sniper shot, and asked him if he took into account Coriolis effect. So I saw a different email, and I thought that this was the other email. So that was my bad. Just give me a second.
Yeah, knowledge, but perhaps work on not having such a knee-jerk reaction to everything all the time, dude.
So for me personally, because
For
I
being
shoot
such
personally.
a wealthy guy, you sure are a spastic.
So the way that I shoot, right, is how, like, we're Americans, so we use the metric system.
Oh
So we
my
take.
God.
So how many inches goes into 1 yard?
Just let him post the thing he was trying to post before you
It's a
find somewhere else and
4.4
start
mile.
running away.
Yeah, it's a 4.4 mile sniper shot. Disregard that for the moment because we're talking about the other one.
Right after I beg him not to have a knee-jerk reaction, he is off and running. Ooh, knowledge, knowledge, knowledge.
Okay, here we go. All right, so you can check the text on the left, and you can see that we are confident. We are highly confident this text is entirely human. 0% AI, 0% mixed, 100% human. All right, now I'll run it through another one. All right, here's another one. This one has over 12,000 reviews and almost 5 stars rating. And once again, obviously, 100% human written.
Come on, guys, real flat earthers smoke Dunhills.
You know, in Australia, to buy a 20 pack of Dunhills, I think it's like $60 now. It's freaking insane.
It's 20 here, so that's a third. That's a third of what is it? A third or a fourth? A third of $60. So yeah, that's a lot
Yeah,
of money. But
it's crazy. Yeah. It's just all tax, all government tax.
yeah, the government just want to take everybody's money, bro. That's why
Yeah,
government means mind control.
they kept saying that they're doing it for everyone's health. They're like, oh, we're putting them up by $10 a packet for the health benefits of the Australian public.
And they don't
And then
realize
they
that when
bought.
you raise the price of a product, it actually increases incentive to buy that product.
Oh yeah, it probably seems more valuable, and yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, when I used to run an eBay store, I could have a shitty antique sitting there for 6 months trying to sell it cheap, and then sometimes I would use this technique where I just put it on like 3 times the price, and then it would sell straight away because someone would be like, "Oh wow, that's must be really good."
Yeah, it's like the people
Same sort of deal.
the people who try to get rid of their broken refrigerators, they put it out on the curb and say free for scrap. No one will bother to take it. And then they put a sign that says $100, and someone will steal it before the sun comes up.
So yeah, knowledge gonna need an apology, or just admit that you were wrong. Don't even care about your apology. And you should if you've got a LinkedIn or something like that, you should add content creator to it because you're
For me, I have a LinkedIn. I have 200. What is it called? 200 followers or whatever it's called. I don't know. 200. Connections. I have over 200 connections.
good stuff, man.
The sun's preventing me from being able to see if my flame is hitting my cigarette. Marlboro Smooths. Those who know.
Is this a gorilla advert from Big Tobacco? This is the because I've noticed a
I
lot of these.
I am Big Tobacco. They call me Big Tobacco. That's my nickname.
Yeah, I have a question. Well, maybe you'll have the answer. Why are Zippos both the most reliable lighters and at the same time the most unreliable lighters?
Because they require maintenance, and most people are like negative 666 IQ. So in order to operate a Zippo, you actually have to
You
have a
have to read
above
the
average
instruction
IQ.
manual. Yeah, I guess so.
Usually, I mean, have you ever read the book The Curse of the High IQ?
No, but I've heard of it. I watched the story about the guy who was like a geopolitical expert, ended up going over to Laos, I think, or Thailand or something like that, and had some big meeting with the leader. And by the end of the leader, all of his smarts got himself not leaving the country.
Yeah, for sure.
To the point where he left life. The leader saw to it. But yeah, that was an example of it. Yeah. But I guess see the problem. I just buy Bics. Every Zippo I've had, I had a Zippo once upon a time that was used and worked like clockwork. All you had to do was refill it. And then I've been gifted Zippos that I just keep in the box. I don't even want to. I feel there is a certain amount of breaking them in. Well, you've seen the movie Four. Have you ever seen the movie Four Rooms? Tarantino.
I haven't, but I've heard of it. But what's it
Well,
about?
all you have. Well, it's 4 different movie directors, but all you have to do is watch the Tarantino scene, and you could probably watch that on YouTube. But
Yeah.
it's Tim Roth is the bellhop. He walks into this room with all these, well, it's like three guys who are in the middle of this bet about how confident he is in his Zippo, and he bets $500 that he can light his Zippo. Or no, he bets $500 that he can bet his Zippo that he can light his Zippo 5 times in a row, and he puts up his pinky finger as collateral to pay off the bet if he loses. And they have Tim Roth. They have an uninterested party is the one holding the cleaver. his first attempt at lighting the Zippo, it just sparks and down comes the cleaver, and it's just the end of the film. But yeah. And they paid Tim Roth. I think they pay Tim Roth to do it. Of course, and he
Yeah.
picks up the money and leaves. But yeah,
Yeah, my Zippo, this Zippo I've had for about 4 years, I think, 4 or 5 years, but my father bought me it, and then he fixed it before he passed away. He fixed the interworking parts and stuff, like the flint, the what is it called, the wheel, all that stuff. And then he replaced all that, and then now it's working like brand new. And now I know how to fix Zippos. Like I could probably do it for a part-time job. I could probably get paid to fix people's Zippos and stuff probably. But it is a good way to make fire, like for survival and stuff. Like if you don't have electricity and you want to cook food and you want to make fire real quick, the Zippo is like the best thing ever to light a fire, because it's such a big flame, when you put a lot of lighter fluid in it. And lighter fluid's cheap. Like I could get it for like $4 a bottle, $4 a medium sized bottle or something. It's pretty cheap.
well, Joe Rogan says all you have to do is use Fritos. No, I'm joking. But yeah, get those for $1.95. But
Yeah.
yeah, I know a guy who does. He people do yo-yo tricks. This guy can do like Zippo tricks. It's funny.
That's the thing too. Look, if we weren't on a flat Earth, or if we weren't on a, in a what is it called? If we were on a spinning ball, there's no way that you'd be able to light a flame. Like in an open system, you can't light a flame. That there's no gas pressure. There's no gas. What is it called? Boyle's law. And then also, what's it called? Like when I light a flame, right? The flame is consistent if there's no wind. If the wind isn't like if the wind isn't like over like a certain miles per hour, like in your direction, like if it's not over like maybe 3-4 miles per hour or something, you could, if it's a still wind, it's or still air, then your flame will light consistently. Like everybody knows this. It's just it's a fact of physics. Um, if you have a source of a flame or a source of heat, and it's not interrupted by like wind, moisture, stuff like that, then pretty much you could light a fire anywhere. And also the reason that you could light a fire anywhere is because we're not on a spinning ball, But this is my water for the day right here. Not the day, but about a little more than half my water for the day. Really good water. Exceptional water. Reverse osmosis. Pretty good. And I have this lighter too, actually, by the way. This is a butane lighter. I know how to start a fire. Even if I don't have a Zippo, I know how to start a lighter. Start a fire. I just get a little can of butane, which I have a bunch of them, and I just hold it upside down onto the tinder, and when it sprays onto the tinder, the butane, you could light a fire pretty much every time, because the butane just lights up like crazy. It just explodes into a flame, and this is a good scorch torch. This little thing, it's pretty good. It has a flame right there. It's pretty good, man. I could refill. It's so easy to refuel refuel butane lighters. Butane's one of my favorite fire making technologies. Butane's also cheap, you know. Butane is
Yeah,
like
butane is pretty nice, man. Yeah, it's a good thing. I just wanted to. DJ is here. He's a little pussy. I just wanted to ask him about
All
his
right, bro.
fucked
Yeah.
up arguments.
you just
Dude,
threw
I
him
was
under the
about
Yeah,
to
what's
bus.
up,
say
pussy?
you
Oh,
might
you're
want
here.
to.
Oh man, my favorite vagina. How are you doing, bro?
The German has his panties in a wad. Jay,
Hold
what
on,
happened to
bro.
you, dude?
We have
Yeah, he
to ask
came back
DJ
from a
for his
7-day
argument, please.
ban, and he's
Don't interrupt
probably
us.
about to go on another 7-day
Hold
ban.
on, bro. Oh, you're still crying?
Yeah, just gotta hit enter.
Why so
Bro.
butthurt, DJ? What's up, man?
Maybe
I don't like
maybe
people
it's
that
Did
lie,
someone,
bro. I'm sick and
did
tired of
one
you
of your
globers
friends fall
being
off the
lying
edge of
pieces
the
of
earth?
shit.
Oh,
Bye.
that's you.
You guys should settle it
7
with
more
your
days.
fist. You guys should settle it with your fist, man.
Bro, I wrecked that freaking little German prick.
You know, I met a German the other day that was in a VC. He came into the DS experience or whatever, whichever VC I was in, and he was like, "Oh, you know, the Germans, the Aryans, the blonde hair, blue eyes are the best genetic race ever. They're much more superior than any other race." And I told him, then why is Germany letting Islam and Muslims into their country and terrorizing their country and, you know, beheading people and taking over, infiltrating their country, invading their country? And then he said, "Oh, the reason we let them do that is because well, basically, I told him, like, you know, in World War II, Germany begged America to save them from a 5'2" meth head named Hitler. So it's all good, you know. But Germany wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for America. That's a fact. If anybody doesn't want to admit that, then they're just obviously idiotic. But and obliviously idiotic at that,
Well,
actually.
Mercedes Benz definitely wouldn't.
Oh yeah, Mercedes Benz, like, they wouldn't even be a car company. They wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for America. Like, most people don't realize Mercedes Benz, the engineers of Mercedes Benz work with American geniuses, American, you know, marketers, all other engineers in America. America has amazing engineering as well. People don't understand. We have multiple. We have America is the country with some of the biggest metropolitan cities and the best architecture, other than China. China has amazing architecture and stuff, but you know, I mean, Japan too. Japan and China pretty much are the only other ones other than America that have a brilliant architecture. There are some exceptions to other cities as well, but American ingenuity is unbeatable. It's like America is considered exotic by every other foreign country because of the fact that American steel, like, think about how many things America produces that's like, and exports, that's like phenomenally beneficial for all countries, you know?
Well, the Germans do produce good nuts and bolts.
Yeah, they do.
I had a friend
Yep.
who would buy things from Harbor Freight. He bought this cement mixer for $99.99. And first thing he did, he took all the taking all this Chinese hardware out of this thing, took it all, replaced it with his bucket of German screws and nuts and bolts. And the thing, this lasted forever.
Yeah, Harbor Freight does have some German stuff for sure. They have Klein
No, he was
tools.
saying
They
he
have
was saying it was Chinese. He had to dismantle the Chinese nuts and bolts out of it and put his home collection of German nuts and bolts into the thing. But yeah, I don't know. Oh my goodness.
Germans are just they're too nationally obsessed, sovereignly obsessed. Like
Well, that may have been the case, but I watched recently where Merkel, they had all their politicians on a stage and they were waving German flags, and she chastised them, told them to put them away. But yeah, they do a dandy F1 team,
yeah,
Mercedes
yeah.
Benz.
Some Germans are smart. You know, I know a German. My neighbor for my whole life. His name is Alex. Is Al or Alex. and he's a brilliant German, but he's a German American. You know, like literally, his people, his parents moved to America, just like the same way my parents moved to America. He's an older gentleman, by the way, but his parents moved to America from Germany, and the reason they moved to America from Germany was because Germany was a crap hole back then. You know, in the late 40s, the early 50s, and stuff like that. Germany was a crap hole. It was literally like there's obviously they had a world war there, you know, and I told the guy that was like, oh, you know, Germans are the most superior race and all this stuff, and I was like, I told him, you know, and he said that Germany's the best country too, and I told him, you know, did America have a world war in our country? No, we did not, because America's military is so formidable and so powerful that we would never have a world war in our country. Our technology is American technology, and our militaristic and our military is like probably I would say 10 times more advanced than like any other um country in the world, probably, you know. Even China, they just use drones and stuff. That's old technology, bro. We've been using drones since like drones existed for like 80 years like ago. And even before that, in the ancient world, they had AI and drones as well. So nothing new is under the sun. I'm talking about really ancient. I'm not talking about like, you know, 2,000 years ago or something.
Well, I'll see those automaton statues. I think that's what they're called, like where the swan will just be moving around. They're from centuries ago. I don't know, automatronic or something like that.
Yeah, automatrons. They also had, like, you know, Nikola Tesla had robots. Nikola Tesla, in the late 1800s, early 1900s, he had robots. He built robots, and people don't want to admit that, but I mean that's just a fact. He wrote it in his journal. He recorded it to some degree. You know, it's just like, you know, we've had this technology for a long time, man. Like AI is nothing new under the sun. AI is literally just a fractal of human intelligence in a computer or in an LLM model or whatever, you know, whatever aspect of the AI, like categorical aspect of the AI, is being utilized in society. But um, AI is nothing new, dude. We've had AI for like thousands of years, like back in like 10,000 years ago or something, or like 11,000 years ago, the end of Atlantis and stuff. They had some form of AI. Also, oh wait, one sec, guys. See how beautiful the nature is right here, guys? Nature, nature, nature. The birds are chirping, the deer are out, the bears are out, everything. What happened to that one guy I was talking to? I guess he left. Probably left. I think his name was Jay or something. I'm not sure. But come on, guys, kick back, go in the sunlight, and have a cigarette, man. Have a Dunhill. Well, this is a Marlboro, but you know, whatever. And I've gotten like 3-4 hours of sunlight this morning. What is it? Evening already? It's 1 p.m. Holy smokes! And Marlboro Smooths are so good, man. So good. Barely any bugs out today.
How many cigarettes do you usually smoke in one day?
Anywhere from 10 to 12. Sometimes 20 if I'm like, you know, well, not really. I mean, very rarely 20, but like a whole pack or something, but different types of packs, you know. Right now I have like 5-6 packs of cigarettes right now.
And how many years have you been smoking?
I've been smoking for like 15 years.
You
On and
plan
off.
on quitting? You plan on quitting one day or not?
Yeah, I'm gonna quit when I'm 35. I'm 29 right now. I'm turning 30 next month. In 5 years from now, I'm gonna quit cigarettes for good, and I'm never gonna go back to them.
Yeah, at least you got a plan. Good on you.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I model my nicotine usage after Nick the Smoker. I don't know if you guys know who that is, but he's on YouTube. He's like he used to smoke a lot. He's like a legendary OG cigarette reviewer and stuff. He's like the funniest cigarette reviewer. He's like super Italian and hilarious. But yeah, in order to prevent myself from dying from lung cancer, I'm probably gonna stop in like 5 years from now. And even within that 5 years, I'm gonna on and off. You know, like sometimes I won't even buy a pack of cigarettes or smoke, and then some days throughout that year. Well, I think that was a yellow. Oh no, that's a bumblebee. That's a bumblebee. Okay, it's not a white-faced hornet. Wait, is that a white-faced hornet? I don't even know what that is. I think that's just a
Yeah,
bumblebee. I'm not even sure.
yeah. Why stop in 5 more years? Stop now. It's better to do it now than in 5 more years.
No, that's debatable. I would say I'm pretty healthy. Like I look chubby or I look fat, but actually I'm quite healthy actually. And my heart is good. I got a blood test, I got a urine test, and I have no diseases. My focus is very clear. I don't have any disorders or anything like that. Um, I'm pretty much all around healthy. I could run like a mile in like 5 minutes and 5 minutes and like 50 seconds. 5 minutes and 40 seconds if I really try. But
No, hold on. That's the 540 is that's you're going low in the time. That's pretty. That's
yeah,
a small percentile of people on Earth.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm literally. So look, these are my stats. I'm 6'2". I'm 6'2". I'm 220 pounds or 225 pounds probably right now. But
Have you ever run a 5K?
A 5K? Yeah, I ran a few. I ran a
What's your
triathlon
personal?
actually one time.
Well, that's a different event. Did you swim in the ocean or in a lake or simulated in a pool in your triathlon?
Lake.
Okay, what's your personal best, your personal record for 5K?
What is it like? What is 5K again? Isn't
Well,
5K
hold
like
on. Don't be doing math from what you claim to be able to run a mile in. Just you said you've run a 5K. What's your best time? A 5K is 3.1 miles.
Oh, then I would say my best time would be like
Okay, so I
think in
would say my best time would be doesn't sound like my best time was or is, but never mind.
No, I'm saying currently.
I would
Currently,
venture to
I'm
say
saying
that you've
currently.
never run a.
So look,
I would venture to say you've never run a 5K if you don't even know the distance of it. But
so
go on.
look currently. Well,
Back
I'm
to
not
the big
European. I'm
tobacco
not
ad.
European, so I don't measure miles
No, I
by
know, but
K or kilometers.
long
But
distance. Yeah, but long distance running worldwide, 5K is 3.1 miles.
listen, dude, I used to wake up. I was in cadet camp when I was 15 years old. When I was 15 years old, I was in cadet camp, and I woke up every day at 4 a.m. or 3:30 a.m. and I ran for 12 miles until we all threw up, and then we did push-ups
Yeah,
all day
I'm not
long.
doubting, dude. I'm not doubting that that you've run around a lot. I've just asked if you would run if you would run a 5K. That's all. I just asked if you would run one, and then you kind of just converted your mile time that you claimed into. So what is your personal best 5K?
I would say maybe if I had to run it right now, I'd probably do run like 30 minutes or something.
No, you wouldn't. You would run under 30. How if you're doing 530 miles, how are you running 30 miles? That would be a 10K.
Well, no, I'm saying like if I took it nice and slow, I just did a slow jog. But if
Well,
I
yeah,
ran fast, maybe I'd
if
be
you walked, you would beat 30 minutes.
really well. So maybe well, it's been a long time since I did a 5K. So
Okay.
and like I said, when I used to run long distance, I
Me
didn't
too.
run 3.1
No, I
miles. I
get it.
ran like 10
You weren't
miles.
in a competitive race. You were just being worked to the bone at some boot camp. I get it.
Yeah, but also I was a
Okay.
boxer for 15 years. I was a boxer for until I was 20.
All right. Let's see. Okay, let's see you jump some rope. No, I'm just joking.
No, I could definitely jump some rope. I could definitely
I'm
jump some
joking.
rope. I could what is it called? Jump rope. I could jump rope really well. But I'm quite agile actually. It doesn't look like it. My face looks like I'm chubby and stuff, but the rest of my body is pretty ripped. Um I'm like, I'm a freak of not genetics, I would say. I would say of conditioning and hard work, you know. I could lift 300 pounds quite easily. Another
Well,
Dunhill?
honestly, I would say that's an argument to keep on smoking. Meet your goals.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, I smoke. I don't smoke big tobacco cigarettes, but
These aren't big tobacco. This is Dunhill, man. Dunhill is
yeah,
look at
that's
what it
good.
says
Your
on.
Marlboro.
Oh yeah, Marlboro's for sure. Yeah.
These are big. I'm talking about prepackaged, rolled, filtered cigarettes.
Oh yeah. I guess that would be considered big tobacco. But you know what?
Because a
The
lot of the stuff, who knows? I mean, the God knows. Well, I'm not even sure God knows at this point what's in those filters of these cigarettes. let alone
Well,
what the
I do.
let
I
alone
do
the
because
list
I'm.
of extracts added to the actual tobacco.
No, well, I
Oh,
know what they
clean
add to
juice?
the.
I
I know
mean,
what
I
they
know
add to
clean
the.
juice is delicious to smoke, but
Well, look, the thing is, look, there's certain, like for instance, a Newport is not going to have the same organic or high premium tobacco in it as like a Dunhill or something. The Dunhill and the American Spirit is going to have more whole leaf tobacco, more organic tobacco, more premium tobacco, and less pesticides, less fillers and
yeah,
stuff like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I get it. I get that, but what I'm talking about the filter of on these cigarettes that you're
This
drawing the smoke through.
this filter is look at these filters. These are cork
Well, have
style
they ever?
filters.
They need to do tests on that. They need to. Well, they need to test. It would have to be a lifetime test and a huge number of people because you'll have two people standing right next to each other smoking 3 packs a day their whole life. One will live until their ripe old age of 90. The other one will die of some disease and they're in their er, in their 40s. So I don't know. They should have these people sucking through these filters to see what. What I'm saying is they shouldn't have these people sucking through these filters.
Well, the thing is, they don't. People choose their own demise. They choose their own destruction. People
Well,
are
no,
self-destructive.
the people who don't suck through the filters tear off if they want to just smoke the straight tobacco, they tear off the filter,
Oh well,
or
actually,
they
I
consume
buy
tobacco in a
non-filters
way
all the
that you
time.
can.
Non-filters have more premium tobacco in them than filtered cigarettes most of the time.
Yeah, that does not surprise me because they know who their buying audience is.
I like a lot of I'm a non-filter smoker for the most part. I smoke non-filter American Spirit's the strongest cigarette in America. I smoke Lucky Strike non-filter. I smoke Pall Mall non-filter. I smoke anything non-filter pretty much. Like, what's another good non-filter? I mean, it's been a while. It's been like a week or so since I smoked non-filter, but it's like there's some good non-filters out there, man. Like for sure, Lucky Strike, Pall Mall, um, American Spirit. What else? I forgot. I keep forgetting what the other names of the non-filters are, but there's like 5 others that I can't remember the name of right now because I'm just a little bit. I need to eat something. My sugar's low right now, um, but yeah, I'm good though. I have food in the fridge right now. I have like chicken cutlets and mozzarella, fresh mozzarella. I have what else do I have? I have basil. I have a whole bunch of good food in the fridge, pretty much. Rice. I have like this rice pilaf, pretty good. Um, I'm a foodie, but like not too much. I eat like one good meal a day, you know.
Well, before getting let's back on the topic, you should be careful about eating aged rice in your fridge. Just saying. Anyways, Scroll Key, what's up? You're here too. Scroll Keeper, what's going on?
What's up, y'all? I met you before.
Not that I know of. No,
What's up, bro?
not that. No need to apologize. Welcome to the chat.
Cool, man.
Yo, scroll. You gotta smoke them Dunhills, bro. Them Dunhills
Okay,
are the best.
the gorilla advertisements reached its limit for
I
this
don't.
hour, but
I don't smoke
who else is
cigarettes.
here? Patrick Stevens, Silverhawk. Hello.
What? Hi.
Look,
Scroll likes that za. He likes that za.
Hey, yo, I just had to get on here because I was tired of socializing. Though. It's pissing me off. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah. Can't talk about nothing serious on that motherfucker. Fuck no.
I'm
So y'all
confused. Is the
actually,
thing behind you, is that like a flat earth or is that like a weird disc earth?
it's
What the
just
fuck
a
is
flat
going on?
Earth.
As a
It's
flat
a
earth,
flat
okay.
Earth image that I pulled off of Discord. I ain't making it or
It's
nothing.
not an image, it's a
Cool.
GIF.
Just look cool.
It's a GIF.
Yo, what's all this
Just,
BS about how people are like, flat earthers need to make multiple models and all this stuff? But isn't it funny that that's like it's self-refuting. It's a contradiction because there's so many globetard models where they don't even adhere
Yeah, but like at least
or
there is a model, right? Like at least there's a model.
what for globe.
Yeah. Like at least they have one.
Could you post that in the side chat, please, Mr.
You want me to
Stevens?
post the model? How do I post a model?
I don't know.
You know
Well,
them.
tell us all about it.
But
Tell
we're
us all about it then. What's going
A
on?
wise quote. A
You
wise
said
quote from
you
Nikola
said there
Tesla.
is. So.
It's just
Look,
that
a wise.
Yeah.
Hey, look. Hey, look, man. A wise quote from Nikola Tesla said. He predicted the future. He said, in the future there will be scientists who make models out of reality that have no bearing on that have no connection or relationality to reality whatsoever.
Was Nikola Tesla a flat earther?
Nikola Tesla was, most likely he was, because he studied the Vedic. His mentor was a Vedic spiritualist, and the Vedics also held to a domed firmament Earth.
I don't think he's a flat earther.
Yeah, he said a domed, so it has to be a flat Earth.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that means it's a firmament.
When did he ever? Whoa! I don't know this. I'm trying to.
He's
I'm
talking
looking.
about the firmament.
Look. I'm trying to look.
It's in all kind of religions and cultures and ages. Even the Babylonian dome structure existed. At the end of the day, listen, yo, just
Yo, I
at
can't
the end of the
find
day,
the
we can do
source.
this
I
flat
can't
Earth shit
find the
all
source.
day. But what you need to know is what's in the Earth.
Unsuccessful
Why does your compass
attempt
point
by
north?
flat earthers to
Why does your
postulate
compass
Tesla.
point north?
What?
Let's talk about this. Why does your compass point north? What is the Rupus Nigra? What is Black
Why are we
Rock?
talking about that?
What is the Black Sun?
Let's talk about the
What
fact
is
you guys don't have a
magnetic?
model.
And why can't you take any jewelry into the Cabo?
Let's talk about the fact you guys don't have a model. I think that's.
Rupus
I'm more interested in talking about that.
Rupus Nigra is the North Pole. It's the Black Magnetic Mountains, the 3 Black Magnetic Mountains. The center one is
Hold on.
where the blue light.
Hold on, real
Yeah.
quick. Let me say something real quick. 33 French miles long. Don't forget, Tom, that 33 French miles long. And
The fuck are you guys talking about?
it has four. It
Are
has
you
4
talking about
rivers
this?
that connect to
Let him
one
get it out,
that funnel
Patrick.
down into the middle of the actual rock. And go ahead, yo. Now he can pick up.
And then the 4 rivers of the Euphrates, the Tigris. So there's different fractal versions of the 4 rivers from the Middle East, and then the 4 rivers in the North Pole. The North Pole has these 4 major rivers that leak into all the world's oceans. And
you guys could genuinely be talking about anything right now. I don't think anyone's listening.
No,
it's true though.
listening.
Look it up.
Yeah, okay.
Look it up.
Okay,
go
wait.
watch
Can
Jason
someone
Flynn.
wait? I'm just interested. Because someone
No, yo,
repeat
ain't no
back what they
wait.
said.
Mute his ass, yo. Da Vinci. We need a mod in here. He keeps cutting you off.
I need to be a mod in here, bro.
Because you're talking bullshit. You're talking bullshit.
I need
No
to be
one's
a mod in
listening.
here for sure.
It's a debate. It's not an argument.
What
When
kind
you
of
argue with
debate?
people,
What are
you
you
cut them off,
What are you
yo.
debating
So I
about?
just mute him now.
What are you debating about?
I don't got time. I take this shit
You ain't
serious.
got time, bro.
Other
You're
people
saying in
take
some
it like it's a
Discord
game.
VC.
Like
You got
they
time.
like to talk about it and gossip and know something
You got
and feel
time.
good about
You
it.
got time.
And then go back to their
100%.
normal sinful ass life. Not me. I'm the same stand up guy on here and in person. Fuck out of here. I ain't them double ganger
What the
ass
fuck
niggas.
are you talking
Fuck outta
about? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yo,
Yeah.
scroll is the best, bro.
Man, I'm
Yo,
sorry if I offended anybody.
scroll.
But if I offended you, that means you did something wrong. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah.
I don't think anyone's offended. I'm just confused.
Cause yo, you gotta take it serious, right? Listen to this, yo. Everybody listen to this. Everybody in here has a purpose. Some kind of purpose, right? So basically, you wasting it every day when you argue with people that are less of understanding and don't want to understand.
Why
But
are
if you
you
give it to
here?
the other people who do want to understand, maybe
Why are
that
you
person
here,
might reach the other
motherfucker?
person who didn't want to listen to you. So you got to look at it both ways, man. That's why I just muted you. I ain't leave. You still hear me?
I love him. I love it. He just
Okay,
muted
well,
you.
I can mute your ass. I can mute your ass. Watch me do.
Hey, hold on, Patrick. Patrick, Scroll's having a bit of a LARP here. He's just having a little fun. So just bear with him, okay?
He's not saying anything.
I
Just
know.
like what?
Just let him
watching
get
a
it out.
homeless man in the street just
He
spitting out
just,
rubbish.
dude, don't worry. He's a drifter. He just got here, so don't. He was in some other channel. So he just showed up here. Don't have a cow.
Who are you talking to?
It's just noise.
You're the one who asked him about his backdrop.
Who are you
Go
talking
down
to?
the line. Go down the line.
It's
ask
like
everyone. Ask everyone
it's
about
funny.
their backdrops.
It's funny.
It's
It's
weird.
like a
It's a
model,
little
but it's
weird that
not.
it's a little weird what he's doing, but it would be funny if it weren't so sad. Who knows why he's doing it?
Yeah, I don't know
So,
why he's
but
doing.
that doesn't mean that you have to also be goofy.
Am I being goofy?
Well, yeah, don't no model it. No, right. Funny
Yeah,
you
there's no
never
model.
model it. Smart
There is no
T. Yeah,
model.
that's being goofy.
It's because there's no model.
Brother,
Can
what
I
do you
say?
need a model for?
Can I say something to both of y'all?
Let's go ahead,
redeem
mate.
yourself.
All right, look. One thing I don't do, right, is call people that names or say you're on drugs or say you must be. Let me finish. I ain't saying you
This is a
doing
good
it.
reason not to do heroin.
People doth protest too much. It doesn't matter.
See, niggas don't want to hear me talk. Look, I'm gonna say something real short, yo. I don't basically blame people for what they sound like or what I think they might be on, or you might be sounding drunk or.
He's talking hella yap right now.
Yeah,
you don't even know he's muted. That's funny.
He's LARPing with the other guy. He's LARPing with the other guy who's split. So don't worry about it. He thinks he's still talking. I guess he is talking, but no one can hear him.
He's talking to
Yeah.
no one right now.
Yeah. So let's move on.
What is this guy doing?
Brother, can you explain to me what you need a model for?
What do you need a model for? Well, I mean, if you're gonna make a claim, you kind of need a model for it, don't you?
You need a model to determine if something's flat or not.
I think you need a model if you're gonna make a positive claim
About something being
reality.
flat?
About reality.
No, the positive claim. The positive
No.
claim is the ball.
No, you don't. Okay.
And when you negate the ball, you don't have to give a replacement, dude.
Do you not have a claim? Like your claim is it's literally called flat Earth, 24/7 flat Earth. Like it's called
They
that
do
because
have
you
a
claim
model.
that it's flat.
in the dude's fucking like background right there.
Where?
Like you can see it.
What is this model? Are you telling me this is representing a
No, we do
24/7? This is not
we do not
representing a
have
24-hour day.
a model.
No,
you don't.
that guy's LARPing. Remember,
It
we
does not
addressed that.
represent a 24-hour day. If the sun was acting like that, you'd have the weirdest ass days of all time. Like
we have weird days. We have weird days year round.
no, it generally goes 24 hours.
Wait, you're telling me night and day is 12 and 12?
No, it depends on season, but it's
Oh, okay, that's it.
Yeah, but it's
So,
obviously not going to be represented by that shit.
Dude, can we get back to your initial gambit where you were bitching about the lack of a model?
Yeah.
When all we're saying is the curvature claimed on a ball doesn't exist in reality. So if something's not curving, what is it?
Okay, so why is this not called the curvature on the ball isn't in reality channel?
Well, I don't know. It could be called anything. It could be called the reality Earth channel. It could be called the planar Earth with topography.
Yeah, if it's
it
called,
could be called water. It could be called water
look
Earth.
Look at the name
could
and
be
then tell me
called
what the
sketch of land
insinuation
Earth.
is.
That the Earth isn't the ball it's claimed to be. The surface
No,
of
that's
water
not.
is flat.
The insinuation is that it's flat.
Yeah, in reality, the Earth is flat. There's mountains and valleys. There's waves in the oceans, but the Earth is not curving. It's not a ball.
So the insinuation is that it's flat, right? So the claim is it's
Yeah,
flat.
yeah.
So if you have a claim, you need a model
you
for
caught
it.
up to speed, dude. See, if you didn't enter being a little smartass, you wouldn't have had to take 15 minutes to catch yourself up to speed.
I don't think I've caught anything up. This is literally what I said.
Okay.
This is what I've always thought. What do you think you cleared up? You haven't cleared anything up. What are you talking about?
Well, I thought you cleared it up for yourself.
What do you
What
think?
do you think?
What do you
Earth
think
means?
has now been clearer for me now that you've said that?
Well, you're confused about quote unquote flat Earth. So what does flat Earth
What do you
mean?
think I'm confused about?
So I'm trying to address it, sir. I'm confused why you want to answer me right now. That's what I'm
Flat
asking
Earth
you.
means that the Earth is flat.
There you go. You weren't confused. Third base.
Okay, so I'm not confused.
I guess not anymore. Right. You were. You once
was
were
I confused
lost,
about?
and
I
now
was
you're
confused about
found.
nothing. I was literally confused about nothing. So okay, whatever. The point is, you're claiming the Earth is flat and you don't have a model for it. Bullshit.
What does that mean? Don't have a model for it.
You don't have a model for it. You can't explain day and night cycles.
We have
you
reality.
Can't explain the years. You can't explain anything.
Dude.
So,
Mother, I asked you already. What do we need a model for to determine if something is flat?
Well, if you're going to make a claim that the Earth is flat and you don't have a model to show how anything works, then yeah, I'm going to call it bullshit.
Do I need a model on a sheet of paper to determine if the sheet of paper is flat?
Well, yeah, you need to determine it. If you're going to make the claim, and we're applying the scientific method, then yeah, you're going to need to have a model that explains why the paper is flat.
We're not asking why the paper is flat. We're just saying if
with the
the
world.
paper is
Yes.
flat. No, we're not asking why the paper is flat.
Sorry, what are you asking then? What are you asking? What are you trying to determine, and then what's your claim?
Well, now it's funny.
So, what's your claim here?
We were trying to determine the curvature, and then you went out and tested for the curvature.
Okay, that is the worst mic quality I've ever had in my life. I can't hear what you're saying.
I know you can hear nothing.
Maybe exit the nuclear submarine that you're in and then talk.
Here, how about now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we went out to test for the curvature because some idiot flat earther told us it wasn't curving. So we went to go check for ourselves, and then we found out that it's not curving also.
Yeah, but do you have a model?
I don't need a model.
Okay, you don't need a model.
Reality.
Why do you not need a model?
We have reality.
Yeah. Okay, you have reality, but models are obviously designed to model reality, right? So it should be pretty easy to make one.
No.
And all you're doing is
you
just
can't make
copying
a model
reality,
of
right?
the entire reality. What are you talking about?
Can't make a model of. Okay, so how have the scientists done it? How have the globetards done it?
That's what I was going to ask you. Yeah, because you seem to insinuate that the globe Earth is a result of the scientific method. Could you walk us through that, please?
No, I said it's just a model. I've got a model, and you guys haven't.
But then but in what context did you use the term the scientific method?
I said that when you're applying the scientific method, you have a model, and then obviously the way it works is you have a hypothesis, and you refine that hypothesis. So why are you talking about something else now? Like I'm just saying you guys don't have a model.
You claimed your first. Hold on. Remind him that he first claimed that there was a globe model. He seems to have forgotten that.
There is, yeah.
And was that derived via the scientific method?
It was derived
using the scientific method. Enlighten us.
No, I'm not
please.
going to walk you through the inside. No,
well,
I'm not
okay,
so
it's just an empty claim. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, but even if it was an empty claim, even if it wasn't derived from the scientific method, the fact that they even have a model and you guys don't immediately gives them more credibility. It gives them a claim. And it gives them something that they can actually defend. Like the fact that you guys literally have nothing to explain reality means that your claim is nothing. There is no claim.
Does the model present itself in reality now?
Does the model present itself in reality? Well, does the model explain the day and night cycle, for example?
No, I'm
yes,
asking,
it does.
so
Does the model explain why the night sky spins? Yes, it does.
Make a claim about the day and night cycles, and then you'll see for yourself if you're making a claim of science or pseudoscience, circular reasoning.
Okay, I'll start off. Okay, when you're in. I'm sorry, I'm just forgetting how it works, which way it is now. When you're on the South Pole, the night sky spins one direction. When you're on the North Pole, it spins the other direction. I've forgotten if it's clockwise or counterclockwise for either of them, but either way, you got the night sky spinning in different directions when you're on the poles of the Earth, which is something that can't be explained with flat Earth, because if you're on a flat disk, you're going to be looking up at the Earth, into the sky, and it will be rotating in the same direction, right? A sphere model, spherical model, or a plate
that's
sphere.
Not what you're telling us. You're telling us that it's
right?
No, dude. Even though you're claiming clockwise, counterclockwise, you're going to see east to west rotation. No matter where you are, east to west, moving across the night sky.
Well, not if you're on the poles,
claiming,
right?
Not if you're on a pole. So it's just because you say so, that would be affirming the consequent. No, who's to say it couldn't happen over a flat plane?
to say.
Who's to say what you're describing could not happen over a flat
geometric
plane?
sense? Like, I don't. Can I share my screen on here? I can't. Okay.
No, I know what
It's
you're saying.
geometric sense. Like, if you're looking at, like, okay, if you like stuck like a rotating turntable on the ceiling, and then you're looking at it from the same room, it's not going to change direction if you look at it a different way. Like, it's going to keep rotating in the same way.
Right.
It's just common sense.
Does that make the Earth curving? Does that make the Earth curving?
Well, it means that the spherical model has more credibility.
No.
Than yours does.
Does that make the surface of the Earth curving?
Of course not. But it means that they actually have a model which explains reality much better than yours does, because you don't have a model in the first place.
The ceiling has nothing to do with the floor. I understand that now. So, can you explain to me?
No, Legend. You see, the thing that you don't understand is that you don't have a model that can explain this. Like, you don't have anything that can explain this.
But you're using circular reasoning. You're criticizing us for not. You're boldly presenting ill logic and then criticizing the person who doesn't answer.
What illogic are you saying that I'm presenting?
Your circular reasoning bullshit.
What circular reasoning? Point to it.
Well, you're affirming your claim that the Earth is a globe by what you see in the sky. When I asked, could that not be happening? Whatever you're seeing in the sky, could that not be happening over a flat plane?
No, it couldn't.
Okay, well then you're just your conclusion based on science or pseudoscience?
So wait, what? What pseudoscience is that? If it can't happen on a flat plane, then it can't happen on a flat plane. How is that pseudoscience?
I begged you to science the globe, and you said no.
Yeah, because I'd have to basically start from ground zero, and then we'd just be losing ourselves, wouldn't we?
Patrick, you're not directly saying, like, if there's counter rotating stars in the sky, the Earth's a globe. There's counter rotating.
Well, I'm saying that obviously the spherical model explains that much better than the flat Earth model, because there isn't a flat Earth model, right? And if we use common sense, we know that the night sky isn't just going to change rotation randomly at some breakpoints in the sky.
Patrick, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then that would mean the surface of the Earth is flat, right? If you measure it that way,
you're just changing the subject now, because what you're going to.
If there's no measurable curvature, then it measures
No, because
flat,
it's not on topic. Because you're talking about something different.
No, well, I'm talking about the Earth. I'm not talking about the sky. So then, if the surface,
yes, exactly, it's exactly my point. Because you don't want to talk about the sky.
I'm going to help you follow some logic.
I'm not engaging with this.
If the
because you're going
of
to talk about something completely different. You're pivoting the argument.
Yeah, if it's Patrick, dude, you got to learn to.
Pivoting the argument, though. It's just
You're freaking out, dude.
Patrick, how am I freaking out? Do I sound like I'm freaking out?
Listen, bro. Yeah. I'm only going to take 10 seconds and you won't even let me finish. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth is flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat,
but why are
then whatever's happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth. It's that simple.
Because why are we talking about it? Dude, you ding dong. It's because it's addressing your original plane.
So you don't want to talk about the sky because whatever's happening in the sky is happening in the sky?
Patrick.
Well, I just don't understand that.
He's got me muted. All these guys mute me. Do you have me muted?
I don't have you muted. It's just what do you want to say?
Well, dude, you're being
what do you want to say?
Unscientific when you're claiming, okay, can you tell us the science of pointing to the sky and claiming the shape of the Earth? Science that.
It's entirely an observation, right? Looking at the sky, it goes one direction when you're...
Sir, you've made it much more than an observation.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to start with an observation. Then we can draw a hypothesis from the observation, right? So if you're going to let me finish, then maybe we can talk about that.
Well, I think by beginning as you did, we no longer need to continue because you've abandoned science.
Where?
You're using the Dora Explorer type scientific method. Not Dora Explorer, the aidless scientist. This circular reasoning bullshit presented to be science.
Can you see this? Wait, let me launch this. I don't know. Okay, I don't have activity permissions. Never mind. I was gonna try and draw it for you. But
No, it's
essentially,
crystal clear. It's crystal clear what you're claiming.
yeah, right. So if you stuck a turntable on the ceiling, there's no way
Oh
that you
my
can just.
goodness.
But like actually engage with that for a second, because
Okay,
how do you
so
change the
let
way
me
the
ask you a
turntable's
question.
turning?
No, may I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we say we drew little stars on your LP.
Yeah.
Got it? Okay. So if you have if you're at the South Pole, this place you're imagining being on the bottom of the ball, went into a room, put your turntable on the ceiling, would it not look the exact same as if you took the turntable up to the north?
It would. It would look the exact same.
Okay, so why are you using that as an argument that the Earth is a ball?
Because in this example,
riddle me that.
Because in this example, the flat floor, the room, the model of your flat Earth, because they're both flat. Yes.
No matter where you go, the stars are going to go east to west.
Oh my god! When you're on the South Pole, you're at the bottom of the sphere, and when you're at the North Pole, you're at the top of the sphere. So you're looking at two different planes.
Describe the stars.
How are you this
when
stupid?
You go out at night?
Do you understand the geometrics of looking up and looking
just
down?
Tell me,
when you're at the bottom of a sphere, you're looking at a different plane.
Would you see the same thing? Would you see the same turntable in the sky?
What are you talking about now? Turntable or sky?
I don't know. You're the one who you're the upside down DJ.
No, it's your question. Like, are you talking about the turntable or sky?
Why the hell did you bring up the turntable on the ceiling?
Well, because it's a model of your reality. You said it's a flat Earth, so I said, okay, it's flat floor. You got a roof. There you go. So if it was a sphere, then we're going to be having a little bit more of a complicated thing, because in one direction people are looking up, and the other they're looking down. Right? It's how a sphere works. So when you're at the top of a sphere, you'll be looking up, and when you're at the bottom of the sphere, you'll be looking down.
Oh my god!
You understand that?
Yeah, we understand that. We went to school.
So do you see why the spherical Earth would explain this, and
do
the
you
flat
see,
Earth wouldn't?
Do you see the circular reasoning of your explanation?
Where's the circular reasoning?
Well, connect the dots. That's actually happening.
So if something's not possible on a flat plane, then we can. Okay, if something isn't possible on a flat plane, we can rule out that it's a flat plane.
How do you know that? How do you claim that isn't possible on a flat plane?
Because because we'll go back to the turntable. The turntable's in the roof.
You admitted that the stars have nothing to do with the Earth.
When did I say that?
Well, when we were talking about the.
Did I ever say the stars have nothing to do
with
the Earth?
When we were talking about the upside down turntable.
I didn't say that.
Oh my goodness!
Did I say that? I didn't say that.
Hey, if the stars are spinning
in the same thing.
You never once said that.
Because you
yes,
said.
I asked if you would see the same rotation of the stars.
You asked if there would be the same rotation of the turntable, which it would.
Okay,
because the turntable was a model of your world. That's the whole point.
Because that was your
because
that was your analogy. I asked you if you were at those places, would you not see the same rotation that you see with the turntable in both places?
There's a fundamental misunderstanding of the turntable. There's a fundamental misunderstanding.
We went through this.
There is. Okay, so the turntable on the roof. You got to let me actually finish. You got to let me actually finish. The turntable on the roof was a model of your flat Earth.
Okay, now go outside. You put yourself at the North Pole and the South Pole. You did this. Go outside at the South Pole and tell me how the stars turn.
They'll turn one direction.
How do they rotate?
The South Pole will turn the other direction.
What? I'm not asking you to turn around.
No, that's not how rotation works. We're talking about clockwise and anti-clockwise, right?
Dude,
so you can't turn around and get it to go anti-clockwise. That's not how looking up works.
Well, dude, what I'm telling you is you're going to see east to right no matter where you are. East to west no matter where you are.
East to west no matter where you are, not if you're at the poles. So you're at the poles. Because you would be at the point, the pivot, basically, the pivot point of the Earth's rotation.
So okay, so you've
So if
been
you're
to
at the
the
pivot
poles.
point of the Earth's
So
rotation.
you've been
No,
to
I
the
haven't
poles.
been.
Which way?
I
Okay,
haven't been
which
to the
way?
poles.
Okay, so which way are the stars rotating at the poles?
Which way is the stars rotating at the poles? I can't remember
Yes,
the exact.
from your
I can't remember
point.
which way
Hold
around it
on,
goes.
hold on. From your point of view, looking at the sky at the South Pole and the North Pole, which was your original claim, now you can't remember how they're rotating. You're full of shit, dude.
I remember saying that at the start. I said I can't remember which
You're
way
full
around
of
it is. It's
shit.
either anti.
Why was he muted?
Because he's full of shit. He doesn't. He claims he doesn't even remember his original claim. Ti's here. What's up, Ti?
How do you know that he's full of shit if he's not able to speak half the time?
Because he claimed to have not remembered the original claim that he made. He was now looking it up, a claim he made 10 minutes ago. That's how I know he's full of shit.
His original claim was the sky can't move the way it does over a flat Earth. That was his only ever claim. So don't defend it. All right. In fact, he's only ever looking at the sky. He hasn't once taken any measurement of the ground. Because even he said the way the things move in the sky doesn't make the Earth a ball. He said that literally to me. What I can't understand is why we can't just go out and measure the Earth. Why we got to look at the sky.
What in the world does that mean? It switches. Dude, you're not answering the question. Okay. So since you made the claim of where you were if you were on the North Pole or the South Pole, if you're on the South Pole, describe the stars. So what's their rotation?
Let me check. As I said,
No, not let me check. Do the stars go from east to west in the south?
They go clockwise or anti-clockwise. I can't remember which way.
No, I'm asking you what actually happens in reality. From what?
Let me check if it's clockwise or anti-clockwise.
No, dude. This was your original claim.
My claim was that it switches. So when you go to the North Pole, it's the other way around. That was my claim.
No.
It was.
Is that what happens in reality?
Yes. Yes, it is.
You're nuts.
Bro, search it up. Yes, it
is. You're nuts, dude.
Bro, search up. Do the stars rotate in different directions?
I'm not locked up in your circular reason Dewey Decimal System AI
but they
lawnmower man hellscape. No, thank you. I'm asking you in reality. You're the one who made these claims.
Reality.
Dude, you made the claims about being at the North Pole and the South Pole. And then when I ask about, are you you're failing to realize that.
Just look it up.
And it's crazy.
Switches.
It's crazy now that you're denying that you made the concession about what goes on in the sky has nothing to do with the ground shape.
I don't think I ever said that.
Okay, so then your claim
why would I be making this point?
So then you're admitting to your circular reasoning. And then on top of that, your claim that the Earth is a ball because of the sky. No, it doesn't make any sense that you depend on circular reasoning. And then you make an appeal.
Understand what he's talking about.
And then you make an appeal to incredulity when you say what goes on in the sky couldn't happen over a flat plane.
No clue, Patrick.
Dude, you didn't say any of this. I just said that it switches when you go to a different pole.
In fairness to McCandles, he didn't even know why he had been muted, so he's got a short wick.
I just said that the way the stars go around switches when you go between the poles, which they do. Like, you can look that up. So, which bit do you struggle with there? Like, what are you disputing? Literally what happens.
Well, I think the fact that you refuse to acknowledge what you would see in the sky speaks volumes. You won't tell me where the stars and which direction the stars are rotating when you look up at the sky at these two different locations.
Yeah,
you just have to say, well,
it just switches around. It doesn't matter.
You're gonna see the skies go east to west no matter where you are. Do you deny that?
Yes, no, you're not. No, because if you're at the polar rotation,
now you've bit off a huge claim. Now you're claiming that you've seen the stars do anything but go east to west.
No, I just said that they don't do that. Because if you're at the polar rotation, then you're going to see the stars going clockwise or anti-clockwise.
No, you're wrong, dude.
Why?
You may be imagining that that's what's going on, but you're going to see them go east to west.
No, you're not. If you're at the polar rotation, the Earth is rotating essentially around you. So you're not going to see it go east to west. You're going to see a central
Well, now
point
that we're
at which
imagining
the stars are
standing
rotating.
antipodal on the North and South Pole, then turn around.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You're making the claim that stars don't go east to west. I don't think
you're at the polar
go
rotation.
to the beach and you don't go outside at night.
Dude, obviously, where you live, they're going to go east to west.
Listen. The rotation of the Earth is from west to east, which means all the stars, no matter which way you're looking, move from east to west.
Yes,
it's
but
just
if you're at
the
the
way
top of
the
the Earth,
globe model works.
if you're at the top of the world, it's not going to go east to west because you're not at the
It
equator.
is.
You're at the point
Google
of rotation. This is basic geometry.
Google it.
When you're at the top of the sphere, I've
Google
Googled
it.
it. I've Googled
Google
it.
it. Do the stars move east to west, no matter which way I look?
Altitude of the pole.
Your understanding of the
Do you
globe is
understand how an
7th
axis of
grade at
rotation
best.
works? Like, hold on. Do you understand what an axis of rotation is?
Do you understand what you're imagining, dude?
Listen, just say
Your
yes or no.
understanding of the globe is
Just say
7th
yes or no.
grade at best. Do you
Okay,
not
fine. Okay. You understand what an axis of rotation is? Okay, I'm gonna take that you do. I'm gonna take it that you do know what an axis of rotation is.
The Earth
It's an
rotating
assumption
east to west,
because you're not saying.
Patrick. Is
So
the Earth rotating east to west?
if you're an axis of rotation, then yes, it will go clockwise or anti-clockwise because you're at an axis of rotation. That's how an axis of rotation works. It's like how when you're in the
rotating? Guy won't even answer.
which way is the Earth rotating?
Yeah.
It's rotating. Well, this guy's going east to west.
Look it up.
West to east.
Wrong.
Do you know what an axis of rotation is?
Yeah, the Earth is not rotating east to west. Wrong.
The record's skipping, DJ.
Wait, sorry. Can you just actually answer the question? You know what an axis of rotation is?
Yeah, what axis? The axis is on the north and the south, and the rotation is from west to east.
So that's not what an axis is. An axis of rotation is a line that's drawn between the north and south pole.
Do you think we don't know this? Do you think we don't know this?
I actually think you don't know this. I actually do think you don't know this. So I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's
an axis of rotation.
It's on the globe, the little globe, the globe decoration that sits on the desk. It's like it looks like a stick going through it.
Yeah, so it's a line drawn between the north and south pole, right?
I actually think you don't know this. Oh.
Yeah, I don't.
Give me a break,
because if you did know this, then you'd understand that if you're standing at the point of rotation, then it's going to be going clockwise.
Oh my God!
Or anti-clockwise. It's going to be spinning
this
around
would illuminate your circular reasoning to you. Then
what's wrong with that?
I'm willing to
looking at the sky.
And you dispute
Oh my God, Patrick, chill out, bro.
Okay, you can't.
I'm willing to, for the next couple minutes, I'm willing to steelman the entire globe just for you. Ask me any question that you think I don't know about the globe, and I will answer it as if it were the globe. I promise you, I know the globe better than you do.
I'm good. I'll answer my question. My question was just like, do you know what an axis of rotation is? You still haven't answered that one.
Yeah, the North Pole and the South Pole, right? They're spinning on the longitudinal lines, right? They're moving. It's moving from west to east. That's why the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, because the Earth is spinning west to east. I understand this.
Yeah, and it's why you get really long days when you're in Antarctica, because it's like
and then as it moves around the sun, half of the year it's tilted more towards the northern hemisphere, and then the other half of the year it goes over to the equator, and then it starts to tilt towards the southern hemisphere.
Yes,
And
exactly.
that's why we get 24-hour sunlight for 3 months in the Arctic,
Yes,
and
because the
24
same
hours of
segment of
sunlight
the
for 3
sky
months.
is in the air, right? You're looking up, you're seeing the same segment of space.
Right,
So
right.
it's
That's why there's
rotating
24-hour
around it.
days, and that's why we
So
have seasons. That's why in Texas,
yes.
when there's 24-hour
Okay, now
sun
you're
in the
talking about other
south, it's
stuff.
wintertime in Texas.
So when you're at this point, you're basically seeing the same segment of the sky for 3 months, right? That's why you get these like 3-month days. And that means that when the Earth is rotating, you're going to see a clockwise rotation. You're not going to see this east to west stuff because it's
East
literally
to
like you're
west.
on the point of
You're
rotation.
retarded. Dude, mute him. He's retarded.
What am I saying that's wrong? You're not disputing anything I'm
It's
saying.
east to
But
west.
it's east to west. It's east to west anywhere
What if
you
you're at
are
the
at
axis
any
of
time,
rotation?
anywhere,
No.
anywhere on the earth. It's always east to west.
No, it's not.
Right? Let's say I'm standing. It is, dude. I'm
So what
from
if you're at the
Australia.
North
They
Pole?
go east to. It's still east to west. It's always
No, it's
east
not.
to west. They're always
No, it's
going
not.
east to west.
Show me a source. Show me a source.
Yeah. So a circle around a North Pole, like around a pole, right? Things could either go east or west, and they would be circles. East and west are circles.
What are you talking
Right?
about?
So they're going
Talking
east.
about the night
They're
sky.
going east to west. They're going east to west. Anywhere in the sky. Just Google it. Just Google it right now. Read it out.
I've googled it, and it doesn't.
Okay.
So
Okay.
can you
Well,
show me a
all
source
right.
that
Will
says
you
it
admit you're
always
wrong?
goes east to
Okay.
west, quote
All
unquote?
right. All right. Yes.
Can you show me that source? Okay, you can't. Cool.
I'm.
So you guys
Dude,
just keep
I'm looking at
blindly
it. I'm looking.
saying.
I'm going to read it out
Are
for you
you?
word for
Keep
word.
blindly saying
What does
it
Google
always
have
goes
to do
east to west.
with anything? You could Google if the Earth is a globe. It's going to say yes, it's a globe. So what?
Yeah. So
Just
even
Google it.
according to the globe model, the stars go east to west everywhere.
The Earth is a globe. Just Google
You
it.
guys are idiots.
Well, yeah. Just
Yeah,
Google it.
so
Is the
it's
Earth a globe?
also going to say the stars go east to west. This is according to your model or any model because this is what we observe in the sky.
Where does it say it always goes east to west? Sure, you can say we're playing by my rules. But where does it say
Hey,
that?
Patrick Stevens,
Making
do
up
you ever
rules.
go out? When's the last time you went outside at night and looked at the stars?
Last night?
When?
Just a second,
I don't
Hoss.
know.
I'm going to read
I
it
was out last night.
And
Right.
how long were you out looking at the stars? Did you notice anything as time went by?
Not really. Just looking at the
Okay.
stars a bit.
Well, thank God you came here to lecture about the stars when you weren't paying attention to them last night. Go on.
What does me looking at the stars have to do with anything? If the stars change direction when you're at
That's
the
what
south
we're
North
asking
Pole,
you. That's a good question, bro.
what? No, that was a question for you. I don't think you understood what I asked.
You're the one that brought up the stars.
Why is it important that I have to make these observations myself? Why can't I say that, if
What are
we
you
have a
talking
population
about?
of 8 billion people and all of these
Here we
people
go.
are saying that yes, it goes this way, like, maybe I don't need to independently verify that. Maybe
Well,
it just
maybe you
actually
need
is
to
that way.
Maybe next time you get up on your soapbox, you should have paid attention to
Well, I
what
mean,
you were going
unless
to
you
talk
want me to
about.
fly over, do you want me to fly over to the Antarctica and then fly over to the Arctic just to prove some flat earthers on Discord wrong? Like, I'm not going to do that.
Do it. You do you, dude.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Okay.
It's not a very good argument.
Is me talking about your arse.
What? Like, dude, I'm still waiting for this source saying that it always goes east to west.
If you're standing in Australia, look, if you're standing in the southern hemisphere, you're standing in the northern hemisphere, they're going to go east to west.
Yeah, I'm
right?
saying,
If you
what if you're
face
standing
north,
at the
you're going
point
to
of
appear to be
rotation?
going. Well,
Axis of rotation. If you stand at the axis of rotation, what happens?
If you stand where exactly?
At the axis of rotation, the South Pole and the North Pole.
What, directly under it?
Like, you're directly on the axis of rotation. So you would be either at the South Pole or the North Pole, right?
But they're not going to start spinning in different directions all of a sudden. If you
Yeah,
just
they are.
move a few degrees away from the pole, right? So let's say you move a few degrees away from the pole, and then you move to the pole. It's not like the stars are going to start turning a different way.
okay, the unit of measurement that we use for distance is meters. You don't use. What do you mean you move a few degrees?
Latitude.
Okay. So you're saying that when you move away from the pole, it's going to be a different direction of rotation?
No, they're always going to be going in the same direction. It doesn't matter if you're standing directly under them; they're still doing the same thing.
They're going
It's
to go
always
east to west. You're at the
They're
axis
always
of
going
rotation.
east to west.
No, they're not. If you're at the axis of rotation, they're going to go east to west.
They're not going to change. They're not going to change.
They're not changing. I'm saying it's not going to go east to west when you're at the axis of rotation.
When you're facing north, east is to your right, and west is to your left. And when you face south, east is to your left, and west here is to your right. That's where you get your clockwise and clockwise.
I can't even hear what you're saying, man.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
When you're facing north, right, east is to your right and west is to your left, right?
Yep.
And when you're facing south, east is in the opposite direction. It's to your left and west is to your right, right?
Okay, this is 2D geometry that we're working with.
This is just simple fundamentals of like when you're like facing
It's 2D geometry. Sphere is a 3D object.
If I face north and turn around, which way am I facing?
Sorry?
If I'm facing north and I turn around, which way am I facing?
South. I'm assuming
All right,
you're turning
and which
180
direction? If I am facing south, which way is east and which way is west?
Yeah, they flip.
Right. So this is how
This
you
2D
get your
geometry.
clockwise.
This is 2D
God,
geometry.
you don't want to listen, bro.
It's 2D
This is
geometry.
how you get your clockwise and your counterclockwise.
This is 2D geometry. This is also not how clockwise and counterclockwise work. If you had a turntable on a ceiling and you turned from north to south, the turntable is still rotating in the same direction. It's still going to go clockwise if it was going clockwise when you were north.
I'm using your ball example.
Yeah.
Retard.
You're using my ball example by using 2D geometry and a misunderstanding of how clockwise and anti-clockwise work.
I've been steelmanning your ball this entire time. I'm not even talking about the flat Earth right now. I'm not even talking about the flat Earth right now.
Why are you using 2D geometry?
What do you mean? If I facing
north,
north,
south, east, west,
and I turn,
that's two dimensions. You've got X and Y. Obviously, in the three-dimensional plane,
can you look in the side chat? Can you look in the side chat?
Yeah, what about it?
Here's your Google result. The thing that you said, hey, can someone get me a sighting?
Hold on. Can you just send it?
Yeah, I put it in the side chat. I can't even say that you would pass 7th grade fucking globe, man.
Okay, now ask it what happens when you're at the axis of rotation.
Yeah, watch. Do the stars move east to west at the South Pole?
When you're standing on the axis of rotation.
That's funny, bro. You know what? I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna post this. This is funny. The stars move west to east at the South Pole.
I don't even know on the axis of rotation. No, they don't.
This is how retarded Google is.
Or you could just you know. Let's have a look. No stars do not move.
I measured the Earth to be flat, man. They told me it was a ball. They told me the horizon.
It literally says what I said. It literally says what I said. No stars do not move east to west at the South Pole because the Earth rotates at its axis, so it moves clockwise. Thank you. Praise the Lord, we finally got there. That took like half an hour.
You don't even know what east and west is. That's how retarded AI is.
When did I say I didn't know what east to west was? I don't think I said that.
You don't know
wait. So you guys have been saying use Google this whole time, and now that Google says the thing that you don't want it to say, Google is no longer a trustworthy source.
It's not
It's
what
no
it,
longer a source we can trust.
it's not what I don't want it to say. It's how it's supposed to represent in reality. And even
Okay,
this
but
is
does it not
fucking
literally say
retarded.
what I said? Did it not? Does it
This is
not literally say what I said?
literally next level stupid, even from Google AI.
Okay, does it not literally say what I said? So I made a
Yeah,
claim,
and you're
and then
stupid.
so why are you using the AI if you're just going to reject it if it says something that you don't agree with? It's not
Do
exactly
you
very rigorous,
not
is it?
understand what a axis of rotation is?
I think you're the one who doesn't understand what an axis of rotation is. I was the one who introduced the concept into the conversation.
No,
I
I
think I
completely
understand what an
understand
axis
because
of rotation.
if I take a basketball and I spin it on an axis and I look at it from above and I look at it from below, it'll appear to spin in two different directions, right?
Yes, it'll spin clockwise and anti-clockwise, right?
Right, but it's spinning the same direction all around, right?
Yes, but if you were standing
It's
on the
spinning
basketball
only
and
in
you
one
looked at
direction, right?
yeah, but if you were standing on that basketball and you were standing on the axis of
Right.
rotation, would you not see the sky moving clockwise?
Right. So if I'm if
So
the ball
you're
is
literally
hold on,
agreeing. Thank you.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But for the sake of listening to me for one fucking minute, will you just shut up and listen? All right.
Listen, go ahead.
So on a ball, if I spin it, if I'm facing the ball, right, and I spin it left to right, right. You understand what I'm saying?
What do you mean by you're spinning it left to right? You either spin it clockwise or you spin it anti-clockwise.
Well, it depends on how you're
Left
looking
to
at
right
it, right?
is because no, left to right would mean that
If I'm front facing the ball and the two poles are on the bottom and the top of the ball, but I'm front facing the ball, and you see the lines on the ball spinning from right to left, right?
okay, so if you're front facing, it's going from right to left, then it's
You
going to be
see,
going anti-clockwise. No,
hold on, dude. No, hold on
clockwise.
a
Sorry.
minute. Hold on a minute. Yeah,
This is
you finally.
retarded, dude.
This is great. That's great. You brought up this. So
Clockwise.
you've seen the Harlem Globetrotters when the guy spins the ball in his finger? Yes or no?
Yeah.
He'll bring it up above his head, below his head. So you're telling
Yeah.
me the ball's spinning the same way the whole time. He keeps either spinning
Yes.
it left to right or right to left. Don't get clever with this. Oh, it's
Do you think I'm
counterclockwise,
claiming that it
it's
isn't
clockwise, isn't
working
it?
like that? That's not what I said. I said that
Well, why are you tap dancing around it?
because you're talking about looking
You're
from the
saying you
outside
can't.
as a
You're
ball.
saying
I'm
you can't
talking about
spin a ball
standing on
left
a
to
ball
right
and
or right to
observing the
left.
sky, which is different.
Yeah, you're saying that. So when you keep bringing up the point of the axis of rotation, where is this?
So
Is it where you're
let's
standing, or is it where you're standing, or is it in the sky?
You actually have no idea what an axis of rotation is.
Isn't it? Oh, isn't it?
Okay, sorry. An axis of rotation is the point by which the Earth is rotating around. So, for example, if
What do
we
you
use the
mean the
Harlem
point?
Globetrotters, let me finish. Let me
What do you
finish.
mean the point that you're rotating around? So the stick through the globe.
So yes, it's the stick through the globe.
So
It's
the
like
stick.
how the
Okay.
Harlem Globetrotters
So
had their
why?
finger on a point on the ball, and then they're
So,
rotating it around it, right?
all you're talking about is the stars move.
Yes.
So you're just dreaming that the stars movement is because you're on the stick through the ball.
Okay, let's imagine there's a little. Let's use your Harlem Globetrotters as an example. Okay, let's
Yeah,
imagine there's a
no,
little man.
I used
Wait,
that
listen.
for you. I used that for you when you
Yes.
had to start talking about a
Let's
ball
imagine there's a
being
little
spun
man on
left
top
to
of
right
the
or right to left. So no,
basketball,
it's
right?
saying the ball's being spun clockwise. No, the ball's being spun
So
counterclockwise. You missed my whole you
you're
missed the whole reason I
top
brought it
of
up
the
about
ball.
the ball above his head and below
You're
his
going
head.
to look up and you're going to see things going around clockwise, right? If you're on the side of the ball, you're going to see things going east to west. So the difference is that
Now you're the one telling us that the stars go east to west.
they do go east to west, but they don't go east to west to the points of rotation. At the axis of rotation, they don't go east to west.
Okay, finally. So
This has been consistent with my argument the entire time.
go east to west. Got it.
I don't think I said that they don't go east to west usually.
You
They go east to west.
You kicked and screamed about it for a good
No, I
half
didn't.
hour.
Because they don't go east to
you
west
did.
at the axis of
Oh, you
rotation.
did.
They don't go east to west to the axis of
Oh
rotation.
my God, dude! Then turn around.
What are you talking about? Turn around. Turn around where? What? Who? Which model? What?
Oh my God!
What are you talking about?
When you're playing imagination that you're standing on the North and South Pole.
So turn around when you're on the North and South Pole. That wouldn't change the direction the stars are going. Like it's the same way.
You won't admit to east or west, west to east, clockwise, counterclockwise.
It's the same way that like when you had the turntable on the ceiling, it doesn't change direction when you.
Yeah, I know. We've already been there. We've been there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's when you conceded that this has nothing to do with the weather of the earth as a ball. You
So
forgot.
we've established it has nothing to do with turning
Patrick.
around, right?
God damn, dude. Hold on. Hold on. Check this out, dude.
Why are you acting like I'm some sort of psychotic, crazy guy? I don't know. Like,
I'm treating you like someone who has amnesia.
You're just retarded. That's all. We're used to it. Old Hoss Radburn, look in the side chat, bro. When I did a Google on if the stars move from east to west over the South Pole, it says no, it moves from west to east. This is why you're all retarded.
No, so at the South Pole it goes clockwise. It literally says that in the response.
It's east to west.
Can you not read? It literally says clockwise. If you read the thing, it says clockwise.
Dude, he's trying to point out the techno hell that you're trapped inside of, and you're just ignoring it. That's all.
Okay, like you read the second sentence. It says, instead they are positioned directly over Earth's axis. The stars move in a continuous horizontal circles around the sky, traveling from left to right, brackets, clockwise, parallel to the horizon. Is this not literally what I've been saying?
Hold on. Did you say? Hold on. In your reading of that, it said horizontal circles.
Horizontal circles around the sky.
Say that again. Horizontal circles.
Horizontal circles around the sky.
What's horizontal?
What's your problem? What's horizontal? So when you're looking up and the stars are going clockwise, it's a horizontal plane from which you're observing it. Yes. Which part of that do you not understand?
Okay, well that's an excellent flat Earth argument.
Yes,
upon the horizontal plane,
so
the
you
stars
horizontal and then decided that it's a flat Earth argument because it says horizontal.
I was pointing out. No, dude, I was pointing out.
This is so stupid. I'm sorry, man.
It's so stupid that I point out the term
because it makes no sense.
I point out. Yes, the term horizontal circle doesn't make any sense. Is what I'm pointing out.
When you're looking up, right?
Oh my God, you're going to try to
looking at
justify
something
it.
that's spinning around. It's a horizontal circle.
No, you do not get to lecture me on stargazing when you just admitted that you're knucklehead.
I've admitted nothing.
Stargazing before you even paid
I feel like
attention
anyone
to it.
who's looked at this argument can conclusively say that I've destroyed you here. There's
there's
nothing to say.
Absolutely not.
Dude,
No.
This is just complete bullshit, man.
Your cluelessness is on full display.
I'm not wasting any more time on you. You're just denying reality because
Well,
horizontal
this is
circle, you just don't
projection.
understand that that's the path that a star takes when you're looking up at it. That's what clockwise means.
No, dude, you were the one who kicked and screamed about the path to the stars for almost an hour. You were the one who admitted you paid no mind to the stars when you look up at them.
And asking this guy a little bit more, do you know about star trail photography?
Who are you talking to? Us flat earthers? Yeah, we know about star trail photography.
No, not Legend. No, this other dude. Sorry, and I missed his name. I apologize.
It's Patrick. Looks like he left.
Yeah, okay, dig. Well done, brothers.
That thing we're talking about.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Not gonna work? Yeah. Okay. I won't.
Actually, Dan,
Yeah. Okay. Or maybe next year when it's on Friday. At least Halloween's on it. That's fun. Yeah. Me and Alex are going to church. Dress up as Dad. Yeah, you say dress up as Spider-Man. You're just a fun people.
Yeah, so just to clarify, he only ever looked at the sky and he never produced any ground measurement, right? If I'm not mistaken, he told me, I said, does that make the Earth a ball? And he said, no. I was like, oh, okay.
So, Knowledge, it sounds like you have a lot to say in the chat. You ready to fill the void here that, what's his name left? Patrick left?
Mr.
Nixon
Patrick?
5. Yeah. Nixon 5, welcome. You called that one.
What about Bargrunt? Why is he muted?
Oh, he was muted as a hot mic courtesy. He was hot micing the conversation in the room, and for courtesy reasons, I muted
Yeah.
him.
Thank you
And
for your concern, though, Knowledge.
Jeez.
Thank you so much for your concern on the moderation. Did you see that the AI said that it was 100% human generated before?
Did I
Did you
see that?
acknowledge that?
Why don't you post the original source material and not write it out to make it look like it's not?
Well, because
like,
it's text. You said that AI wrote the text.
How do I know that's the original source material, bud?
Because it's straight off the letter. You can
No,
read it word
what
for
you did
word.
was you realized that like you made a mistake by posting the actual source material. That way I could fact check it. Now you're trying to write out. You're not using the original source material here. You're just trying to write it out.
It's word
and trying
for
to
word.
say, "Trust me, bro."
It's word for.
Really?
It's
Show
word
it to
for
me.
word.
Really? I'm supposed to take your word for it?
No. You can. Okay, so just put the.
Why not
put
just
the
show
image,
the original email
put
with
the
all
image.
the other stuff? Like, why you have to write it down? That sounds stupid, dude.
No, I didn't write it down. I put it into
sounds
AI
like you're
and I
trying to
said,
hide the
turn
original
this
source
into
material
text.
and type it into a
No,
chatbot.
so this is the one that you're using. This is going to be your test, right? To see whether you're going to stay here or not. Right? So this was the
I
one
don't
you
really
were
care if
saying
I
was
stay
fake.
here. You just know you got
All right.
caught. That's
Well,
what
I'm going to
happened.
expose you for being a liar. Okay, so
You got caught.
when you put this
You got
text,
caught.
when
Your
you put
image
this
is fake.
when you put this text into
I'm gonna run it
a
through
AI
another
detector,
AI detector
to see if the text was written, put the text in. Tell it to extract the text out and then put the text through. Say, is this text AI generated? And it's going to say, no, it's 100% human. Just like
May I
these
ask you a question?
screenshots. And
Who's Ashley
no,
Lang in this text? Who is she?
I think she's the secretary at the firm, the engineering firm. It says in the thing. Okay, so we've taken the text here, and it says,
Can I
right,
ask you
so
a
these
question?
are highly ranked. No, you can't. You can listen.
What if I told you
right?
that like this bridge we're talking about is in Louisiana and they have laws against what they can say and what they can't say? What if I told you that?
She's the administrative assistant at the Greater New Orleans Expressway Commission, and the address is there. And
do
when
you
we put
agree
this
that
through
the
the AI,
engineer?
when we put this through the AI detector, it says that it's 100% human written. 100% on both of them. Can you acknowledge that it says that? And that's the same text, and it says that it's 0% AI generated.
But I looked this up though.
Can you
Assistants don't
agree
give
with
you
that
this
or not?
information. The assistant didn't
Okay,
give
so
me
it's
this
not a. Do you
information.
agree? But you were arguing that it's AI generated. Is it AI generated?
That's what the image detector said.
This is not an image.
Also,
this
I
is
looked up the
text.
laws in like
This is text.
Louisiana regarding like what these assistants are allowed. They don't say they're not allowed to do this. They don't do it strictly
To
for
do
legal
what?
reasons. Because if
What's the
they
legal
give the
reason?
like, because can I ask you a question? Did you agree that the engineer in this text got the information wrong? Do you agree with
What
that?
information? What information?
The information that he gave you in the text, or whoever wrote this.
What information is wrong?
You
You're
said
trying
that
to deflect. You said it's AI generated. and I
It
put it
is.
through AI detectors, and it says it's 0% AI generated.
They're not allowed to discuss this because of legal reasons, but I looked it up in Louisiana. They don't do it because if they say anything wrong
Oh, you
or
better
anything
call the
like of that
cops on
nature.
them. You better call the cops
No,
on
you're
them
the
then
one
for
who has to
replying
do
and
that.
saying,
You're the one who has to do that.
no, I don't give a shit, bro. Look,
Why?
the text is not AI generated. It's not AI generated.
So when I look this up, it says that these assistants don't do this type of thing. They're only there to
All right,
forward
you're done, bro.
information.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back, Debate Daddy.
Everybody in this whole entire server is just straight up cooked by Jews. It's so y'all. Like, what am I supposed to say? Y'all are muted. Cooked by Jews. It's so y'all don't even see. The 1 point in term and 1 point in time is being used against you in such an explicit way that you don't see that the 1 point in time isn't real and you're just muting people for no reason. I had a dream about this, you know it's true. Because I'm not Jewish.
Hi, hello.
Yo,
Are y'all just like sitting here?
Waiting for you to come in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is anybody here flat earther?
Yes.
Okay. What about gravity? How does that work?
What are you clicking in the background?
A clicker.
Clicker. Why do you click a clicker?
To click it.
Why though? Has anyone ever told you this is really annoying?
Okay, it's gone.
No. Oh, cool. Thanks. It was really annoying.
There's something
what were
wrong
you
with
gonna
my
say?
mic. I don't think my mic's picking up stuff from the right area. It's picking up everything.
Okay. Have you got headphones or?
Yeah.
But you've got gamer headphones, do you?
Well, I wouldn't say that they're gamer. They're like a
that-
pair of cheap headphones with a microphone.
The microphone that comes down and goes in front of your mouth, that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why. What were you saying? What was the question? What about
How would
gravity?
gravity work if the Earth was flat?
Well, so what do you mean by gravity? Like, what are we? Just so we can confirm, so we're not talking about two different things. Like, what's your
So for gravity to be distributed evenly, gravity is a single point and it pulls stuff towards that point. If the Earth was flat, it'd have to be like one long thing that's pulling pulling downwards.
Well, how do you know that gravity forms things into the center of mass?
Because that's how it works. If you look at Saturn's rings, like they're being pulled in.
Yeah, but you're just going off things that are untestable, right?
I've seen you know that you can see certain planets and they're spherical.
Yeah, that's fair enough, but you can't see gravity, right?
You can feel gravity.
How? So what's your experience of gravity?
So my experience with gravity. Okay, so it's hard to quantify your experience with gravity because it happens all the time.
Well, that's a claim. So let's come to an agreement, right? So the only thing that you experience about gravity is a downward bias.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's it, right? The rest of it's just a story, because the other part of it can't be proved.
Well, if you look at other planets and how like the solar system works,
you don't know what those other planets are.
What?
So you can you can still have gravity on a flat surface. You just got to change the distribution of mass.
Gravity
that's no
pulls
problem, right?
something inward too. Like
Well, that's
everything
not-
has its own
but that's not the
gravitational
claim, though.
force.
Not the claim, though.
If gravity is working on one giant flat plane and it's a big flat plane, it would be pulling it all inward, which would make it fold in on itself.
Have you ever seen that happen?
Because nothing's ever been a flat, like a big flat plane in space.
I think you've been watching that cartoon, right? So all you need to do is just change the distribution of mass. That's all you need, right? If you're talking about your mass attracting mass, then in order to have a flat surface and everything goes down, you just change the distribution of mass of what's underneath you. But that's fine, whatever, right? But you can measure the surface of Earth. Measures flat over water. That's what we're talking about.
What about all the other planets? Why would Earth be flat, but all the other planets are spherical?
The the other planets don't really interest me because they're untestable.
That's a non-answer.
Well,
Well,
if we're able to
well,
see
if you
them,
let me answer, then okay. So the only thing that we can test is the Earth. Okay. So if we test, so they say that Earth is 3,959 mile radius. So over water, because water would conform to that shape of that sphere, right? You agree with that?
yeah.
Yeah. So over water, you should be able to measure a drop over distance, which is
can.
And you do
surprisingly.
measure it, but you just mess up.
Yeah,
You
that
just
is.
can't do math.
So,
Yeah, you
so,
can
so
measure
over
that.
10, so over 10 miles, it should be 66 feet of drop from your position, right?
Somewhere
And you do
roughly
see
like
that
that.
when you take into account refraction and other stuff and make accurate calculations, but you can't do that.
Okay, so has anyone ever measured that drop over distance?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Who?
What?
What?
Who?
What?
Who measured drop over distance? That would be the Earth dropping away from you from a point.
Yeah, there are
Okay,
plenty of people who have done that.
So I've checked.
Go
It says
ahead.
roughly 8 inches over the first mile is how much it drops. Like
Yep.
you can see a boat disappear into the horizon.
Okay, so let's just go one thing at a time. We can talk about that later, right? But well, I'm talking about a measurement. So has anyone ever measured drop over distance, i.e., curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me about it. You keep on saying yes, but no one's telling me anything.
What do you mean no one is telling me anything? It's an
Okay, so
experiment.
you
You can
go ahead.
Google it.
You said heaps of people, so I'm waiting for just one of them.
I can find a random YouTube video for you.
Yep, and then you're going to have to tell me what they did, how they did it.
They measured what you want.
Okay, so go ahead. Find it. Because you can't just
Here's
say
one.
heaps of people. All right, what did they do?
They measured the curvature of the Earth, and they did proper math, and they counted
How did
for
they
everything.
do that?
Unlike you.
How did they do that?
They just did the experiment properly.
Okay, how?
I don't know. Just did it properly. Because they know
You
math
don't know.
and stuff.
Okay,
You don't
I
know
have.
if they did it, when they did it, who did it, or how they did it, right?
So I have a story. This might have been told to you, but there's this man who said that the Earth is flat. So he did a lot of scientific tests to test if it was. He did one, and it turns out that the Earth was round. And then he did another one, but this one he had 2 boards, and then he had somebody shine a light through one board to the other board, but there was a hole cut in each board at the same height, and they'd placed them decent amount far away. If he had to lift the light to get it through to the other board, then that would prove that the Earth is round because there is a different distance of height. He had to lift it higher to get it above the way that the Earth curves. And if he didn't, it'd prove that the Earth was flat because he'd just hold it at a steady distance. He tried it, and he had to lift it up.
Okay, awesome. So where's this?
I've heard it all around. Let me check. Okay, flat earther Jiren What's that?
Yeah. So now we need to find
Jared,
out
I don't
what.
like Darren, by the way.
Now, what's that? So now we need to find out what he actually did.
Okay, I'll give you the Wikipedia page.
Are there any measurements on there? What tools he used? Things like that?
He's talking about the final experiment. You guys know
He's
all
not.
about that.
He's not talking about the final experiment.
No, he posted the wiki for it.
Yeah, it's not the final experiment. That's not what he was talking about.
Is that? I'll make sure.
Yeah,
Also,
'cause
guys,
like,
how do you explain the gyroscope showing
sorry, we're just gonna do.
15 degrees change every hour? How do
When
you
does it
explain
do
that?
that?
When you have like a good enough gyroscope, like from a plane,
Can
a
you show me
high-end
that?
gyroscope will show the spinning of the Earth. I posted a video on that, and you
Yeah,
can do
so
it with any high-end
So
gyroscope.
15 degrees every hour, every time, right?
Yes, with high-end
Sure about that?
gyroscopes. None of that cheap stuff.
All right, so get me that, and we're gonna finish with this other kid, and then we'll
I
talk to
posted
you
the
about
video.
that. All right? I'm driving, dude, so we're just gonna finish one thing at a time. All right? He
What
wanted.
about people have taken photos from really high up in
Wait,
planes
didn't
and
you
they
want
can see
to?
the curvature.
Sorry, dude. Weren't you getting the information about the test that this guy did?
It's either behind the curve or the other thing that I showed.
Yep. Okay, so now what you got to do is you got to say, okay, what did they do?
Well, it says
Because it's
here.
like I'm quite happy to talk to you, but like it's so what you guys do seem to do is you just believe things, right? So and then you never look at what they've actually done to
I've
prove the
said
claim.
I said what
or
he
you
did
just,
to prove the claim.
you
He
just
had a flashlight,
yeah.
cut two holes in like walls or like a board or something, held them at a flat area, and if the
Okay, so do you think a flashlight is a good tool to measure drop over
not
distance?
a flashlight, laser
No, he didn't have a laser. The laser
or something?
burnt
I
out.
don't know.
They did it with
They
a
left it
flashlight
on.
and a laser too.
So the laser burnt out. They left the laser on too long, getting ready for the observation, and the laser burnt out. So they said, "Fuck it, we're all here.
No.
Let's use a torch." Okay, can you show me where they used the laser?
It's
See, this is the
final
thing. This
experiment.
is what I was talking about. If you let me finish my sentence, you guys make claim after claim after claim after claim, and you don't back it up with any evidence. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
No, you just make up shit.
Yeah, you just make shit up. That's right.
No, that's what you do.
Okay, so
What
what
about
have
the moon
I
landing?
made up? So what have I made up?
I don't know. Just make up stuff as you talk, like the laser going out. I think it was done by like the Flat Earth Society. I think the kid is talking about the Flat Earth Society experiment. They
See,
did an experiment with a torch and a laser.
You're just
And
making things up again, aren't you?
No.
Just making
No,
it up.
you are. You are.
Okay. All right. So what have I made up?
You said the laser, like the laser fucking ran out of battery, which it didn't.
No, it burnt out. It burnt.
Yeah, same thing.
All right.
Which
Okay.
it didn't.
So have you ever?
They did it with a torch and a laser.
I'd like to see if you've actually watched this.
What about like the
Have you
moon
watched?
landing?
Have you watched it? Don't worry about the moon landing.
What do you mean,
Have
don't
you
worry
actually
about the
watched?
moon landing?
Well, what's that going to prove? So
You can see the Earth
we're
is
jumping
curved.
from subject to subject, and we haven't completed any. We haven't come to a conclusion on any of the questions you've got.
I sent you the Wikipedia article.
Yeah, don't send it to me.
Whoa, Wikipedia.
Find it yourself, right? So if you're making a claim, you should be looking for all this information so you can present it to me. I'm not going to read.
All in the
I'm not going to read.
No, we're presenting you stuff. You're just denying it
what do you
because you don't have anything better to do.
Okay, what are you presenting? Go ahead.
So we
I
presented
said
the
what
video showing the curvature drop due to curvature.
Okay,
I
what?
posted the
All right.
gyroscope video.
Okay, what did they
And
do?
the
I
experiment
said
by
what
the
they
Flatter
did
Society.
earlier.
And you're just
Okay.
denying it. You're just making up stuff.
Okay, what did they do?
They got two. Okay, so location
And I
over a
asked you, I said,
6-mile
do you
stretch.
think a flashlight is a good use of a tool to measure a drop over distance? Originally, they had a laser. It burnt out, so they couldn't use it. So they replaced it
No,
with
they
a
use the
flashlight.
laser.
Do you think a
They also use a
flashlight?
flashlight.
Do you think a flashlight can replace a laser as a measuring tool?
Yeah, you can have like
Hey,
flashlights
Ash,
that go pretty
stop.
far. You can have like torches
Ash,
and stuff.
Ash. If you think they used a laser, can you just present it in the chat? All right.
You're talking about the experiment by the Flat Earth Society, and yeah, they did use the laser.
It wasn't the
Just
Flat
saying
Earth
it
Society.
burnt out.
Okay, so go ahead, just put it in the chat. You keep on making claims. Act like I've never
No,
seen
you
it
keep
before, and
making up
just put
shit.
it in the chat. I'm not making anything up. You're making up claims and not presenting the
No, you're just
evidence
gonna
for the
scoff
claim.
at it because you don't have anything better to do. Because you're retarded.
Okay, I'm retarded. All right, so I'm the one making
If
claims.
he's the retarded one, how come?
Presenting it. Go ahead, DJ.
If he's the retarded one, well, just quickly, right? If he's the retarded one, how come you sound like the retarded one? What's the deal with that?
Well, retarded people
something's
like
mixed up
each
here.
other. Retarded people don't like it when smarter people tell them they're retarded. So you might
No,
project
I
your
don't
own
like when
retardation
idiots
onto me.
break in. You should let the kid finish his argument one-on-one. Shut the fuck up,
Yeah,
Ash. Mute yourself
exactly.
now.
The kid
Yeah,
sounds
no,
fine.
it's a back and forth. It's a back and forth, so don't
Well, it's
jump
not
in.
it's not a back and forth because you don't present anything for your claim, right?
All right, the kid ran away. Now it's your turn, Ash.
No, Ash is leave join spamming at the moment. Just because that's what really smart people do. This
You know what that's
so great, man. The
you know
people
what
in
that's
this
called,
cover.
don't we?
Ban?
Dunning Kruger.
Oh, big time. All day, man. All day it's been these arrogant Dunning-Kruger clowns.
They make stuff up and then they accuse you of making stuff up when you haven't even I didn't even say anything, right?
Yeah. Dude, I've been getting it all day from them as well. Just like straight up dishonesty.
Fucking weirdos. It's
Yep.
it's quite, I'm quite happy. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm willing to have a nice, relaxing conversation on the way to work. Like, we could have spoken I reckon we could have spoken at length with that kid. As soon as they get someone that joins in and starts being an idiot, they start being, well, he wasn't too bad, but he would have started because now they got a crowd, right? Look at these dumb flat earthers. The Flat Earth Society. Always makes me laugh when I hear that.
I always laugh when they say, well, you're a flat earth model. Like, what?
Hey, well, there was a guy, right, who kept on coming in saying, but that's not what it says in your model. Your model, and then we said, hey, 10 times we said we don't have a model, right? So let's just talk about what we can, let's just talk about it, observations and things like that. Let's not try and put it on a model. And he said, but you have to have a model. That's what what was Jaren's old channel called? Globebusters, right? Was it?
He was
Yeah.
part of Globebusters. It was like a team of people, Bob Nodell and Jaren
And was Dave Weiss in that?
Yeah, he was. It still runs. Globebusters is still a channel. Now it's like Shane St. Pierre and Alan from Space Busters.
Okay, they're all right. They're good.
The world is round.
Oh, really?
The world is round.
And how do you know that, Ben Boy?
Because I know that.
That's your answer? Wow.
Nah, not really.
And that's profound, dude.
That was sinking. Profound.
I'm just fucking around. You guys know me, man.
Yeah, I know, man. You got any proof yet?
I hope.
All right,
My
let's
answers
do it.
will still be the same, so I don't think I really have new answers.
You got the same answers.
But like, if you keep digging down in the ground, there will be more ground. So
Yeah,
how
I know.
does that prove that the world is not flat?
If you dig down, you'll get to 7.6 miles, and then you won't be able to dig any further.
Says who?
Says the Russians.
Oh, well, the Americans already dig deeper than that. So
Oh, yeah.
now what?
Can you show me that? Welcome, JR.
Just type in what is the deepest hole ever dug, and then you'll see that you're not correct.
I bet it's deeper than 7.5 miles.
Go ahead then. Type it in.
You know, I will type it in.
Okay.
Better.
You're too drunk to type. Dumbasses join them when they're drunk.
Yeah. It's like drink driving. Don't drink in Discord. It affects your reaction time.
The deepest artificial hole ever dug is in Kola, super deep borehole SG3 in Russia.
Yeah. How deep?
12,262 meters or 40,230 feet. 7.6 miles. Three times, more than 3 times what you said it was dug.
I said 7.6 miles, didn't I?
I thought you said 2.6.
Nope.
Now they don't even listen.
7.6.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I'm drunk. My bad.
Really,
What kind of alcohol gets you that way, though? Like I could drink
But
a
it still
shitload of alcohol
proves.
and not sound like that. What are you drinking? Beer or whiskey or what?
Definitely not beer. Oh, red wine?
Turpentine.
Alcohol?
Like turpentine, just some petrol.
Why do you guys think it matters? Drunk is drunk.
Because you can't have a coherent conversation.
You
when you're
need
like that.
to start accounting for refraction.
Yeah, we
Well,
don't
I'm
want you to
trying
go
to have a
blind.
conversation, but you guys keep talking about drunk. I'm talking about the depths and everything. I'm giving you guys numbers, but like,
What numbers did you give?
you don't remember?
Can you repeat it? I didn't hear you give any numbers.
Well, now who's drunk? I said 2.6 miles because I remember that you were saying 2.6 miles, but it's 7.6 miles, and I was trying to say something about how it was like 3 times the depth that you said.
And you were wrong, right?
I was wrong to the extent that it was not 3 times the extent that you said, because apparently you said something more closer to what the actual number was.
I said the exact number.
7.6.
That's right.
Get out of here, Glivey.
Alright, so now back to the initial question. How does that
Okay.
prove that Earth is hollow?
It doesn't prove anything. It just proves that that's the deepest they go.
It proves that Earth has Earth underneath Earth.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
does.
You finally agree.
All right, I'm going to English.
Feels like I'm talking to like a 3-year-old or something.
That is what you're talking to. He's
That
slowly,
kind of makes sense.
who's never questioned his model. So, like, what do you expect?
Alright, so how are you guys gonna explain that Earth is hollow? Or flat?
No one said it was.
Who's saying
no one
it's
said it was hollow.
Or flat.
No, that's different. Those are two different claims, bro.
Okay, so how would you prove that it's flat?
Well, you can go outside and measure it against what your model predicts. When you find no measured curvature, you should
So
believe that the
you're
Earth is flat. 'Cause that's
avoiding
what we
you're
observe and
avoiding
that's what we
any
experience.
specific claims.
Brother, are you here to troll?
No, I'm not even here to troll. I honestly believe that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, of course you do, but why do you believe that? What's your evidence?
Bro, and now we're going back in a circle, and I'm gonna show you the whole Google thing that I just showed you.
Okay, all right,
You
yeah.
didn't show
You're right.
anything, dude.
Yeah.
Alright, okay.
It's about the evidence, which
Yeah.
you don't have.
Repeatable observations.
Exactly. That's why I like to call this place the Thunderdome, because this is where the Globies go to get beaten up in combat.
I
You
prefer
guys see it?
not drunk ones though, Ben Boy.
I'm drunk, but you guys still haven't given a good reason.
Okay. How about no measurement of curvature?
That's a good reason.
Yeah, and just like you guys were saying, words are cheap. So where's the pictures?
Somebody. There's plenty. There was a guy who went to a mountain. Obviously, we've got black swan. We've got D's,
Okay,
lasers
I'm not
jumping
gonna
over
say
large bodies of
curvature.
water.
Oh man, I can get so in depth with this.
Like, I don't have it on me, but does anybody wanna pull up their measurements? Because this guy, like, obviously doesn't know how much we have.
What do you mean by how much you have? Okay, I'm not trying to fight. I just love the debate.
Hey
I
Ben
just
Boy,
love
after all these years, like we've been in this channel for at least over 2 years now, and I remember you from
been a
back
long time,
when
bro.
this channel started. Everything that we've shown you has gone in one ear and out the other, and then
No,
you
I
refuse
remember
to
everything
go
that
off.
you guys have shown me, like even the curvature pictures of somebody dropping down from like a parachute and all that. I remember
You
everything.
don't know
What's that
anything.
got to do with anything?
You guys can,
No, this
I
guy's
mean,
just
the
bringing
other
out.
dude can say it as much as he wants, but I remember everything.
Yeah, I don't fucking care, man. No one cares. No one cares. Get
What
out.
about when we show you the laser
You
tests, Ben
know,
Boy?
I was just chilling, yo, whatever, I don't care. Whatever, bye guys.
Ciao.
Now they say they always run away.
Always. It's like a never-ending stream of people that have no idea what they're talking about.
Like they special needs.
Are you trying to do an Australian accent?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
difficult, isn't
mate.
it?
A bit. It's a bit, mate.
Yeah, that's it. You got to add in these little words that we use that helps you kind of do the accent. Makes it easier.
Like cunt.
Yeah. Yeah. Put cunt at the end of every sentence. Mate's a good one because we use that in
I
almost
can
every
even tell the
sentence.
difference between like that one and New Zealand. So people will
That
tell
what
me.
you just did then was more of a New Zealand accent. They emphasise their I's and E's are very different to ours.
Which yeah. Say right. How do you say right? The word right.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
So we don't
Okay.
use the T. If there's a T at the end of the sentence in a word like that, we kind of don't use the T.
If there's a T at the end of it.
Yeah, not in every word though. It's I'm just trying to think. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
It's hard to explain.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you got it there with the A and the I. Line.
The I and the I.
A
Right.
and the I. Yeah.
Right. I got
Right.
it. Yeah. Nice.
No, now you've gone into an English accent. No.
No, I'm speaking American now.
All right. Who's up? Atheist Oblate. What's that? Atheist Oblate Spheroid
Say
Pilot.
Brisbane.
Oh,
How do I say Brisbane?
we just call it Brizzy.
Rizzy. Bendigo.
Yeah, Bendigo. Yeah. How do you know about Bendigo?
It's just from this Rick and Morty parody. It's the Australian Rick and
No, see,
Morty.
you got it there. See, when you said parody, we say parody. That was in New Zealand. You said it with a New Zealand accent first. So A's are pronounced. Parody.
Parody.
Yeah. See, the
Parody.
D is like you just kind of roll the D off, like parody. Everything kind of
Parody.
melds into each other. Yeah.
Parody.
Yeah, there's no definition between the letters. Like it's really kind of
Parody.
relaxed. Parody.
Parody. How do
Yeah, that's it.
how do the Aussies say it?
What, parody?
Yeah.
But the New Zealanders say parody.
Parody. Oh.
Yeah, so the A
Parody.
is different. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
closer to South African. The vowels are closer to South African, but the rest of the letters are the same as the Australian pronunciation. So that's where it differs. It's just in the vowels.
I see. I see.
And New Zealanders pronounce their letters more defined. Well, see, I change my accent when I come on here as well. I make it more kind of international. If you heard me speak to another Aussie, then it'd be very different again.
That kangaroo guy.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. That was pretty good.
Thanks.
No worries, mate.
How would you say thank you? That was British. But how would you say thank you versus in New Zealand and Australia?
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate. And in New Zealand,
Well, they just say thanks or thank you. Thanks. Thanks. So the A kind of sounds like
thanks.
an E. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the New Zealand one.
Wow.
And we just go, thanks, mate. Even the mate. It's like, mate. It's like a noise. Thanks, mate.
The difference between those accents is kind of like Irish and Scottish. Like when I hear them, they sound very similar.
What, Irish and Scottish?
Yeah.
Well, Scottish people pronounce their letters. Irish people mumble. So their letters aren't as pronounced.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
I hear
kind
you,
of
bro.
similar. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think
I just
the best accent to learn English is probably American. It's like all the letters are pronounced properly.
what was that?
See, that was in New Zealand. You said that. We say that.
I see.
We
That.
stretch out the A. Yeah.
What was
Stretch
that?
the A out. Yeah, that's better. So American English is probably the easiest to understand for people who don't speak English.
Yeah.
Because you guys don't speak in slang or anything like that. Like you get English people, and depending on where they're from, they speak in slang, or they use different words for different things, and their accents.
What you mean, bruv? What you mean, bruv? I'm from Luton, yeah? Right?
Yeah, so that's London, right?
Yeah.
But only a certain part of London. You got different accents.
You speak in slang. We totally speak in slang.
Who? Americans?
Oh yeah.
I'm speaking like a white American. You guys, not like a black American. They speak in slang.
Why are you racist?
Okay.
Why are you racist?
No. They speak in
That's
slang.
That's not racist. Dude.
That's racist. Why are you racist?
Why would that be racist?
They actually steal a lot of our slang. So like for example, a lot of white people now they'll say like, "Oh, I'm cooked," right?
Yeah, but cook's that's an international word.
So like that's.
We use that a lot. We use that all the time.
So what do you mean by slang? Because I just use it to mean like, like.
Everybody knows what slang means.
Yeah, like non-standard vocabulary.
Yeah.
Well, no. Slang is like I guess you could say like when you're texting, you're talking way more informally. So you'll combine words, or you'll use.
That sounds like some bastardized shorthand.
Well, I mean, those are a lot of those things are slang, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do
I
you
wouldn't say
agree
the word
that
cooked is slang because more of it's just like saying you're cooked is just like a figure of speech kind of.
Yeah.
It's not actually slang.
Yeah. It's just changing the meaning of the word to mean something else, but in a. Well, you could say it's slang, but it's
No, you're retaining the original meaning of the word, and you're not like changed. Like it's not like some bullshit word. Like
yeah, your brain's cooked, right?
yeah. But like if somebody says some shit like, oh, I like what's the words like LARP? For example, that's a common one. This is slang word.
Yeah, but LARP is just
that's an acronym?
When they that's an acronym. So
Yeah, I mean, I guess people use it a lot, though.
So what would be an example of slang?
You know what? I'm blank at the moment. But.
Wow. I feel like this should be easier to think of. Like how about Damn, I have to lock in
You
now.
say like aura.
What about calling shoes
Aura.
kicks? Is that slang?
What?
Calling shoes kicks.
Yeah, that would
Yeah,
be
that's
slang.
thing because that's thing.
Yeah, but kicks is a word. That was my whole point with the original example. Is like
Yeah, but
a
then you
word.
can't say in it. Yeah, but they're all words.
Well, that's my point. So then saying something like cooked should be slang because you're not literally cooking anything.
All right, let's look up the definition of slang.
Just like if you're wearing kicks, you're not kicking anything.
But
Just
you can
to,
kick with shoes, right?
well, but that's there's some relationship there.
He's not
But
calling them He's not calling them kickers. They're just calling them kicks.
I wonder if
Right.
that's how
Slang
that
is a highly informal vocabulary used in everyday conversation speech. Yeah, so you can
Some guy
kind of
said aura.
it's very general, right?
Yo,
Some guy said
what's up,
aura.
everyone?
I think that should be slang. What's up, man? How you doing?
What's good, Nables? Are you guys all flat earthers, or?
Yeah.
No, the
All
world's
are
not
not
flat. The
sure.
world's very round. Just so everybody knows. That's just objectively true.
I see.
Yeah, we're not.
Wait,
Like,
wait.
So,
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
yeah.
just
can
the
I
case. I mean,
Juju,
can I
there's
ask
never
you
been
guys
a
some
good
questions?
argument about the world being flat.
Oh,
It's never existed.
Can I
Juju,
ask
just
you
hang on a
guys some
second.
questions?
Wait.
Restrict
Someone
Let me
just
ask you
made
guys
a.
some questions. So what would be the purpose about lying about the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. You'd have to work out whether they're lying or not. That would be the first step.
Yeah, I know, but I guess like
That
when we
doesn't
look at the
answer.
scientific method, like I'm trying to see like what would be the point of lying about this?
Okay, so why do people lie? That would be the
Okay,
question, right?
yeah, they always have a reason to lie. Exactly.
Yeah.
What would be the reason for NASA to lie about the shape of the
Okay.
Earth?
All right. So people lie for what? To
They
deceive
lie
people,
for a
or
reason.
to gain a benefit, right?
Yeah, so what's the benefit in lying about the shape of the Earth? What's the benefit?
The benefit for NASA, particularly.
Yes, and any organization
Well, think
that says
about
the same thing.
Think about the amount of money that gets given to NASA and what they actually do with it, right?
How does that answer my question?
Bro, that's a straw man
Well-
argument, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, that would be in that case. That would be money,
Okay,
right?
I understand if the government is going to lie about like a war or what's going on like in different countries and like whether
Yeah, why would?
I understand
Yeah,
if they
why
lie
would
about
they?
that.
Yeah, why would they
But
do that?
what do you mean? Why would they do that?
So
Like,
why
why would
would
they
they
lie
lie?
about like a
Straw man
war?
argument, bro. This is
About a
nothing.
war? Maybe because like
Why would
they're
they
like
lie
they
about
have like
that?
an enemy country. They have an enemy country, and they don't want people knowing about the exact tactics they're gonna do because it could be like immoral. I understand that,
So
but with
the
with
globe a
Earth,
war on the mind.
Yeah.
it's a war on the mind. Okay.
Yeah. So
So
in
I haven't
your
been given a reason
one
yet.
second. So your example of them lying about war would be to gain funds to have that war, right?
I mean, that could be a part of it, right? But the further reason is because also they don't want people to know about what they're doing in that specific war because it might be bad. They don't want
Yeah,
the
but
enemy to know this and that because you're
you're
playing a
never
game
going to
here.
know that. But you're never going to know that, are you?
I'm not saying the government never lies. I'm trying to say otherwise. I do not believe that everyone's like 100% goody two shoes, right? I just want to know the incentive for lying about the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so first we're going to have to work out whether they're lying or not to see if they're lying, right?
Sure, you can look at it that way. But some things are just
Otherwise,
so like some things are so like
otherwise
some
we're
things
going
are
to
so like
talk about a lie that we don't know is a lie, and then we're going to end up in speculation.
Why
So
don't
we
you
need
lay
to
the
work
foundation
out.
for the
could you
argument
repeat
of the
that?
flat Earth?
Could you repeat
we
that?
need to work it. We need to work out
All right,
whether
dude.
it is a lie or not. Otherwise, we're going to be talking about speculation because we don't know it's a lie. So we need to work out the first step, which is
Okay,
are they
let's work it
lying?
out.
All right.
Let's work it out, man.
Beautiful.
Let's work it out.
All right. So you say the Earth is a sphere, right?
Yes.
All right. What's the evidence for that?
Okay. Let me ask you something. What shape is the
No,
moon?
I just asked you a question.
Okay, because I want to ask you if you believe, because this is much. Okay, I want to know what you believe, so I can make my life easier. Okay, what's the shape of the moon?
Don't know. It looks like a circle.
So you don't believe that the moon or any other planets are spheres?
Okay, so are we talking about the Earth or other things?
Okay. I'm saying this. Do you believe that all of the other planets in the solar system and the moon are spheres? Do you
I
believe
have
that?
no idea, but we can measure the Earth, right? Are we talking about the Earth or other things? So we were
Okay, what
talking
I'm trying to
about
say is like if you
your
okay, I'm saying
question.
if everything else is circular, if everything else is spherical, we could assume by logic that the Earth is spherical. But you're saying you don't believe in that, so we can
Okay,
we can think about something else.
your original question was, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? So we're going to
Okay,
talk
now we're going
about the
back to
shape
this.
of the Earth. Yeah,
Yeah.
because that was your question.
Oh boy. Yeah.
So you need to work out whether it's a lie. You said,
Okay.
why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? So let's talk about the shape of the Earth.
Okay, perfect. Okay, never mind. Let's talk
All
about the
right.
shape of the Earth then.
So what's your evidence that the Earth is a sphere?
I think that it is the best model that we have given we have seasons, right? Seasons don't really work well on a flat Earth.
Okay, so that's not talking about the shape of the Earth.
God.
Right? Because what we
You
see in
know
reality,
the
what we
ancient
see in
Greek. Okay,
just
but hold
hang
on.
on, dude. Just what we see in reality, right, is that seasons are caused by the elevation, the angular elevation of the sun during those seasons. In the summer, the sun's up higher in the sky. In the winter,
Wait,
it's lower in
you
the
believe the
sky.
sun moves? Do you believe the sun moves?
Yeah, you believe that too, don't you?
Okay, no. I'm saying in reference. No. Okay, do you believe the sun orbits around the Earth?
I have no evidence that either. So it looks like what we observe is the sun
Yeah.
moves, right?
Like, how does the sun disappear at night? You know what I mean? Like, how does the sun disappear at night if it's not like a spherical shape?
Well, what we observe is it going away, right?
Okay, yeah, it's going away. I know.
From your position, right?
Well, okay, it sets. So basically, like it goes lower. Like you look at the horizon, right? And like from
Yep.
your frame of reference, it looks like the sun is moving down, right?
Yeah.
So that
So
works perfectly under a sphere. Are you saying
right.
the
So
sun goes under the flat
okay.
Earth?
So observations, right, of things moving away from appear to go down. You agree with that? It's called perspective. So you look at a
Yeah,
plane flying you look at a plane flying over your head, and then it
yeah,
keeps flying, and it
yeah.
looks like it's going down, but it's staying at the same elevation. Right?
Well, no, it doesn't look like it's going down. It just goes away. Like it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, but it stays in the same position. Here, when you look at the sun, it
What do you
sets,
mean?
right?
You mean it stays in the same position?
Okay, what I
It's
mean is when you look at a plane flying, right? When you look at, let's just say I'm looking at a plane flying, and basically it's flying in front of me. It's flying away from me, right? It's gonna get
yeah,
smaller and smaller and
yeah.
smaller, and it's gonna disappear. It's not
Is it
setting.
gonna appear to go down towards the horizon as it goes away?
No,
No. Have you ever
no,
watched a plane?
brother, it's not because it doesn't set. Like when you look at a plane going away from you, it's not setting. It's not going down. It's it's just going farther and farther and
Uh,
farther away until you don't see it anymore.
I don't think you've ever watched a plane, dude.
My God, my God. Okay, okay, buddy.
Right. So how does this prove? So let's talk about measurements, right? So you say the Earth's a sphere. Yep.
Huh?
You say the Earth's a sphere, right? And they've given you a size for it.
Sorry, so you're
Radius.
basically saying, right, that at the horizon,
Radius.
all the planes, you're saying at the horizon, you would see just like a plane like right there at the center. All the planes would just be there.
What?
Dude.
That doesn't make any sense. Does that happen in reality?
Huh?
That doesn't happen in reality. Why would all the planes merge into one point?
Okay, so you're saying that
are they all flying in the same direction at the same elevation?
they all flying at the same direction at the same elevation. What do you mean?
Well, oh my god. So from your position, you see a vanishing point. If there's a plane 15 degrees in the other direction, when you turn to look at that plane, then that becomes your vanishing point, but the other one doesn't. They don't merge together if they're degrees apart, right? It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to repeat that one more time. Okay.
It's irrelevant anyway. But so the Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right? You agree with that? That's what they
Yeah.
tell us. Yeah.
Do you
So
believe that the ancient Greek
over
philosophers were also right, like Socrates, Plato? Maybe not Socrates, like Plato, Aristotle, like even the ancient scientists believed that like the Earth was round.
Okay, so over a distance of 10 miles, there should be a 66-foot drop from your position, right? Over water, because water conforms to the shape of the ball. You agree with that?
I would really I'd have to do the math on that. I don't know specifically.
Okay, we can do it. Are you
You
in
hold
front
to
of your
like
computer?
Newton's law of like gravitation or anything?
Hello, are you in front of a computer?
Okay. Yes, but I wouldn't. But hold on. Do you believe in gravity? I'm just curious.
So type in Earth curve calculator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh
Do you believe
yeah.
in
Run the
gravity?
calculator, bro. Run it on him.
Do you believe in gravity?
So go to Earth curve calculator.
I
I'm
believe there's
there.
a downward. There's something like things go down. Yeah, but mass attracting mass. Where's
Okay.
the
What do I
evidence
put
for
in?
that?
What do I put in? What's the evidence for mass attracting mass?
Yeah, you have no scientific proof whatsoever.
Okay, so if I take an apple, right, and I drop it on the floor, why does it drop? Why
Yeah,
doesn't it
like
just
Because it's
float?
denser.
because it's
Because
denser
it's
than the
denser
air
than the
around it.
air.
Because it's denser than the air.
Yeah,
Yep.
the air surrounding it can't support it, so it falls down.
Yeah. Can we just
Okay, so wouldn't that mean that?
take this,
Okay,
dude? Let's take this to its
what's your
completion, right?
evidence for that?
Have you got the calculator in front of you?
I have it
Just
right
so
here,
you.
dude.
Okay, so type in 10 miles. So that's distance to object.
Okay, sorry. I see eye heights here, and I see target distance.
Yeah, so just go eye height 1 foot.
Okay.
Target distance 10 miles.
Okay, calculate.
Yep. Hidden height is?
Hidden height is 51 feet.
Okay, so that's your drop over distance from your
Yeah,
point.
if you go 10 miles, yeah.
Yeah. So that would be from your position, it would drop that much. So what you do is you go over water, because water is supposed to be conforming to the shape of, right? You agree with that? That's Earth is a sphere. Yeah?
Yeah.
So you should be able to measure that. So shoot a laser out, and at the other side of the lake.
Hey, didn't someone do this experiment before?
Should be 60 feet in the air. Yeah, we've done it over. Yep.
No. I'm talking about that one YouTube video where that guy accidentally proved the Earth was round. Remember that?
Oh my god.
Listen
You're talking
to
about the one
Tim
with the
now.
flashlights? Yeah, that was just poorly done.
Yeah, it was poorly done.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not sidetrack
I
now.
see.
Laser, 1 foot over the water, should end up 50 foot in the air. Why doesn't it? It ends up 1 foot over the water on the other side. There's no curve.
Okay.
Water doesn't curve, dude.
Exactly.
Water doesn't curve. Okay.
Yeah.
Of course it doesn't. You've never seen that. Sorry, Tim, but go ahead.
No,
Okay, brother,
you're
and
all
you've
right.
never
Go
seen
ahead, man.
Earth from a spaceship, like.
Dude, focus.
No.
Like
We're on the laser test here.
Do you think all the astronauts who go into space are like lying? I'm just curious.
Dude, focus.
Okay.
We're on the laser test here.
This guy.
Yeah. Would you
Oh my God.
agree that if you shot a laser over water, that laser from that level, that laser should be 50 to 60 feet in the air? You agree with that if the Earth is curving?
Sorry, repeat that one more time. If I put a laser over the water.
Yeah. You level it from your point and you go 10 miles
Yeah.
to the other side of the lake. That laser
Mm-hmm.
should be 60 feet in the air, or as you said, 51 feet. Right? We'll use that. Do you agree with that?
I think so.
Yes.
According
So
to the
why?
math, hold on, let me see here.
So why doesn't that happen?
I mean, does it? You're gonna have to prove to me that it doesn't.
No. We gave you the method now. All you need to do is go out and test it yourself. We already know because we tried it, right? But you shouldn't trust
You guys
us.
tried it? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep,
Many
27
times. We've
miles
already
we
tested.
did.
You guys went out and did that?
Many
Yep,
people have done it.
a group of people.
So do you guys believe like the Earth has like an end? I'm just curious. Like, does
don't-
it like
Here.
does it like fall off? Like, would you fall into space? Like, what
To
would
where?
happen? Like, where would you
What's
fall? Like, is there an end of the Earth? Like, is there like an actual like end to it?
No one's ever been there, but that doesn't negate that you can measure the water's surface to be flat.
Okay, let me ask you guys another question. So, you know how pilots they kind of like this is a better objection. Do you know how pilots kind of like they fly, but they fly in a curve?
Do they
Do you
fly in a
believe that?
curve?
Okay, do you believe so? You would have to like
Wait,
you would have to learn how to fly. Do you believe that
do
every
they
single
do
pilot
they
who
fly in a
exists?
curve?
Okay, so yes, they do. Do you
Okay,
believe that every
can
single
you
pilot is
can you
lying?
prove that
Every
they
single
fly in a
pilot.
curve? Can you
Okay.
prove that they fly in a curve?
Okay. Timbo, do you believe that every single pilot is actually driving straight and they're lying to the people?
No, they just believe that they're just pointing in a direction. Just curvature doesn't matter. That's what they say, right?
No, but you actually have to ride in. You have to like go at the curve in order to like. If you're learning to be a pilot, right, and these people believe that the Earth is round, right, they would tell you you have to fly the plane in a curve with curvature, right? But here's the
Okay,
thing.
so you're saying that pilots adjust for the curvature of the Earth?
Of course, when you fly, you have to fly, yes, because if you can't just go in a straight line, you can't just go in a
Can you
straight line according to like.
Can you present that
Okay,
pilots
okay,
adjust for
but
the
Timbo,
curvature of the Earth?
Timbo. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. My question for you is this, right? My question for you is this. It is if you just like go on like any if you go on any like NASA like any website when it comes to flying. If you go on a plane, right, and you go on like the little screen that they show you, it shows you that they're going on a curve. So let me ask you something. Then, all
Yeah,
right?
just because a computer screen says that draws a line and
Okay.
says
I
it's
understand. Hold on.
curving
Let me
doesn't
land.
mean
Let
it's
me land.
curving, right?
Let me land. Let me land.
Okay,
Okay.
go
Are
ahead,
these
man.
pilots? So when you go to pilot school, right? Do the people who teach you do they tell you? By the way, it kind of like we've told people that like you're actually supposed to go in a curve, but that's actually not true. Just fly straight. Is that what happens?
No, they don't mention it. They just say follow your instrument, and you'll end up where you're supposed
But
to
you're
be.
driving, right? But you're the one who's driving, so you're the one who has to put in the curvature. You have to drive in that
You
like
don't
in that
put
way,
in the curvature. You don't put in the curvature.
dude. Yeah, but you're responsible for the direction that the plane goes. No, you have to know it inside out.
Yeah, they tell you where to go.
They
The
tell you where to
instruments in
go,
the plane tell you where to go.
dude. Okay, they tell you where to go. Okay, good.
So
Do they?
you'd have
So you're telling
you'd
me
have
that
to
no one
show
has
us.
noticed? Okay, this is so dumb. So you don't think that the pilot actively this he thinks pilots add to Shaffat's curve. Okay, no clue what the hell you guys are talking about.
Okay,
But
so do pilots adjust for the curvature of the Earth?
I mean, yeah, they do because yeah, they do.
Okay, can you show me that?
Dude, ask a pilot, man. Like, what the hell? Like, like
You're the
seriously.
one that
I'm not a
you're
pilot
the
myself, but like, this is just
you're the
common
one
knowledge. I mean, oh,
you're the
I'm an
one
idiot. Yeah.
claiming you. No, you're the
Oh my
one
god.
claiming no. I didn't
I
tell you
know,
that.
but like, they
What,
teach
dude?
you.
Why did you answer? Why didn't you say ask a pilot in the first place?
Why didn't I say ask a pilot? No, what I'm trying to say is that like pilots,
I think
right?
you
Like
did beyond try at this
everyone is
point.
taught. Okay. Everyone knows. Like the common knowledge, the non-flat Earth knowledge, is that people is that like the plane when it flies, it does a curve. All right. So when you go into pilot school, right? Are you telling me that all these people who are going to teach you, they're going to be like, oh, by the way, this is one big conspiracy theory. Don't actually fly on a curve, just fly straight.
They don't teach you to fly on a curve.
Exactly.
They don't teach you to fly on a curve.
Nope.
So the pilots don't know. about this. They don't know about this, or do
Nope.
they know about the curve or no?
They just point in a direction and they
They
fly
just
to an
point in the
airport.
direction. You got them morons.
Wait,
They
well,
leave
that's
an
not.
airport and they land in an airport.
Wait, no,
Right?
that's not true. They do fly in a curve.
Where?
Whenever they go like cross continental.
Okay, can you show that?
Yeah, just Googled it. But here, yeah, ask a Captain Lim. Here you go.
Okay. So the instruments in the plane would be going up. They're adjusting for the curve, right? Because
So
you'd
this
have
is
to change your angle.
Oh, I can't put it in the side chat. Yeah, this is a pilot. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's why they fly in a curve. Because if they keep flying
Yeah.
straight, what'll happen is they'll, well, they won't fly off of the Earth, but they won't get to where they need to go. Like, just
Well,
they'll.
The claim is you'd keep on gaining in altitude, right?
Yeah, but eventually the air would become so, like not dense enough to
Yeah.
support the force of the plane, so it would just fly. It would eventually go
But what they
down.
do in reality is they just maintain altitude, right?
I don't know if that's the. I don't think so.
You don't think they maintain altitude?
Not in every flight. No.
So that would be adjusting for altitude.
Yeah, in some
Yeah.
flights where.
So where's the curve? Yeah. When does that curve kick in? Did he leave?
I'm still here. I'm looking.
You got something?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Did the other guy leave?
No, I'm still here. From what I'm seeing, they make tiny little adjustments to maintain the pressure, altitude.
Yeah.
But I have to. I gotta look into that more. I'm a little busy right now.
Not curvature so far, right? Because what the claim is, right, is that they point the nose up at, I think it's 2 or 3 degrees, and then in order to maintain altitude, you either speed up the engine down. Right? And the other guy was more interesting because he was angry. They both left. Bye.
It's tough to be a Glober.
You okay there, Leaf? Sound like you're having trouble breathing.
What's up?
The sky.
No.
Damn, it feels good to be a flat earther.
Liars.
Who's lying?
Do we have any curious Globers in the room right now?
Liars.
Hey, Lee, did you have any questions or anything?
Leaf, you're hot miking. Leaf, put yourself on mute, bro.
Hopefully he's Googling questions.
Probably not.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Damn, is everyone muted? Why is everyone muted?
It's just quiet at the moment. I don't know, man. I just got here.
We were patiently waiting for you to get here.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
No, I was thinking like someone will, argue. I just want to listen to people arguing. Because the politics, they're just talking about like fucking OnlyFans and where they do.
Well, if
So
there's
yeah.
arguing going on, then we're doing our job wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
Are you guys all flat earthers here?
No, I'm just listening to people because I'm bored. If they're, people talking. I mean,
Yeah, not
someone is
everyone's a
talking
flat
about it.
earther in here.
Yeah. Some people are, some people not. So, yeah.
Technically, everybody is, but yeah, most of the people in here are aware of the objective reality of our flat Earth.
Yeah, how come that guy got muted?
I thought he was hot miking background noise. I didn't know he was. Oh, mute him.
Oh, yeah, he did have background noise. Yeah, you're sure you had background noise. But he was talking.
Oh, I didn't know he was talking. I thought he was having a conversation with someone.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter.
Oops.
You could hear some background like news or something.
Ooh, I think we're gonna have some Yeshua. I don't fucking know his name. He's gonna be right back. Ooh, he's gonna talk. I think he's gonna debate. I'm so ready for this. I mean, only to watch, of course. Oh, Mike, what do you have?
Well, you can present some evidence. Tell us what. Go.
I don't want to do it right now. I'm kind of like tired. I just want to listen to people in my life. So yeah.
But what's your position?
I think it's like the Earth is round for me.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
What have you been shown that would put
I
you in
mean,
that position?
we have videos. We have everything of like literally the whatchamacallit, the space. You know the people who like made like they were going to the moon, right? they were like making circle around the moon, right?
Yeah.
And going back to Earth, like you could see that like Earth was not flat, like it was round. I mean, yeah, it's not like clearly round, of course, but like
Yeah.
you know,
How do you verify that those videos are real?
I think they're real. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, you think, right? But how do you verify it? Like,
I don't fucking know.
yeah,
I mean, I
I
don't know
know.
how like the Earth is like, like it would be like
It's
you would see
difficult, right?
moon but like when you think about the flat Earth, like you would see, um, let's say you will see the moon and the like sun. It will be a little bit like I don't know.
Yeah, but you don't, right?
Yeah, you just see like moon only when it's night and
Yeah.
day when it's like common sense.
Well, you
You can
see the
see
moon sometimes during the day as well.
Yeah, but it's really hard to see.
Not really. Oh. So if you measure the surface to be flat, then the sun and moon are doing what they do, right?
I mean, I don't know.
Like just seeing the sun and the moon doesn't negate the fact that you can measure the surface.
I mean,
so if you measured the surface to be flat, well, it can't
I
be
mean,
flat
for me,
because
I
I
don't
can
know.
see the sun and the
Like,
moon. How does that make sense?
I mean, there's like the what you call it for how is it called? I forgot. Like when you see a ship, right? You cannot see like coming to you like just like you can see like going up a little bit, right? When you see like from the I don't fucking know.
Things disappearing from the bottom up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen all the time, right?
I mean, if it's close, yeah, it might happen.
Yeah, but even when it's far away, sometimes you can see the whole thing.
Depends.
Yeah, depends. That's exactly the answer. Depends on Earth's curvature, then it would be disappearing from the bottom up all. So then something else could be happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if you measure the surface of water, measure it not curving, then boats are doing that for a certain reason, which would be atmospheric conditions. Because you measure the surface to be flat. So if you measure the surface to be flat and boats disappear from the bottom up, it's not Earth curvature. Yeah?
I mean, I didn't really did this debates about like I did mostly debates on like just God and everything, but like yeah.
Or God against God, what do you mean?
I'm agnostic, but like there's no way the Bible is like the true Bible or whatever, like the true religion. I mean, I think there is no true religion, honestly, because there's no way. I mean,
way what?
look, the fucking Torah and like in the Talmud and Quran and Bible are just same shit, like backed with difference, like diabolical shit. Like let's say
Well, why
Moses,
are you
right?
putting why would you envelope
Would
as the New Testament and the Old Testament? Why would they be
I
in the
mean
same category?
I don't know. I think it's just like dumb to think, that we came from, I mean, let's say, Moses, right? Noah's Ark, right? And his family only survived, right?
So
But when you
Moses
think
or
about
Noah's
it,
Ark? Which one are we
No,
talking about?
no. Fuck. I'm a little bit like I'm a little bit like tired, but like Noah's Ark. So Noah's family survived, right?
Yeah.
So they need to, it's just incest story, to be
The
honest.
incest? No, they had partners though.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it was only his family. But like, I don't know
What
if they're like.
the hell are you talking about?
What?
What the hell are you talking about?
I mean, if they need to make, a family or like
Yeah,
8
they
billion
already
people or
had
whatever.
families before the flood.
I mean, didn't he just the only like family was the, let's say,
My God.
brothers or some shit, or I don't fucking know.
Yeah, well, the story goes the sons had wives. They weren't their sisters.
Oh, really?
How do you said you debate this topic, but you don't seem to know much about it.
To be honest, I just have fun with people talking. But like, honestly, I think it's, I think it's
So
just
it's
like
so it
instant story
so
for
it's
me.
si-
Like,
so it's
I don't
silly
know.
so it's silly to think that we're created, but it's not silly to think that we arrived here from lightning and primordial soup.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Mm. Wait, what was the
Hmm.
second thing they said? Primordial what?
Primordial soup.
Soup.
Yeah.
You
That
mean
would
like?
be evolution, right?
Oh.
So you can believe in something. You can believe in nothing created from something created from nothing, but you
Mm-hmm.
can't believe in a creator.
To be honest, I cannot believe in like, you know, on, like first of all, like for me, the religions are kind of like, shit for me. Not gonna lie, because like, imagine like spending your whole life just like thinking about like, I don't know, what will God do to you if you fucked up this, if you did that, if like, why do you need to be scared of him? That's like what I think about it.
Why do you need to be scared of him? You just believe in Jesus.
No, but some people are like scared when I don't, or some shit. I don't fucking know. Like, oh no, I did this or that. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know how to say
sin,
it.
right? We can all
Yeah,
agree that sins are bad.
yeah.
The
Yeah,
religion teach. Yeah, go ahead.
if someone doesn't swim in a pond during a lightning storm, would you say, "Hey, scaredy cat, scared of swimming during the lightning storm"?
No.
You would just realize there's like consequences to setback sometimes. You would scaredy, getting out of the
Yeah.
water. I don't know.
Mm. Where's the guy come? Is this guy gonna come ever? Like, I'm just waiting to because he wanted to debate so bad. I heard like, wait, do you guys believe? You know this
So
guy?
that's a good point. Thank you for reminding us of that guy, Yeshua.
Yeah, he just said he will like
He said, "Hold
debate, and
on, I'm
he
tying
didn't
my
debate.
shoes. I'll be right there, guys.
Yeah,
Get down for the
be right
ball."
back. Now he's like not even
He
here.
went home,
Yeah. To be honest, like I'm just
taking the tree here,
waiting.
boss.
Yeah. Be right back. He's never coming back, bro. Hmm.
No, you're beatboxing. I thought you had a bowel problem. That's good.
be honest, I'm just coming here to listen to people just like debating. So yeah. It was nice talking with you guys. I'm gonna go now to see if some people are debating. I want
See
to
you
listen
next
to
time,
them.
Papa.
Yeah, it was nice talking with you guys.
You too.
Goodbye. Wait.
Leaf, you're the one. You're the final hope. Was it you a minute ago, Leaf, who was saying liars?
Yes, when I was listening to Timbo talk to that previous kid who was all over the place, I decided we needed a claim stacking song. So you'll know the tune London Bridge is Falling Down. Well,
Back a claim, don't back it up, back it up, back it up. Stack a claim, don't back it up, that's my style. Add a fact with no source link, no source link, no source link. Add a fact with no source link, watch them blink. When they ask for proof, I sing, proof I sing, proof I sing. When they ask for proof, I sing, trust me, bro. Stack 'em high and stack 'em deep, stack Stack 'em steep, stack 'em cheap. Why have one when you can heap evidence? No.
And because it's so short, the next time you get a hectic claim stacker in, you just play it for him. Sorry, guys.
That was better than I even expected it to be.
Oh man, I was having so much trouble following that kid. Like Timbo asked him, "What's your proof of curvature?" Points to the sky, and then questions, "Do you believe in something else non-related to the previous question or the original one asked?" And it was just like, "Oh my god, this is so painful." I've got to stay off. I've got to stay on YouTube. If I jump in, I'm going to go off. Oh no. And then he just dropped out anyways. It's like, you got to be kidding me. I was so disappointed just the way he left. Yeah, it's in DJ's server if you're looking for it, under my name.
What
Welcome.
did they silence all the flat earthers in here? That's why everybody's muted.
No, we're waiting for a volunteer to try to prove that they live on a globe. Quite sad,
yeah.
really.
You're gonna have a hard time to prove that to me.
What, that you live on a globe?
Yeah.
You're gonna prove that. Not me. I don't think you live on a globe.
I don't think we live on a globe
topography.
either. Fucking railgun proves it. Almost any technology that's a modern technology proves the Earth's flat.
Don't tell me. Go and tell these dumbass kids that come in here and think they're on a ball tide.
Yeah, dude. No, the fucking fucking firmament's real.
Firmament's real. What's it made of?
Like holy god water glass.
Right.
Yeah, dude. You've never seen a chunk of the firmament?
No,
Yeah, dude.
not common around here.
You're not from Earth? Where are you from?
I didn't say I wasn't from Earth. I said it's
You from
not
Rada's
common around
Are you
here.
from Zeta Reticuli? My nigga? You
Fuck
a
is that?
Zeta Reticuli ass nigga? Coming up in here to Earth? Trying to show me?
Right. No more N bombs. The next one, it won't be a muting, it will be a yeeting. So, thank you for your compliance.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Oh, someone's really coping. Get it
What do
together,
you think I
Doc.
was joking? Ta-ta. Wow. Wasn't that a cop out? Interesting the two different variants we get. It's like, oh shit, sorry bro. Or that.
Hello?
Hello.
Just I wanted to tell everyone that the world's round. Just you know.
Like a coin?
Well, no, I think I mean like how the world is, like a sphere.
Round like a pancake?
Round like a pancake? I don't think so.
I don't think you really know what round means.
No, the world is round.
Like a pancake? Like a
No,
coin?
like a
Like a
round, like the
CD?
world.
Like a circle? Like a 2D
hula hoop?
circle?
No, it's
Hula?
it's round like the
Are you
world.
talking hula right now? A
Like
hula hoop's
why
round.
are you LARPing? Why are you
The
LARPing?
world's
I'm
a
saying a
hula
round
hoop?
like the world. Do you even know what? Do you even know what a round? Do you even know what a round is?
Do you know what? You don't seem to know what round means. Is a hula hoop round?
A hula hoop is a hula hoop. There's nothing else to it. The world is
Is
round.
it round? What shape is a hula hoop?
Bro, what are you even talking
Is it-
about? That's literally
Hey,
a straw man
Juju.
argument. It's like, what are you talking about?
Juju, before you
How's
have
it
an
a
absolute meltdown, is a coin round? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's round.
Excellent. So is the Earth like a coin?
No.
Right. So not round then.
Nope.
He
It's
said
round.
it's like a hula hoop. I think he meant hula hoop round. Or maybe it was like a toilet roll.
No, the world is like the world, round.
Like a roll of
it's really
toilet
not hard to
paper.
understand.
That's
Do you think that the world is a roll of toilet paper? Is that like your theory?
no. Well, you just don't seem to know that round can mean all sorts of different things.
No, round means round.
So we're
to
just here
world.
to like help you out with basic English here.
No,
So
I'm
if you're
good, bro.
talking
I'm not
about,
gonna educate I'm not
if you
gonna
mean
allow
like
like
a
people who think that
sphere,
the world is flat to educate me.
so you think it's an oblate spheroid? Isn't
Yes,
that's
yes,
probably
yes,
the
yes,
term?
yes.
An oblate spheroid. Do you have any evidence of this?
Because one time my teacher showed me the world is a globe, like globe.
How?
Boom.
What did they show you?
Like the world, like the photos of it.
How? Oh, so you saw some pictures, and just because you saw pictures, it must be true.
Well, I mean, have you ever seen a picture of the world being flat? No. So
Yeah, like when you go out in reality and take pictures of the world, like over a 20-mile lake, for
what do you mean go
example,
out
it's
in
complete.
reality? Are you talking about like if you go up in space, or if you just like are walking
No,
like
no,
on
right.
the town?
So I'll give you an example. Let's say we go to a 20-mile lake, and I'm on one side of the lake, and you're on the other side of the lake. If the Earth was a globe, then I shouldn't be able to zoom in across a 20-mile lake and see you standing on the other side, because you should be
You understand
hidden.
the world is more than 20 miles. Do you even know what the world
But
is?
yeah. So I know a
Yeah,
lot more
20
about
miles.
the
This is
globe than you
completely out
do.
of proportion. Like this is very like
Right.
not proportional to the world size. Now, if it was like a
Right.
500 mile
Listen.
lake, it'd be different.
Okay, so how much curvature do you think would be over a 20-mile lake?
Bro, probably none. Or like
Really?
very minimal. You'd barely
What
see
if I
any.
told you? What if I told you it's 266 feet, which is about 80 meters?
I'm gonna fact check you.
Yeah, fact check me, bro.
Okay, you're correct. So by this logic, then yes, bro, I cannot see you if it's a 20-mile lake.
Right, but when
Because
we
there's
go and do
180
tests,
feet of obscurity you cannot see.
right, it's 266
That
actually.
total, but like 180 that you can't see. 266.
Well, it depends how tall you are. But yeah, look, so I can show you footage where we've gone and tested for the curvature over these distances, and we can zoom in across a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake consistently.
Maybe it was just a flat part of the world. Because it's
You
not all
can't
even.
have. No. We're talking about over the body of water, right? So on a globe, gravity
Well,
is
are we
supposed
at the
to pull
ocean? Are we at
everything.
sea level?
Both. We've done it at the ocean. We've done it at lakes. It doesn't matter. Any body of water on the globe should be level, right? And everything should be getting pulled towards the center of the globe because of gravity. So that means the surface of brain rot. Shush. So any surface of water over 20 miles would have approximately 266 foot of curvature. And you can fact check me. Just Google it if you want.
Yes, but like,
Can't have
can
a
you show
flat.
me a source? Can you show me a source that like says that like that is that, and we can't see over that?
Yeah. You can just look it up right now, or I can
Yeah,
show
like
you the math.
you just show me like a source for this one.
What, that there's 266 feet of curvature over 20
No,
miles?
no, I already understand that. Show me a source that people have tested it and proven that the road is flat.
Oh yeah.
that.
Yeah. There's hundreds of tests that have been done now. Right, so
Okay.
yeah, I can present one to you as an example. Just a second, I'll just pull it up. Right, so this is actually a 21-mile lake in Utah, Great Salt Lake, it's called.
Yes.
And over 21 miles, there should be 266 feet of curvature. Right, so I'm just talking while I'm pulling up the files.
Yes.
Okay, so all of this is out of a high definition video. I've taken some bits and pieces out of the video just so I can show you. Okay, so here it is, Great Salt Lake in Utah. All right, so here's a top view from Google Maps showing exactly where the test was done. Right, you'll see a yellow line. That's the distance marker on Google Maps. So he's standing up at the top of that yellow line. And here's a picture of his camera setup. So this is a super zoom camera. It's a Nikon P1000. It has an optical zoom of 125x, so it's a very powerful camera. Right, so over on the other side of the lake, which is the target, there's a shoreline. And here's a picture of the shoreline on the other side of the lake. There's a guy over there that was taking footage. Right, so he's going to be zooming with this camera over to the other side of the lake, right? So take notice of the shoreline, and then there's a big white building in the background as well, big tower. Okay, so here's a clip from the video. Right, so if you want to watch it in high definition, I'll post the full video. But here is him zooming from that camera. So that camera is 5 foot high, and he's zooming into the other side of the lake, 21 miles away, just 34 kilometers away. Right, now, if the Earth's a globe, the horizon should be at 2.7 miles. You shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon line. That should be the maximum distance that you can see the water. And then anything that goes beyond the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon. So the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be 223 foot obscured behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, it isn't, and we don't see any horizon over the entire 21-mile distance. Right, so he does the observation during the daytime, and then he stays there and he does it again at nighttime. So just quickly, I'll just put a couple of side-by-side pictures. Right, so once again, this is the close-up, right? And then here is the zoom footage, just a snapshot from it at nighttime. Okay, so we can see the shoreline. We can even see the lights reflecting off the little streams that you can see on the shoreline there. And then here's the daytime footage. Right, so we don't see any obstruction of the tower. We don't see any obstruction of the whole of the shoreline. And then after they did this, they actually got a high-powered laser beam. Here's a picture of it. So they took the camera off the tripod, and then they set up a laser. Okay, so the laser was yeah, it's like a really high-powered blue laser beam. And they set up the high-powered laser on the tripod, and they shot it right over the surface of the water. And there was a guy on the other side with a target, and they were able to pick up the laser beam from the other side as well. So these types of tests, right? There's hundreds of these tests that have been done. Here's just a couple more side-by-sides quickly, right? So here's another close-up of the shoreline on the other side and the white tower. And now this is what it looks like from 21 miles away. Remembering that on a globe, that shoreline should be 223 foot hidden behind the horizon. The whole bottom of that, all of those lights should be completely hidden. The whole bottom of that smokestack should be completely hidden. So it should just be a water horizon. And then you'd be able to see like some mountains and a bit of the smokestack popping up over the top of it. So on a globe, this is where the horizon should be. I drew like a black line there.
Yes.
So 2.7 miles. That's where the horizon line should be. But we can just see flat water the whole way across the lake. Right? There should be 294 foot of curvature over that distance. It's not there. And it would have to be there if the Earth's a globe because of gravity, right? Gravity pulling everything towards the center of mass means that the surface of water has to be curving at a certain rate. So
Can
this
you
is just
send
one.
the photo from close up versus far back, just side by side for the tower again, just one time?
Yeah, sure, man.
I might be
The
blind, but it
close-up
looks like
ones
it's
or
missing the
the?
bottom of the tower. But anyways,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
Send,
it's
send
absolutely
the close,
not.
like
Right.
standing up close to the tower, and then standing at that 20 miles back from the tower.
Right. There's nothing hidden because you can see the shoreline and everything below the tower.
Yeah, but wouldn't that prove like that there's like the world is that's against
No,
your own
no, no.
argument because you would. Okay, anyways,
No, there's nothing hidden. There's nothing hidden. Right. So you can see the bottom of the tower, right? And then you can see all the lights at the
is
bottom
there
of the
one that
tower,
isn't at
and then you
night
can. Yeah.
from far away?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So here's the clip again. And there's high definition of this as well in the full video. This is just a low resolution clip.
I mean, you have to understand this from like what's the perspective? How high is the camera that they put this on?
5 foot, 5 foot high.
Okay, so
Altitude are they sitting at?
I mean, how
Are
tall
they
is the
just five,
tower?
are they just 5 feet off the water level? Is that what you mean by 5 feet? Just to clarify.
5 foot above the water level. Yeah, there's
Okay,
a picture of it if you scroll up a little.
How tall is the tower?
Okay.
What is this tower called? Let me look this up.
Hold on, my wife's asking me a question. Back
This
in.
Connecticut Garfield Smelter Shack is 1,215 feet tall. So if there's whatever 200 something feet hidden, I should be able to see the top of it, which I do see the top of it. I cannot see the very bottom of this in this photo, so I need like a higher resolution image to like actually understand if I can see the bottom of the tower or not. And regardless,
You can see the shoreline below it, right? So, hold on a second. Right, that's not the right video. Yeah, so watch it in higher definition. I'll post the link to it.
all right,
And yeah, you
I
can
have Encore.
absolutely
I'm
see
watching
the
the link.
entirety. So what do you think it would be hidden behind? Because we can see that there's no horizon over the entire 21-mile distance. All right, so there's the full video. And you can watch, right? He zooms in on it. He's panning all around. So not only can you see the whole of the tower, but you can also see the shoreline. And you can see the lights reflecting off the water as well. So that breaks the law of reflection. If the Earth's a globe, you shouldn't be able to, you would have to have a direct line of sight to a reflection. It's the law of reflection. It's a natural law.
Okay, I'm watching the video. I'm trying to see the best image I can of this.
Yeah, check it out. We got tons of examples of these as well, right? So even clearer ones than this. This is a good one because it's 21 miles.
I mean, from the far view, I can't see the fucking the bottom of it. Seriously, I
From the
can't.
far
I'm
view, you
watching the
can't
video.
see it at all because it's 21 miles away, right? When he zooms in with the zoom camera, you can see it.
Yeah, I can't see
Not
the
to
bottom of
mention
the
that you get
tower.
direct. You can see the bottom of the tower. You can
You
also see
can't.
the bank underneath the bottom. Yeah, you can. What are you talking about? Yeah, look, I'll repost it in the side chat.
I'm still watching the video.
Yeah,
I can't.
nobody's it. All right. Okay, so look, check this out. I'm going to put the side by side one more time. Not only can you see the bottom of the tower, but you
So
can
I can
see
see
the
the bottom of the tower
shoreline
here.
way in front. Yeah, and you can
Again, like,
see the
why does it have
bottom
to
of
be
the
this
tower
dark? Why
here
does it have to be this dark at night
because
image?
there's lights there. Can you not see the shoreline underneath? Right? Can you not see the shoreline, which is way lower than the tower?
Well, the answer that why it's different at dark and nighttime is because of atmospheric refraction, right, and temperature gradient variation, right? It's like same
No,
reason
it
they do all
looks
the laser tests at night, right? It's the
this.
same reason.
It looks exactly the same during the daytime as it looks during the nighttime. Here's a side by side. That's why he did this, right? He did it at daytime and nighttime. And people do laser tests at night because, firstly, there's less refraction at night, and also because it's much easier to see a laser beam at nighttime.
Can I see the nighttime photo, but at close range, like close up?
It's in the video. He like pans around and stuff in the video. You can see him panning around.
The lights themselves are all, like, on an elevation. Like, these lights are on an elevation, so that doesn't prove that you can see
Yeah,
the bottom
but
of the tower. They are
yeah, but the
elevated.
lights should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Wait, how tall are the lights? Here we just have to do the math. It's a five foot
Yeah, all the
tall
math's already
camera.
been done.
I mean, do you
Yep. So
know
that
do you
means
know
the
for a fact how tall those lights are?
You can just check how tall the lights are on Google
Okay.
Maps just by hovering the mouse at around the area that the bottom of the tower is. But the whole bottom, I think about the bottom 40 meters of the tower should be hidden behind the horizon. But the shoreline, right? You can see the shoreline. The shoreline's only a few feet above water level. And you can see the shoreline and you can see the lights reflecting off the shoreline. That shoreline should be 223 foot obstructed. Oh, Lats, look out. See, Lats just, I'll add that to my folder, Lats. Thank you. It's a good one.
This video is dog shit, dude. I'm trying to watch this. It's so low quality, and
Bro,
there's not they need
dude,
side by side.
it's not low quality.
I'm not even getting. I'm not really getting
I
what
mean,
you're
it'd be
saying.
irrelevant whether it was high quality, right? Because there's just not accounting for atmospheric refraction, like at all, right? Like,
Yeah. So, do you have any idea how much atmospheric refraction would be required for this to work on a globe? It's an impossible amount of atmospheric refraction, right? So, standard atmospheric refraction is 15%, right? It's a K equals 0.13, which is a refraction coefficient of 0.13. That means the horizon would be 15% further away. Heavy refraction's 30%, 40% in
Is
extreme
there not a lot of
conditions.
refraction in this video itself, in this
No, you don't
Soul-like?
see any signs of any heavy refraction, right? You only see a bit of haze because he's looking over 21 miles of atmosphere.
Yeah, you're
But when you
looking over a
get
ton of
heavy
water.
refraction, you start to get heavy miraging effects and things like that.
Yeah, so
It doesn't just make 20 miles of water completely flat. Right? We ran this through Claude. We ran this through a pro version of Claude AI, and it said there's absolutely no way that you could use refraction as an excuse for this. Right? It would be even ridiculous to suggest such a thing.
do you have the results
If
for
you
that?
studied,
Do you have a link for the results?
Can you send me
Yeah,
a link
yeah,
for
bro.
your Claude conversation, please?
Yeah, hold on. I put
So I
them.
can
I saved
continue, and
them.
I have Claude myself.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
I
Yeah,
mean,
so we
I just
actually
looked up
fed
on
about
Google about the Great Salt Lake. There's extreme salinity, there's thermal inversions, the landscape itself, with the very very shallow waterbed. It says,
yeah. It doesn't
yada yada yada.
matter what the
Water refraction.
salinity of the. It doesn't matter how much salt's in the water because we're not looking through the water, right? So while salt water is more dense than fresh water, right? It doesn't affect the air above it. Now you can have thermal inversions, right? But thermal inversions cause extreme distortion, like superior mirages. We don't see any signs of superior mirages at all happening, and the fact that it looks the same during the daytime and during the nighttime, and they were able to do a laser test, right? That's 3 different tests over a completely different time period, all showing the same results, that there's zero curvature. And we've got hundreds more tests.
Is there no refraction?
There's always refraction in the atmosphere,
Yes.
right? But standard refraction, when you don't have any distortion, when you don't have any destruction or miraging effects, it can only be low, right? Refraction is something that you need to take into account, but it's not a major effect, right? If you see something clear off in the distance that looks normal, right, you could maybe add 7 to 10% or 7 to 15%, which is what surveyors do, right? That's what they account for, 15% for standard atmospheric refraction. Once you start getting heavy refraction, you start getting heavy distortion and destruction and miraging effects.
Yes, so here's my biggest issue. So I'm looking at the very first photo you sent, and I apologize I see it in the video. They have the tripod set up, and the tripod is 5 feet tall. The tripod is also sitting on rocks, so it's taller than
It's
5
sitting.
feet.
No,
Sitting
the
on top
legs
of
are in the
something.
water. The legs are in the water. You can look in the video. Look, you can see the front leg is literally sitting in the water. Right, to have no horizon over a 21-mile lake, right? You would have to put this horizon. You would have to put this tripod 223 feet high.
If we put the camera on the same, why can't we just put it on sea level, and you will just see that there's nothing?
If you put the camera at sea level, the horizon's 0 distance. You have no horizon if you're that close to the water. I can show you
What
an
about 1 foot?
observation where we put the yeah, we've got 1 foot observations. I can show you
I'd like to see a 1 foot
a
observation.
3.
That
What
would be a
about 3
much more like
inches?
3
3
inches. Yes,
inches?
that would be much more
Right.
reliable than 5 feet.
All right, I can give you whatever height you want because we've got so many of them, right? So this is a lake in Canada, and it's on a really still, calm day. And this isn't done by a flat earther, by the way. This is just done by a guy that takes lots of nice footage, right? So here we go. Just a second. All right, so from 3 inches observer height, the horizon should be 0.6 miles away. Okay, just a sec. All right, here's some footage. All right, so this is
meme.
So if you have a look at the GIF, I'll just explain it quickly. All right, so he gets the camera down to 3 inches, and you can see 2 peninsulas on the right-hand side. The second peninsula that you can see is 13.8 miles away, right? So it should be hidden behind 120 foot of Earth curvature. And the horizon should be where you can see that red line, 0.6 miles. That should be the maximum distance that you can see the water if the Earth's a globe, right? But we don't see anything hidden, and we don't see any sign of that horizon. We just see flat water out as far as we can see in the lake. The curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe simply isn't there. This is the case every single time we're going out doing these observations.
It's such dude. It's directly over water. Like I can
You
just say
told
that
me
this
you
is
wanted
fully
it.
refraction. I can just say this is just
You just told
refraction.
me. You just told me it would be much more reliable if we got
I
it
know,
closer.
but now that you're showing me, like,
Right. So, but now you want it higher. So you wanted it. So it was
no,
too
I
high.
don't. Why does it
and
have
you
to be over
wanted it
water?
lower because water is level.
I mean, dude.
The Earth
But
has
that's where
elevation.
it's so much refraction.
No.
Yes.
It's
yes,
not so much.
yeah.
If you have heavy refraction, you have mirages, right? You can tell when there's heavy refraction. We don't see heavy refraction. If there was heavy refraction, we wouldn't use it. We would say, okay, there was heavy refraction on that day. Let's go back on a day where it's very clear. For example, Dr. John Dee, who's a PhD in optics, right? He was trying to debunk flat Earth. and he's got some of the most amazing footage, and he became a flat earther in the process, right? As a PhD in optics. And he has footage that's so clear, and we can see it's done over the ocean, and we can see windmills that are 11 miles out into the ocean. We can see the whole windmill going down and touching the surface of the water. And he went back on different days and he repeated it and repeated it. And he had no choice but to become a flat earther through his observations, through his laser tests. He was taking his laboratory equipment and going out doing all sorts of different tests. And he's got all of that documented as well. Right, there's tons of these. You don't have to believe any of these. You could just test it yourself like I did. I thought this was crazy, and then I went out and tested it myself because I
all
wanted to
I'm
try to
seeing is
debunk it.
refraction, and the stuff that is tall enough is shown.
What refraction? What do you think refraction causes?
I mean,
refraction
there's so much
is a
water.
smaller. Okay, so we have observations from the top of mountains where we can see 250 miles away. And we're using infrared, which cuts through the refraction, and we're so far above the surface of the water, right? Like 9,000 feet elevation, like the top of Mount Canigou. And we can see things that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But we've even got observations using infrared from 40,000 feet from planes where we can see things that are 500 miles away, 1,000 miles away, that should be a mile underneath the curvature. So we've got everything from 3 inches all the way up to whatever height that we can really get to.
Can you show me that?
You want the 9,000 feet one now?
Yes. And how far does it say? Do you say that you can see from 9,000 feet?
He can see. So he's on the top of Mount Canigou, which is 9,136 feet high, at the summit, and then he can see Peak Gaspard, which is in the French Alps, which is 255 miles away. It's really, really high resolution infrared footage as well. And once again, this guy's not a flat earther either. He's just a professional photographer going for a world record. Just a second.
Didn't you also say, DJ, that with these two images, regardless of the refractive index, that there is no refractive index that's going to allow you to see what you're seeing?
Exactly. Yeah, there's no measured refraction at the level that would need to be for these observations to work on a globe. Basically, you would have to have over 2,000% refraction, where they say 15% standard refraction, 30% extreme refraction, but you would need over 2,000, 3,000% refraction for this to work on a globe. And if you have that much refraction, you're going to get crazy, like superior mirages, fata morganas, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, I was reading something yesterday. Yeah, I was reading something yesterday because someone was claiming that the light was following the exact curvature of the Earth. Now, for that to occur, I was reading something about you would require something that's like infinity, yeah, which means it's never been seen again. It's just what do they call it? I can't remember what they called it, but yeah, it wasn't possible.
I mean, I still don't understand how over this. Like, what's the significance of this 0.6 miles at 3 inches? Like, I get that that's the horizon, but I mean, it's you can clearly see.
Well, that's where the horizon should be. That should be blocking the water behind it from that point, not seeing the distance that you're seeing, and there is no refractive index that allows for it.
Yes, but that's not like the horizon in this example, it's that's never going to be the maximum distance that you can see anything. I mean, and obviously this
From that height, it
massive
is.
mountain
Yes,
is going to
because
poke over the
again,
curvature, obviously.
it depends on the height of the observer, and from that height, that is
We're
where
at 3
your vision
inches.
should be.
We're at 3 inches. We're at 3 inches to the horizon. It's at 0.6 miles. So I mean, the horizon is not the farthest you can see. And yes, I mean I can obviously see that there is more water going, but it does
The
does
horizon's
end
the
in eyesight,
maximum
and
distance. Bro, the horizon is the maximum distance that you would physically be able to see the water, right? It's defined as the line where the sky and the ground appear to meet. That means that any water that goes beyond the horizon would be hidden behind the horizon because it's at the same level as the water. Sure, you could have something that's taller than the water still seen behind the horizon, but the bottom of it should be missing, right? Like, picture it like this. Let's say there was a canoe, a guy on a canoe there, and the guy was paddling out with the canoe, and you had the camera 3 inches above the surface of the water. Once the guy got to 0.6 miles, he'd be at the horizon line. You wouldn't be able to see any more water past that. Now, once the canoeist or whatever, the canoer goes past the horizon line, the bottom of the canoe should start to disappear. By the time he gets out to about, I don't know, 2 miles or something like that, you shouldn't be able to see him anymore. He'd be hidden behind the horizon. By the time he gets out to 13.7 miles, where you can see that peninsula, he would have to be 120 feet tall, even just to be able to see the tip of his head, right? Like a 12-story building. If there was a 12-story building there, you wouldn't even be able to see it. It would be hidden behind the horizon. If there was a 13-story building, you would just see the top floor of the building. It has to be that. It has to be there on a globe, that curvature, because of the way they say gravity works. Gravity is constantly pulling everything towards the center of mass, including all the water. So it would have to have that curvature. If it's not there, it can't be a globe. And there's no type of refraction that just flattens out all the water everywhere. It's not even what it's claimed to do. Right? Refraction has different effects, right? Like sinking and looming and inferior mirages and superior mirages and fata morganas. These are all different types of atmospheric refraction effects that have very, very obvious characteristics when it's happening. And we can tick them all off the list one by one. If you study what they all are and look for the signs of them, we don't see any signs of any of these. We just see flat water. Nice clear picture with flat water out to distances where we shouldn't see things. And it's very consistent as well. Now, if there were waves on the lake, right, let's say it was really windy and you put the camera down to 3 inches. Yeah, sure, things in the distance would get blocked behind the waves, right? And even sometimes you can get atmospheric effects like sinking refraction that make it look like the bottom of things are missing, like ships. But that's a very specific atmospheric refraction effect that doesn't happen most of the time. So I don't know, once you look into this, it makes a lot of sense. That's all I'm saying.
It still
So
doesn't.
how far the lake example you've been talking about? Sorry, I've been kind of in and out, so if you probably already answered this like 10 times. But how far is it the distance? Like the flat line distance?
13.8 miles is in the
13.8 miles?
photo where the horizon, where like
Perfect.
the
And
top
your
floor.
claim is that they're like you're based on your method is that there should be how much like hidden space or whatever. Like what is your claim that like the number for
Yeah.
for what the
So
curvature
based off
should be?
So based off the 3,959 mile radius, right, use the formula that takes the observer height into account with the radius. So it's 1.225 times the square root of the height of the observer in feet. And that will give you the distance to the horizon. So it's 3 inches observer height. That means that the horizon should be 0.6 miles away. Now, we can see a peninsula that's 13.7 miles away. So if you calculate how much that should be hidden behind the horizon, it's 120 feet approximately. Now you could just go onto any Earth curvature calculator. If you go to Google, just type in Earth curvature calculator, you put in the observer height, you put in the distance, it will calculate the distance to the horizon. It will tell you 0.6 miles. And then it will say the hidden height, which means how much it would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And it will say about 120 feet. If you add standard refraction, it'll just move that horizon from 0.6 miles to about 0.8 miles. If you add heavy refraction, it'll just move it out to about 1 mile.
So
Okay,
do you
but we
know
don't
about
see
the
it.
ducting effect?
Yeah, ducting is super rare, right? So you can get ducting of radio waves because they have really,
Yes.
really long wavelengths. right? But visible light's completely different. So if you have a type of situation where you have a ducting, which is extremely rare, right? Ducting of visible light causes crazy amounts of destruction because
I
what
wouldn't say
happens as the visible light bends down drastically, right? It bounces off the duct, it goes back up again, and it scatters, right? Because we're talking about really short wavelengths of light. So when you have ducting of visible light, that's when you start to get the craziest miraging effects, fata morganas, things like that. Because
I mean, you're sitting at 3 inches above cold lake water. That's where you could possibly have ducting of just light.
Okay, so there's not one test, right? There's not one measurement that's ever been done that shows that this is possible, what you're claiming with visible light. I mean, I've scoured the internet for it. I've spoken to physicists. I've spoken to all sorts of people about this, and they've not been able to present any evidence that you can have ducting of visible light, right? Visible light wavelengths that doesn't have like crazy distortion. And even any AI will tell you the same thing as well. So you can look into it.
Is there another
Don't
example at
believe
another
me.
time under different conditions where they did this exact same test at the same location, 3 inches?
Not at this one, right? Because this wasn't a flat earther. This is just a guy that goes out and takes footage. But I can show you one that has been repeated on different days at the ocean, and it's probably one of the best pieces of footage in my opinion. And this is done by a PhD in spectrophotometry, Dr. John D. He's a pretty smart guy, and he knows all about light and wavelengths and that kind of thing. And he goes and repeats it multiple different times on different days. And if you want to see that test, I can show you like different examples.
So why don't you send it to me in my direct message? Because I'm gonna have to go in a few minutes.
Yeah. So this is a good video because he goes over everything. It's like an hour and a half video, and he covers everything in a crazy amount of detail. So it's probably one of the best ones to watch if you want to learn a bit more about it and try to debunk it, because that's what he encourages people to do. So just a second. So he's also got a lot of good videos just on refraction in general and on lasers and lots of technical stuff. All right, so just a sec. All right, I'll put it in the side chat and I'll also post it in DMs. Juju, is it?
Yes.
All right, I sent you a friend request, and all right, it went through. You don't have to accept the friend request if you don't want.
Yeah, I'll look at it soon, and I'll message you back after I watch it. But I gotta run, so.
All right, have a good day, man.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah.
I feel like that was on the edge of a spiral. He was
Yeah, if
not
it went on
happy.
for a bit longer. Yeah, he's not happy.
Good job.
Not on my guys.
GZG. Yeah, man. Like you were saying, like the refraction coefficient. Like let's just say, just using the globe refraction. Wait 1 second. All right. Yeah, even just using the way that they calculate their globe refraction, where they bake in the radius value, it's all fallacious. But
Okay, y'all should have just had me on mute. I was doing something. It's hilarious though. Yeah, I'm in my living room. That's why you hear.
All right, that's better. Yeah, even if you just use it as a hostile witness, say, okay, on a globe, how much refraction would you need for this to work on the globe model? Using their radius-based refraction and pretending the Earth's a globe, don't even worry about flat Earth. Say, all right, we can see something unobstructed, it's 21 miles away. And you have to just max out. Like most of the refraction sliders, you just max them out and it still doesn't work. But Walter Bislin's one, you can actually slide it up to flat Earth setting, which is basically 1. Once it gets up to 1, that means there would be so much refraction that the Earth would appear completely flat. And that's what you have to do. You have to slide it up to 1. And if you can go on any AIs and say, oh, what would it look like if we had a long distance observation over 21 miles and it's really clear conditions, and we did the observation during the daytime and during the nighttime, and we don't see any visible signs of any miraging effects. And for this to work on a globe, you would have to have a refraction coefficient of 0.99. It will say that's not possible every single time.
Yep. Hey, I got to get going. I got to walk into a doctor's surgery. Thanks, dude. That was awesome.
No worries, man. Talk to you soon.
I'm just curious, like on a principle matter, like you do believe in refraction, or like refraction just doesn't exist? Like
Yeah,
which side are you
refraction completely exists, but it's not
completely
just a
exists?
magic
So
word.
what is
Yeah,
refraction
completely.
though? Like what is it?
It's just
Like what are we
it's
experiencing
just
when we like identify and we like see the different? We say this one it's refracting this degree or this amount. Like what are we actually seeing? Like what's really happening?
all right. So when the light is bouncing off the object and making its way back to the observer, it has to go through the air, and as it's going through the air, there's always going to be some kind of refractive index gradient. And the refractive index is basically just like the optical density of the air. So that's usually determined by temperature. So if you have colder air, let's say if you have cold. What the hell? Leaf. All right. Yeah, so light will basically bend towards the higher refractive index, just to make it super simple. So if it's dominated by temperature in the lower atmosphere. So if you've got like colder air down lower, light should deviate slightly towards the colder air. And if you've got colder air up higher, which is the normal situation, then the light will deviate upward towards the colder air that's higher. And if light bends up, it'll make things look like they're lower, because the human brain interprets, it assumes that light travels in a straight path. So it kind of confuses your brain. So it'll look like what you're looking at in the distance is actually sinking. And that's why they call it sinking refraction. So it can look like something's hidden behind the horizon, for example, even though it's not at all. Or if the light's bending downward, then something can appear like it's higher. And that's the opposite of sinking. It's called looming. So things can look like they're lower, things can look like they're higher. And then once you start getting heavy refraction, you start getting inferior mirages, right? So inferior mirages, like what you see if you look down a hot road, or sometimes when you're looking out over the ocean and you see like a mirroring layer, it looks like there's water on the ground or like a mirror on the ground. And that means that the light, this is just according to the mainstream, by the way. They say that the light's bending upward because you've got a strong temperature gradient. So it's bending up and the light's going over the top of the camera. So you see a reflection of what's in the background. So that's called an inferior mirage. It makes things look like they're lower as well, and you get a mirroring effect. And it's super obvious, right? So you wouldn't go out and take an observation where you've got an inferior mirage. And then sometimes you can have the opposite of an inferior mirage, which is called a superior mirage. And that's when you have, instead of having like really warm temperature down lower, you've got a really cold temperature down lower. So instead of the light bending upward, the light will bend downward, and that will cause what's called a superior mirage. And a superior mirage is when you see like an inverted image. You'll see like a ship, and then you'll see an upside down image of the ship above the ship. And it's like it's actually very rare. Like that's why everyone's seen inferior mirages, but it's very rare that someone's actually seen a superior mirage, because it requires a thermal inversion where you get a layer of cold air trapped just above the surface underneath a layer of warm air. So yeah, superior mirage. And then you can have an even more extreme version of a superior mirage, and it's called a fata morgana. And it's where you have like stacked images, and it's basically chaos at that point. And you would never use.
So let me ask you this. Then.
Yeah.
If the Earth is flat, taking the premise the Earth is flat, and we're shining a laser across a distance, right? Just a flat distance, right? Does the we're 1 foot up, whatever, it doesn't matter, arbitrary. We're h height up, and we're shooting a laser perfectly flat, perfectly level, right? Does the laser make it to the target 7 miles away?
Yes. Yeah, consistently when we go out and do laser tests, the laser will hit the target.
Right, but if the Earth is flat, that shouldn't happen, right? Like, because like you and I both agree there's refraction, right? So it's like, why if the Earth is flat, why does the laser make it?
Right, because laser beams are very, very powerful, and refraction
Oh,
is generally
so they're
a
different
very
than other
minimal
light
effect.
somehow. They're like magical light.
Well,
Is that the take?
it's able to really push through the atmosphere, and if you have a look at the laser
So
footage,
lasers don't refract? Is that the?
yeah, they do, right? But this is the crazy thing. Now, there's a guy called Dr. John D, who's an expert in lasers.
The guy's been
That's the
debunked like
PhD.
100 times. Yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah, nobody's managed to debunk any of his stuff. But anyway, you
Really?
can don't
Would you
worry
like some
about that
links?
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love
Yeah,
the
sure.
links.
Yeah,
But
like I think
yeah,
everything
if
that he's
it's
ever posted has been debunked. But yeah,
it actually hasn't.
Moses, co-partner, dude. But listen, use your ears for a moment.
no, I'm listening. I'm
Dude,
listening.
This rambling
I'm
isn't.
trying to
No,
I'm
it's
talking to you,
impossible
bro.
for you to
Let
be
him talk. I'm
listening
not
when you're
listening to you.
rambling.
see.
Relax,
This is
I don't
Moses.
need you to tell me how to live my life. Thanks, bro. You're not my dad.
yeah. If you don't want to talk about this, I'll just
No,
say
you go ahead.
shut the
I do want to hear. You brought the guy's name up. I said, yeah, I know that guy, and I made one comment. That was all.
Yeah, very
All right.
dismissive for naming yourself
Oh,
after
it was
a
a very
biblical
dismissive
character.
comment.
You're kind of a punk. But go on.
Thank you.
You're not welcome.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So, Dr. John D has done years worth of laser tests, over 350 hours of laser tests using different spectrums of light, as well, different spectrums of laser and in different weather conditions, different seasons. And he says that, and he's documented this, after years of doing laser tests, he's never once seen a laser bending downward. In any of his laser tests, he has seen them bending upwards sometimes, but he says that generally they just go in a straight line, and occasionally they can bend upward. And he explains in detail why that happens as well, right? Because it's because of the normal lapse rate that we have in the atmosphere, right? It decreases in temperature as you go up higher, and light bends towards the cooler air. So the normal is what we get is the normal lapse rate is that light will bend upward, right? So that's why sometimes we can see lasers bending up, but there's no footage of them bending down. And he's put a challenge out, which nobody's ever met. And I'm always asking people, show us footage of a long distance laser transit where the laser's bending downward. It doesn't seem to exist. And yes, light can bend towards the denser medium. So if you have a thermal inversion and you have a layer of cold air trapped closer to the water, technically the laser should bend down towards that, right? But it doesn't seem to do that. And one of the reasons that that could be is called the wet term, right? Because the dry air, the temperature and the temperature and the pressure, that's called the dry term. So it's talking about the dry air, the nitrogen, the oxygen, etc. But we've also got something called the wet term, which is about the moisture in the air. Now, the moisture that's in the air in gas form is actually 40 to 60% less dense than the dry air. And it's way more humid as you get closer to the surface of the water or even to the ground because it's constantly like off gassing, it's constantly evaporating. So you can get a layer of extremely non dense air closer to the surface. So even if you've got a colder temperature down there, the water vapor basically acts like a dilution of the refractive index as you get lower. And that explains why we don't, even if we have the conditions that the laser should bend down, it still doesn't seem to do that. So if you want to claim that they do bend down, which they would have to do for every single laser test that we do to hit the target, then just show us a laser bending downward over a long distance observation, over the land or over the water. And no one's ever been able to do that. It's definitely not the normal. And I think it could happen, but it's definitely not the normal. So yeah, and also if you think Dr. John Dee's being debunked, then happy to go over the footage. If it's Mick West, then Dr. John Dee's made response videos to all of that guy's stuff.
Well, it seems, Moses, that you can now justifiably accept that lasers are capable of determining truth in this demonstration.
Sure thing, boss.
You don't feel like you've gained some understanding and you can now
Oh.
validly,
I just heard the same
you can now
circles
justifiably.
spoon fed to me like 70 times. Like, no, I didn't learn
He
anything
went through
new
like
there.
he went through about how they get the air and the
He
liquid
actually is
are
very knowledgeable about the air. I
densities.
won't discredit that. Yeah, he definitely understands refraction better than most people do. I'm not discrediting him in any kind of way. The guy's very knowledgeable.
Well, yeah, and the allowance for the laser to make its way through. I mean, he gave you the whole thing. You feel better, and now able to justify why this is conclusive.
Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, that's just not how
Okay, so
logic works.
would you still call lasers magical lights?
Well, I asked if he thought they were magical lights, right? I didn't say they were
Oh,
magical.
remember, Moses, you said
yeah, that was your terminology.
That was my question.
My
I
bad.
asked him if that's what he thought. Yeah.
Okay, would you ask that question again? Would you ask that question again now?
Well, he clarified his position, so why would I need to ask him a question about his position when he clarified his position?
So a no.
Like, what would
A
that?
no.
Why would that be beneficial? Obviously, it's a no. I mean, like, are you fucking brain dead?
Okay,
Like,
so you did learn something. You did learn
no,
something.
I didn't. Yeah, I learned his position. Yeah, you're right. I learned his position.
You're
Yeah.
dense, dude. You're brick.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like dry air, bro. Nice and dense.
Like a guy. So did you hear the part where a guy put out a challenge to for anybody to show a culminated laser ever bending down, and it hasn't been shown? Did you hear that part?
Yeah, I'm looking into that currently.
Like, if it's the case that for whatever reason, like lasers, high focus lasers, that are culminated, never bend down, making it impossible. If for some reason they just never bend down, making it impossible for them to curve with the Earth, or for refraction to account for them hitting the target, would that then make it impossible that the Earth is a globe since the target was hit?
No, I mean, Ben, your guys is
It would.
using
That was
the
literally
light
by
to have
definition.
it bend is not going to like tell me whether the Earth is flat or round, right?
I gave you like a definition. The answer was yeah.
By its own thing, right? Like
It was crazy that you said no to that. I said, if by definition the Earth is flat, would the Earth be flat? And you said no. That was crazy that you said no.
No, I'm just saying, like, one piece of evidence of a laser bending is not telling me whether the Earth is flat or not flat, right? Like,
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, that might
like,
be true, but like if it was impossible, like, so if it's that the target is presupposed to be behind or dropping away from the tangent, and the lasers have been shown to be that it's impossible for them to bend down, and it hits the target on the other end, is that now shown the globe to be impossible?
No, I mean not inherently, right?
Well,
I mean it definitely shows.
By definition, it is.
Well, no, it doesn't. No, right? All it says is there could be other factors we don't understand or we're not discussing.
No, it's impossible.
Right? Like,
it doesn't matter. Other factors.
It's
impossible.
Just because a laser can bend down and it can still be seen doesn't mean that like there isn't some other phenomenon that we're missing.
No, it doesn't matter what the phenomenon
I agree,
is.
It would be reasonably
happen,
strong
right?
evidence, but it's like.
Did you know what the definition of impossible is, real quick, before you like mumble through me on purpose? The definition of not impossible, not possible for it to bend down. You get that part? Like definitionally impossible. So if it's impossible, is it impossible? Is it impossible? And you're saying no? That's crazy that you're denying definitions.
I mean, if your claim is that it's impossible for it to happen, like that's your claim, is it's impossible for it to happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The guy has shown, right? He's put out a challenge. He said it's impossible. It's maybe it is, but nobody has shown the possibility of the laser bending down. So far it's been shown to be impossible, and the target is said to be dropping away down below the curve of the Earth, because the Earth is a globe, right? And then the laser hits the target, and it's impossible that it's curving down. Does that disprove that the Earth is curving down?
Yeah, I mean, given your assumption, yeah. I mean, if your assumption was somehow proven to be true, and like it was in fact absolutely impossible for it to curve or do anything, associated with redirecting its pathway whatsoever.
It would have to be like
right?
a perfect
Like it's not only not bending, but it's not, it's not reflecting off anything. It's not like there's no illusions, there's no other factors, right, as to why I'm seeing it, or all of those things, right? Like it's assuming that all of those are the case, then yeah, sure, for sure, I'm with you.
It's good.
Absolutely.
Good.
It's just not
because,
reality, unfortunately, right? So it's like, but like, yeah, if that was the
well,
case, like, yeah.
well, the reality is, right, like if we're going out and we've got so many different laser tests in completely different atmospheric conditions, so many of them, right, and somehow refraction just guides the laser perfectly around to hit the target every single time. It's there's no justification that that would even be possible, right? Because you have completely different weather conditions, different spectrums of
Does it?
light.
So your claim is
And
that every time someone does a laser test, the conclusion they get is the one that you think is truth?
occasionally,
That's your
they'll go
conclusion?
out. No, occasionally they'll go out, and you'll have a situation where you see the lasers like bending up like crazy. It's like a superior mirage, because superior mirages are super common, right? So if you get a situation where you've got like a superior mirage, sometimes you'll see the laser bending up, and they'll have to go back and do it on a different day where you don't have the laser bending upward. And there's plenty of footage of lasers bending upward, right? But most often when they go out and do the laser test, they get a direct hit, and you can see in the footage that the laser's going straight. And some of the laser tests even have a side view of the laser, so you can actually see the laser from the side and see that it's not curving. But for refraction to perfectly guide it to the target each time in completely different weather conditions, over like it would have to bend down 200 feet for this one, and then it would have to bend down 450 feet for this other test, and then it would have to bend down 320 feet for this other test, right? Because it's like exponential, 8 inches per mile squared. So it's,
I mean, that's just a very simplistic simplification, right?
yeah,
It's
but
usually off by
it's
about like
completely
50% or more when we're talking
no, no,
about
no.
a
It's
view height of
no,
5 feet. Like, yeah, it is. It's like 52 to
no, no, it isn't,
55%
bro.
off. Just a
No, it
view height of
isn't.
5 feet only. Like, yes, it
No,
is, dude. Like, yes, it
no,
literally
no,
is.
it
Do the
isn't.
math. Like, it's not complicated
Yeah,
math.
I can do the math. I can do the
I
math.
I
And okay,
I
so
don't know if I
this
beve you,
over 10
but
miles.
because
Dude,
like
I've
it's
been
literally off by like at least 50%. Like just on the example you
no,
gave
it
before,
isn't.
like
It's
the one
less
you were
than
giving
half.
of the Salt Lake one, it was
It's
off
less
by
than half a percent.
53%. Like
What's off by 53%?
the 8 inches fucking estimation,
No,
or
it
like what
isn't.
the
Okay,
actual
so over 21
hidden
miles,
height should
according to
be.
8
Yeah, it's
inches,
like it's off
according
by
to
like
8.
almost 350
Listen,
feet or something
listen.
like that.
No, no,
Hey,
no,
I will
no
be back. I will be back.
listen.
This
Oh,
sounds like I'm
God.
leaving. I'm not. I'm genuinely. I'm not leaving because of the conversation. I told my daughter I would take her to the pool, and she's hounding me now, so I do have to go. But I definitely will be back to continue
All right.
to kind
Let
of my
me
point.
say
I'm
one
genuinely
sentence
not.
before
Yeah,
we
yeah. Go
go.
ahead. Go ahead. Yep. Go ahead.
All right. So 8 inches per mile squared is accurate up to about 1,000 miles within 10%. But if it's 100 miles or 20 miles, it's completely
If the view
accurate.
height is 0, and only if the view height is 0.
Okay, so 8 inches per mile squared is just talking about the raw curvature over the surface. It's got nothing to do with the observer height. You use a different formula when you're calculating the observer height. Anyway, go do your thing. Talk to you next time. Have a good day.
These people have kids. I was like, dude. He said you're not my dad earlier, and I was like, oh, he must be a kid. That's now it makes sense that these are so sporadic. Babies having babies, man.
They latch onto any little thing they can, right? They've heard someone say 8 inches per mile squared. It's not right. So that as soon as they hear you say that, they're like, the whole conversation becomes about that one little thing. They say it's not right, but it is actually correct.
Yeah, I mean it's within like a decimal, or within like 2 decimals over for
Yeah,
anything that's observable. It's like, what are you talking about?
exactly.
Well, I saw this TV show, apparently, or a documentary TV show, about two guys in New Zealand. Have you seen that show there, DJ? Is that what New Zealand is all about?
I don't know which show you're talking about. What's it related to?
New Zealand. Let me look
Oh,
it up.
just New Zealand in general.
These two, it's the one guy I know I recognize as an actor, but let me look it up. It's called Men in Kilts.
Google it. Kilts, Kilts. Oh, I see. Yeah, I've never seen that show.
They're both from, I guess the TV show Outlanders was, maybe that was shot in New Zealand or something, but they're both in that show Outlander.
It's got really good ratings. 8.4 out of 10. That's pretty high.
Yeah, it looks like paradise. It looks like paradise over there in the documentary.
You reckon? Yeah. It's a crazy landscape, isn't it? I mean, I guess that's why they shot like Game of Thrones and stuff like that there. It's crazy landscape. Not my style though. I prefer tropical.
Yo, what's up, everyone?
Howdy.
Hey, I got a new house today. It's
Oh,
kind of
nice,
crazy.
bro.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy moving.
It is. Yeah, it's chaos.
It's fucking chaos. You're right. It's like everything's up in the air for like a solid couple of weeks, right? It's like you don't know what's happening.
Dude, sometimes
I'm
it
current.
takes me like 6 months to unpack my shit properly.
No, I'm just getting new stuff, bro. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm just getting new stuff.
Nice, even better.
I don't know. Costs so much money though. just want to leave all my stuff where I am and just let the landlord deal with it, you know.
Ipo, you're unmuted.
So I have a proposition, guys. Instead of saying the Earth is round or flat, we should say the Earth is a square because it works out for both flat earthers and it both works out for people that believe the Earth is a circle. Great idea, right?
Well,
The Earth is a square, period.
right, but flat's not a shape. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. It could be any shape,
So
but the
how y'all
surface
know the
area.
Earth is flat? That don't even make sense.
Because when we
If
go
y'all
out
have
and
full 100% evidence except some pictures and some miles over there.
yeah, like every time we go to right, most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water,
Oh, I hate mosquitoes so much.
and water doesn't curve. Water's flat on the surface.
Right. But if something's moving, like if something is placed there that makes the water curve, then water's gonna curve.
Right, but it only curves if you have waves or something like that. But overall, if
Water
if
doesn't
there's
have
no
a shape.
wind, yeah, water conforms to whatever shape the container is. So firstly, you need to have a container, and then the water will conform to whatever shape the container is, and then the surface of the water will be flat, like almost like a perfect mirror if there's no wind. Yeah, I'll show you a picture. I'll show you a very cool picture.
I don't need a low budget cut picture, so I know how to
It's a very
whatever.
high budget. It's a high budget picture.
I bet it is.
All right, well, no picture then. Don't worry about it.
Okay, back to your argument. I just feel like, waiting.
Yeah, so if the surface of if the Earth's a globe, the surface of the water would have to be curving, and we can go out and we can calculate exactly how much it should be curving. And if it's curving, then stuff should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. For example, if we go to a 20-mile lake, and I'm on one side of the lake and you're over on the other side of the lake, I shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and see you standing on the other side because you would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Not by a little bit, but by 200 feet, more than 200 feet.
No, because the Earth doesn't curve. Like, y'all thinking like, okay, the Earth curves, but y'all thinking like this curve is like very short. Like if we're on top of the water, it's curving. No, the Earth has a long ways to go before you get to that little like, big curve that y'all are talking about. Obviously, it's not how that works, buddy.
Well,
That theory that y'all have doesn't even make sense.
go to Google.
We know the Earth curves, but y'all, the way how
Right,
y'all
right.
trying to say it or word it
Listen.
is where it's like, okay, well, if it's curved, like you shouldn't be able to see me over here because the curve is hiding me. No.
All right,
You
Go
gotta
to
be like,
Google.
no.
Listen. Well, this is all you have to do to confirm what I said, right? So go to Google and say how much Earth curvature is there over a 20-mile body of water, and it's going to tell you 266 feet. Go and check.
What I'm supposed to type again?
How much curvature should there be over 266? Sorry, how much curvature should there be over 20 miles on a globe?
It's about to start raining.
And if the rain, yeah, okay, I won't go there. Yeah, just Google that, right? How much curvature should there be over 20 miles on a globe?
Oh my gosh, y'all. It should not be raining like this. Hi.
Sorry, my Zoom
One
needs to
of
be
the
like.
very first
Oh my god.
one of the first people to make a very accurate measurement of the circumference of the Earth
Wait. Who
was
just
Eratosthenes, a Greek philologist,
Dude.
a Greek philosopher who lived
Bro,
in
who's recording you? You're married.
Alexandria around 250
Holy
BC.
crap. Hey, listen. You know what? One time I got pulled
Stop! I
over
don't
by a
sound like
Philly
that. That's
officer.
editing.
It was when I was in
No, it's
Pennsylvania.
funny. No, I wasn't saying silly officer. I said
Stop!
Eratosthenes.
Erotronas.
Hold up. Wait.
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Brother.
Just up there. I say Eratosthenes. You're mad weird for having my voice. What is wrong with you?
Bro, you know this thing is recorded 24/7. You know this.
No, I don't. Lads, no, I don't. And that's like really weird. Why would you be gooning to my
No.
voice? Ugh.
We're not. Hell no.
It seems like it. Oh my god.
I'd rather be going to Martha Stewart, to be honest
No,
with
you gotta be gooning to my voice. Thank you.
you. No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
That was a funny clip. Had to be saved.
Yeah, it's
Did you
from the.
Google it?
If y'all put me on TikTok, I swear I'm gonna sue.
Oh, totally. That's gonna go on TikTok and get 1 million views for sure.
Hey, you know what? At least you'd be famous. I'll help you get your sugar daddy.
I can get that without being famous. Like I already do. It's not a problem.
Oh, yikes. Okay.
All right, my bad. Okay, so it says 266.7 feet.
Yeah, exactly. So that's like a 27-story building. So that means that if you were standing on the other side of a lake, it's 20 miles across, you should be hidden by over 200 feet of curvature if the Earth's a globe. But in reality, I can just zoom in across a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other
Yeah,
side.
you can zoom in, but like your eyes cannot see that. We're talking about your natural eyes, not zooming in, obviously.
Yeah, but in between
That doesn't
point
prove
A
your point
and
because
point
the whole
B,
point of zooming in is for some AI technology to like get closer, like a microscope or something. Like what? We're talking about the natural
right,
eye. That wouldn't make sense.
right. So, like, let's say you have a hallway, and the hallway curves around corner,
Oh, y'all
and you
stay.
and your friend walks around the hallway corner, and they disappear, and they're gone around the corner of the hallway. Zooming in isn't going to bring them back to view again because they're hidden behind the physical wall, right? That's blocking them. So it's the same thing with the Earth. It should be hidden behind the physical Earth. Zooming in doesn't give you X-ray vision and make the
But it
curvature
does though,
all right.
Ay,
All yours,
yo.
lads.
because you
Ay,
couldn't
ay,
see
ay.
me.
All right.
Okay, so how did you?
Last
Oh, go
chance.
ahead. Go ahead.
One last thing. One last
Oh,
try.
you good, dude.
All right. So let's say I'm standing on one side of a hill, and you're on the other side of a hill. The hill's in between us. It's a very big hill. I can't zoom in and see you, right? Why not?
Because the hill is obviously in front of us. What?
Okay. So in the lake, right? Because the Earth's a globe, there's like a hill of Earth curvature in between us that's like over 100 feet high.
I'm not understanding your.
Oh
Lats, I
my
need your help.
goodness. He's saying that there's a hill of water in between. Why would you be able to see the other side?
But water, y'all just said is flat.
No, we're saying that if it was a globe, you could not see to the other side, but we can because it's flat. So there is no hump.
But water is flat.
Yes, it's
Excuse?
flat.
Why did somebody just send me this? Y'all need to get him banned. I don't know who told
Ooh,
him.
who sent you what?
Someone just came in my DMs and asked how big.
Okay, was it somebody from this room?
I don't know. He must have came in here because I don't know who that is. Here, I'll send
Oh,
in.
we can't. Well, you don't have to send the message. Just let us know the username.
No, I'll send a message inside chat, bro. There you go. That was weird.
What the shit?
I remember. This is way out of fucking like context. Not context, but story. Or I mean, like what we're talking about. But I remember somebody sent me a dick pic, like on my phone number, and I didn't even
Oh
know how they got my.
my.
That was like the creepiest thing ever because I didn't give him my phone number or whoever that person was.
That was the worst story ever.
I think I still got the picture. I don't know. Anyways, back to the topic. But yes, the Earth is a square.
No, Queen, you did not slay with that one. I'm sorry.
Yes, I did slay. I always slay.
No, period. You did not slay. Sorry.
I did though. I did. The Earth is a square. It makes perfect sense Because what y'all were talking about was the
Okay.
earth being flat and da 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 and can't see and da da da. So that would be perfect sense. And like the earth would still have a core, it would still have its atmosphere, and like you still could travel around the earth. So yes, it's a square. Period.
I didn't know it's a square.
Because if obviously the circle method doesn't work, then like, and if it's flat, but we know it has some type of curve or like some type of shape,
What
then a
curve?
square is perfect.
I didn't know it has a shape.
I ain't think of what that theory yet.
Well, it's not a theory. Nobody verified a shape.
It's my theory.
So you just made it up.
Mhm.
Okay, fair enough. You can make up stuff if you want to. It's all right.
What?
Then you know, we like to ask for evidence for these things.
Oh, he said how big Earth goofy. Well, you should have said that because that was weird. He meant the Earth. My bad, folks. Why
I
won't
mean,
he
we
just
only
type
talk
that?
about the Earth.
No, the guy that I saw in the group thing, not group thing, but side chat, he was talking about the Earth. But like, you could have said that in side chat.
Well, yeah, if the
We can.
topic is the Earth, and then we say, how big is it? We're not talking about your tits. We're talking about the Earth,
But I
Listen,
didn't know that.
we
brother.
can deal with the guy in her DM. Dude, she's only 16. Back the fuck off immediately. Okay.
He was talking about the Earth though. Maybe I don't know. I don't know if that was a cover up or whatever. Anyways, but yeah, I believe that the Earth is like a square because like if it like if y'all was talking about the flat Earth thing and like if it's like we can't see like the curve, then it's obviously not a curve. But like if we still want to keep like the Earth is like big and stuff, then like we can use like a square. These eyelashes hurt. Oh my god, never wear clusters.
Okay, well, we're not observing curvature. We're also not measuring it either. So
But they measured
it's
the
nowhere to
curve
be
of the
found.
Earth.
What? Where?
I gave it to you, bro, so many times, and you just denied it instead of
Brother.
looking into it.
All right, Queen, slay. Let's see this Earth curve measurement. Period. Let's go.
I will send it again.
Yeah.
You have not only one, but you have two smoke detectors going off. Holy monkeys!
Monkey? Okay,
I think
wow.
it's
Oh, that's not what I meant.
Mhm.
It's a phrase I've been saying for 20 years. So
Yeah, I bet. Oh my gosh, my lashes are so long. Period.
or
oh
are
my
they
god,
your
get
lashes?
get some batteries.
Man, I tried.
Oh man, our youth is cooked.
Huh?
What is that?
Maybe read.
Okay,
Oh my
so
gosh.
who verified this in reality? Who
Let me go
measured
search
that?
that up.
Okay. Yeah, because that's a calculation, right? Like we can
Mhm.
calculate who would win in a race between Superman and Sonic the Hedgehog.
Who the fuck is
Just
Super
like Earth
9?
curvature. It's just a calculation. We're looking for measurement, like you said.
Oh. O'Reilly. Auto parts. Oh. Alright, let me go look it up.
Okay.
Oh, eyes. Okay, so who looked up the Earth curvature thing. Hold up. I gotta get comfortable first. Okay. The Earth curvature. Okay, it says it's 8 inches per mile.
Okay, who verified that number?
Who discovered it? I told you, Africanarsis, the thing person.
Ephecanarsis. What the
What
hell is
was
that?
his name again? I forgot. The guy that I was like pronouncing and stuff.
Brother.
Eftophanes.
Oh, Eratosthenes. Okay, what did he measure exactly?
He measured that the Earth was 8 inches per mile curvature.
Okay, how did he measure that? Maybe what's his methodology for that?
Oh my gosh. How did Africophanes? Okay, a scientific measurement and a calculation was done by Africophanes by comparing altitudes of the midday sun at two places known as the north and south distance apart. Here, I'll show y'all a picture.
Awesome. Beautiful.
What? I'm gonna copy the link.
Got like 5 more minutes before I gotta pass you off to 20 cups. DJ put in his time with you already.
What?
Okay, so explain this picture to me.
The picture is basically that. Okay, so you see how there's like two buildings right there, right?
Okay.
And then like you see like the sun is reflecting down on it, right? And then like
Well, it's
you
not
see how
reflecting,
there's
right?
like what?
I said it's not reflecting downwards, but okay, go ahead, continue.
I mean like the sun is like coming down on it, bro. Like something like
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Sorry if y'all hear the TV. I'm still in my living room. Anyways. So I don't know. Ask ChatGPT, man. I don't know how to explain that to you.
Okay. Well, he measured shadow lengths, right, on the surface of the Earth. He derived angles from these shadow lengths. We had the horizontal for this elevation angle being the base of the shadow to the tip of the shadow. Vertical being the base of the stick to the tip of the stick, and the hypotenuse being tip of the stick to tip of the shadow. Yes. You cool with that?
Buzzword.
So we understand that it is not a measurement of drop over distance, rate of change of slope, or curvature. Yes. Okay, so you got somebody else that actually measured curvature. Guess who didn't do that?
I told you, Esther Tossenes.
Well, Esther Tosthenes did not do that.
Yes, he
Good
did.
boy.
Oh my god. How you gonna say
I
Google's
just,
wrong?
I just explained to you that Esther did not do that.
Esther did do that.
Esther definitely did not do that, Queen. Come on now.
Oh my gosh,
I
Esther
just
did do that.
explained to
I'm
you.
gonna have to argue with you if I'm
Sis,
telling
Esther
you
did
a
not do that,
person
I promise. Look at
can't
that.
see
Look what he did. You
that.
see the guy that said, show me data? Look at that gift that he posted, or not gift. Look at the picture he posted. Those are angles on the surface of the earth that he measured. That's not a measurement of drop over distance.
He did not measure that. Stop
Proving
lying.
that is what he measured.
That's what he measured.
Look at the diagram that you posted. It's the same thing. He measured shadow lengths from a stick on the ground. That's not a
I
measurement
bet
of
he did.
curvature, brother. All right. Well, you know what? My time is about up. I'm gonna tag in 20 cups. I know he's here, eager and excited to
Who's
talk to you.
20 cups?
He is like the smoothest dude in here. He is
So that
like
means he's flat.
he's like a fine bottle of rum. That guy.
No, he isn't. I'm the finest one here. And I can bet money on that.
Ooh,
Leave me alone, man.
I got you beat. But anyway, 20 cups is here. All right, dude. Thanks, man.
No, no, no. I said leave me alone. Go away.
Well,
Who
he's
the
here
hell?
now. He's here now, so it's okay. All right, 20 cups. Explain to her Esther Tostin, please. Go ahead.
No, later.
Who is that?
That was Mr. 20 Cups, the smooth guy. I guess it's gonna have
Okay.
to be
He guess
the
he
DJ.
doesn't want to do that because
Yeah,
he's
I'm
slow and retarded.
occupado.
Okay, he's in the bathroom. Okay, we got DJ, we got Sheepdog. I don't know if anybody else will be able to take over.
Y'all can't literally gangbang me because you know what? I'm right.
Brother, stop. You're like 10 years old. I'm
I'll
like
take
20
this
years
on for a
old.
couple
Okay.
minutes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
That was
All
funny.
right.
We all could agree.
So Eratosthenes measured the angles of two shadows, right? What were those angles?
How am I supposed to know? What was those angles? Since you're claiming that Eratosthenes ain't do nothing, what's those angles?
I mean, that's the claim, right? So then you should be able to pull that up.
No, but you're claiming that he ain't do that, so you should be able to pull that up.
I'm not claiming anything. Matter of
But you
fact,
are.
the only thing I'm claiming is that the surface of the Earth has no measurable curvature. That's the only thing I'm.
So then we're not talking about Eratosthenes then.
I mean, we don't have to talk about Eratosthenes if you don't know anything about it.
Yeah, obviously you don't know anything about it either.
Well, I know about as much as anybody should
But
know
you
about.
don't.
Okay, well, Eratosthenes assumed the Earth was a ball, and he took an angle measurement of a whale, right, like a hole in the ground where water comes from, and he knew that there would be no shadow that day at a specific time, right? And then at the same time, 500 miles away, he took the angle of another shadow, and then subtracted the difference between those two angles, right? And the angle difference between those two was 7.2 degrees. And from that, he assumed the Earth was a ball. He assumed that the sun was an infinite distance away, and he assumed that all light rays are parallel. And then because of that, he said, "Oh, well, if there's 360 degrees in a sphere, and the angle difference between these two angles is 7.2, 360 divided by 7.2 is whatever it was. I think it's 50." And then he was like, "Oh, that's a portion of a sphere." So that was how he got his angled measurement. The fact that you
Right.
don't know that tells me that you really don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you would be right, so I don't know what to say.
So the reason why we're flat earthers is because for me, it's been about 5.5 years. I've been Googling and asking as many people as possible to prove that the earth is a ball
Oh God.
because I can't find any curvature. And I was told there was supposed to be curvature, and now I'm pissed off because I don't want to be a flat earther.
What? What are you talking about?
Well, I don't want to be a flat earther, but unfortunately I have to be because there's no measurable curvature.
Yes, there is. Obviously, you done all that research, and you ain't ever think to research the curvature of the Earth. Like, I literally just gave y'all like 2 pictures, and y'all say the only claim y'all have is that that's not real. I
Well,
can't even back that up. That's not
what if the
proven.
sun is a closer light source? It's
It's
not in
not though,
infinite.
because the Earth
How
will
do you
burn
know
up.
that? How do you know that?
Because the Earth will burn up. What?
How do you know that?
Oh my God! The Earth, the sun is a big, round, hot ball of stars.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Science? I'm confused.
Just because you Google it and Google gives you a response doesn't mean it's correct. How do you know?
Okay, so how do you know that the sun is not a big ball of gas in a star and it's really
I don't
hot?
know. I don't know what the sun is, but I'm not going to make up a story about it.
I'm not making up a story. The sun is hot.
No, you're just believing the story that was made up for you.
Okay, so I'm going to obviously believe a story that has proof and that people have
There's
proven
no
that
proof.
instead of
Okay,
you
where's the
saying
proof?
that the
Show me the
sun,
proof.
okay, because you say that, so it's no proof.
Show me the science experiment that proves what the sun is.
Oh my gosh, bro. Obviously, there's no science experiment because you can't get too close to something that's hot.
Well, then you can't prove it, can you?
You can. Oh my gosh, you can estimate how something hot is. Like, I'm so confused. I can't argue with y'all because all y'all use is who, what, hey, where, hey, wait, who, what, where,
We're just
how, and
asking
why.
for what
That's all y'all use.
the reality is. We're not asking for anything else. You're giving us
No,
made up
all
stories, and we're
y'all use
asking
is
you how you
who,
know
what,
that.
who, what, where, when, and why. That's all y'all use.
How big is the Earth?
I don't know.
So then, how do you know if it's a ball or not?
Because of science.
Well, that would mean that you would have to know how big it is in order to measure it, right?
Yeah, or give like an estimate.
Yeah, so you have to know how big it is to measure it. If you don't know how big it is, you don't know how to measure it, then you don't know what's going on. You're just believing the
But they
story
did
you're told.
measure it.
You're just believing the story that you're told.
And obviously you're believing a story that was told to you. Like, I'm so
No,
confused.
I went out and measured it.
Yeah, I bet you did.
I did.
Okay, so give me a measurement.
8 miles.
That's exactly what they said on Google. 8 miles. The curves, not flat. So,
Really? Show me.
oh my god.
I mean, whenever you make up a story, I'm just going to ask you to show me.
I'm not making up a story.
Okay. Well, how much curvature is there supposed to be over 8 miles?
Let me look that up. How per week? Bless you. Mm, I'm doing the Earth calculator. What the? Okay, I can't do that. Oh, I don't know how to do that. Hold up.
Well, we'll make it easy. You can do the Earth curve calculator. Just do 8 miles and then do a 3-foot observer height. That day when I measured the Earth to be flat, I had 3 friends with me. 2 of them became flat earthers, and one of them said he didn't want to talk about it ever again. Well, anyway, I'm at my destination, so I'll talk to you guys again later.
Yo, what's good, retards? DJ, long time no see. Might be the most retarded of them all.
One blocked has joined the chat. Who the hell? I didn't even know who you are, bro.
What's up, mate? What's up, mate? You fucking what, mate?
Yeah, kick rocks, bro.